So, about 2 weeks ago, maybe 3, I don't know where Deji is. I get an email from Deji. Deji is the manager at VMware running the Virtualize Africa. He sends me this amazing email, and it's actually there now for you to see it. And he said, Almaz, did you know that Virtualize Africa came as a result of my meeting and being at ADN in 2018? Can you imagine? VMware is a large multi-billion-dollar company, and the idea for them to start Virtualize Africa really started right here in 2018, and that's incredible. But Deji wasn't just saying this because he wants to make me feel good about what we've done. I think he is about to do something really transformative in the continent, and he wants to use this as a conduit to what we can do collectively. Another person, Amadou Dafi, who's not here, but he's the co-founder of Gabea. In 2016, his team came to speak at Addis 2016, the first one. And they met with another Ethiopian fellow in that room, which created a company called, it's a knowledge market, Gabea in Ethiopia. I think in Amharic it means a market, so it's a marketplace for knowledge. They started very humble. Today it is one of the fastest growing educational platform in Ethiopia, and they're expanding everywhere. Who would have thought that this would happen from just sitting down and meeting? I do. Because a lot of the things I have done in my life came just simply because I sat down at a table with somebody who said, oh, Almazi, you might want to meet this person, you might want to do this, and you might want to do that. And it has transformed my life for over and over and over again. It doesn't mean it always works, but it really does work when we are present and able to listen to what's happening around us. There's so many different things I can tell you, but the one that I want to mention, especially for the builders of Africa's future. A few days ago, we got an email from Pamela Anyotti from Asante Mama. And she said this, I'm just going to quote what she said, because this is the shortest quote, because the rest of them are pages, and I don't think Nicholas would allow me. This one says, ever since the Builders of Africa's Future Award, our work has been getting recognition, and I must thank you once again for supporting us and propelling me forward. So, this is one woman's voice, but doing amazing work in the work that she does. So the Builders of Africa's Future is a program of the African Diaspora Network. We started this program also, not just to really do what we do by bringing all of you together, but also to try to get them an opportunity to come to the United States and possibly get some opportunities for potential investors, mentors, and supporters. And that, I think, also we proved it over and over. And this is the 3rd year, and you will hear from them tomorrow. But I just want to say to you, what we do matters. If it didn't matter, I know on me, I will not do it. But I am also saying this, that there's a lot that we don't know and that we could do. But sometimes I think it's just better to just sit down and really enjoy what we have. And I'm very grateful, and I want to do that with all of you. But I also don't think what we do at ADN comes because I have a vision. That doesn't mean anything unless you have people who support that vision and want to help you make it happen. So I am supported by the board. They are here today, you will meet them, by the African Diaspora Network board members, by the advisors, but especially also by the team, very small team. They care about what we do, and I'll talk about them tomorrow, but without them, I don't think we could do what we're doing. Most importantly, the funding. You can have a vision, but if there is no one to fund that vision, you can also not do what you want to do. So I want to thank all our funders. You will see their names as they go through. We have corporate funders, we have foundations, and we have government, and we have individuals. Each one of you have made this possible. We will have a chance to talk over the next 2 days, but I do encourage you to celebrate each other, get to know each other, because I don't know if you know who's sitting with you. I don't think you do. If you do, you might want to change a place because you want to meet some other people that you don't know. Because I think this is a very dynamic space for connection, networking, and learning. So it's very, very important we do that, and I do look forward to working with you and really spending this next 2 days enjoying and celebrating. I can do that because it's much harder to put all this together, but when you see it done, it's wonderful. But there's something that gives me tremendous pleasure. Nicholas Bassi. Nicholas has been a part of ADN since the beginning. Last year I missed him for many different reasons, but he's here now. When Nicholas takes over, I just sit down, really simmer what is happening, and I learn and I connect with all of you. So it is my greatest pleasure to bring Nicholas Bassi here, because I think the connection we've made with USAID, you will see it in action. It's not in a vacuum. We have a reason why we're partnering with USAID, the State Department, the Santa Clara County government, the corporations, and the individuals. And I think what Nicholas is going to talk about really show you how what ADIS does also is a part of what the USAID is doing. So Nicholas, come on and take over.
So I think anybody who really believes that Almaz is just going to sit and listen doesn't know Almaz at all, because she will be working this room, giving each of us tasks. And I would challenge any one of you to say no to one of the tasks that she gives you. I've not been successful in successfully saying no in 5 years or so. So I mentioned that I'm with USAID, and we at USAID recognize the private sector as a powerful force in driving economic growth, creating jobs, and advancing opportunities that improve the well-being of people and communities worldwide. We launched about a year ago our first ever private sector engagement policy to deepen our collaboration with the private sector across all sectors and in all countries where we work. As all of you know, the African diaspora continues to play an important role in advancing greater economic progress and sustainable development across Africa. We, the members of the diaspora, routinely bring talent, skills, resources, and technological know-how to advance development across the continent. At USAID, we're specifically looking to all of you to join us in the effort to build a more secure and a more prosperous world. And I can suggest 4 ways in which we can do that. The first is to build partnerships through the Global Development Alliance, or GDA model, which requests that you bring your innovations, industry expertise, and entrepreneurial skills to partner with us to achieve development impact. We're always looking to identify new ways and new innovative partners. The GDA invites prospective private sector partners to work side by side with USAID and other interested organizations like NGOs to build transformational alliances that leverage market-based approaches to solve critical business and development challenges. The second way we can work together is by catalyzing innovation, entrepreneurship, impact investing to scale market-based solutions. USAID provides financing to find and test cost-effective, scalable development solutions through the Development Innovation Ventures Program, which, as you might know, is an open competition available to ideas from anywhere at any time. They use a tiered funding model inspired by venture capital funds to invest comparatively small amounts of money to test new innovations, and for those that demonstrate impact and the potential to scale, additional funding and hands-on support. The third way we can work together is through the New Partnerships Initiative. USAID and diaspora communities can align resources to solve both global and local challenges. The New Partnerships Initiative, also known as NPI, will allow USAID to work with a diverse range of partners to strengthen existing partnerships and to provide more entry points for organizations to work with the agency. Through greater collaboration and co-creation, we're seeking to diversify our partner base with new partners. You can find out more about these initiatives and reward opportunities if you're so interested via grants.gov and fbo.gov. The fourth and final way in which we can work together is by unlocking private investment through Prosper Africa. And I know that you will have a session later this morning focused specifically on Prosper Africa. To whet your appetite, I want you to know just a couple of things. Prosper Africa is the U.S. government, whole of government initiative to boost trade and investment between the United States and countries across Africa. The initiative brings together the full range of over 50 trade and investment tools from 16 U.S. government agencies and connects U.S. and African businesses with new buyers, new suppliers, and new investment opportunities. We will rely on leadership and expertise from the African diaspora to achieve these goals. USAID is committed to integrating diaspora businesses and business communities across Prosper Africa's 4 vectors: exports to Africa, imports from Africa, U.S. investment in Africa, and African investment in the United States. For example, the African Union recently asked USAID to help increase connections between the African diaspora business community and African businesses. And USAID will soon be working with colleagues at the Commerce Department's Minority Business Development Agency and the Small Business Administration, as well as with such diaspora business associations as the National Business League, to create such partnerships. You'll hear more about Prosper Africa. Are any of my Prosper Africa colleagues in the room now? Well, they will be shortly. You can learn more about them. In closing, I'm thrilled to be with you, both leaders and experts representing companies, foundations, NGOs that are having incredible impact in Africa and around the world. This event will not only be a place to learn about the great work that's happening in these spaces, but also an opportunity to build your networks and engage in meaningful discussion about how we can work together toward the pursuit of our common goals. So to really echo what Almaz just said a few minutes ago, please carve out some time over today and tomorrow to think critically about the issues you're here to address. Recognize that the people sitting next to you could very well be the collaborators you seek. Share your ideas freely and encourage others to do the same. Leave this meeting with the outline of a plan for how you can transform your ideas into action through this powerful diaspora network. So before I retake my seat, I need your help with something. And anyone who has been here over the last 5 years, with the exception of the government shutdown that prevented me from being here last year, knows that there's kind of a symbiotic relationship between the MC and the audience. Do you agree with that? Yes. Do you agree with that? Yes. Okay, so that means I'm going to ask you to do very specific things, and you're going to ask me to do some very specific things as well, right? So I can start by asking you to do a few things, 7 things. The first thing is, anyone who's flipped through the program book knows that we have a very full agenda. There's a lot of information, and it can only be delivered if you help me by moving from session to session quickly, without too much admonition, though I'm glad to provide that as admonishment if it would be helpful. So you can help me by moving quickly from one session to the next. You can help me also by rejoining quickly when the next session is beginning. You can help me by right now pulling out your iPhone or your Galaxy or whatever the fancy phone is now. Can you pull it out now and silence it so that it's ringing? I know this is a room full of very important people, but there's no need to disturb the conversations that everyone else is having by hearing rings or chirps or beeps or whatever the case might be. You can help Almaz and the African Diaspora Network by tweeting using this hashtag, #ADIS20, as you talk about the great discussions that we're having today and tomorrow. You can help also by visiting the exhibitors who will be set up in tables in the hallway. You can help by choosing the breakout sessions that you want to attend in advance. So during a break, flip through the program book and map out for yourself what you hope to achieve. The last thing that you can do is by laughing at my corny jokes. Great, thank you, you're off to a great start. But the more painful this gets, the cornier my jokes get, and trust me, nobody at all wants that, not even me, though I'm glad to do it. So with that in mind, who's ready to get started? That's really anemic. You guys didn't have your coffee this morning. Let me ask that question again. Who is ready to get started? Thank you so much. Let's begin our day by hearing some wisdom from the Honorable Joseph Muchero, who's the Minister of Information, Communication, and Technology from the Republic of Kenya. Are you here, sir?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I'm following a presidential directive to wear Kenyan, which is why I don't have a tie in this event. But I think when he was giving it, he was not aware of being places where there is winter. I'm trying to manage that. So first, I'm very grateful that I was given the opportunity to come and just speak with you. I'll break my speech into 4 areas. I'll talk briefly about who I am. Many ask me questions about, what was it like moving from, being in diaspora back to Kenya. So I'll address a bit of that. There's others who ask what was it like moving from Google to government. I'll address a bit of that, and maybe then end with a challenge to all of you as to what you can do for us who are in the African continent. So first, I'm a God-fearing African man, and I believe in God in many ways. That's part of the reason I'm even standing here. I was born in Kameredo. This is a very remote, small village out in Limuru in Kenya, and I've been able to work for very many people. I've worked for Google, I've worked for the Queen of England, I'm working for the President of Kenya. So many things happen, and most of these can't happen without God. I'm a father of two, Ruby and Baraka. I'm a techie and economist. I studied in City University London, Economics, Computer Science. I did the Stanford Executive Program. I'm also an innovator, entrepreneur, an investor. I've invested in several startups, so I've experience in how the startups work. I think Duncan is here at Goldspot. We invested with him together in one of the new startups. I had to get out earlier than he did, so he's got more money than I will ever have. But the investments have been working. I invested with even younger people, and some of those young people are now doing well. But there's multiple and different challenges which I will talk about later. I'm also a public servant. I've worked for big companies like Google. I've worked for smaller companies in Kenya, and now I'm a minister in the Kenyan government. I am a board member of the UNICEF Generation Unlimited. I'm also a unionist. I'm the chairman of the Africa Telecommunications Union. At no point did I think I would actually get into that space, but I still also consider myself a diasporian. So I'm looking forward to finding out how I can be part of the ADN network, and I'll be calling upon all of us to see how we can now even expand even more in Africa. So, what was it like moving from being in the UK, in the US, and back to Kenya? It's not easy. Even when I was at Google and I was hiring people into the country and into the company, it was taking more than 2 years for people really to get to understand how the country and the market operates. One of the challenges is the people you were in school with that you left there, you come back, you find they have homes, they have very grown-up children, they have properties, they have everything, and here you are, you've been working very hard, but you've not accumulated the same kind of network, wealth, and all that they have. So it takes you time to really adjust and get into the market. And really also, if you're not married, then it takes time to find the right person. Sometimes they're intimidated by you, but more so you're intimidated by them because you don't understand a lot. Even sometimes the food is different from what you're used to. I loved McDonald's before, but the food that is back home is different. But I have to say, going back home was really the best decision I ever took, because it's been able to allow me to do very many interesting things, as well as work and set up local businesses, but be able to experience the continent. Africa is a great place, and I've enjoyed myself significantly being there. Being in private sector, being in academia, and all this is great, but you really have not lived if you've not been a public servant. So people ask me, so you were at Google? I was at Google 8.5 years, and I went through many different positions. I was the first sub-Saharan African employee, and it was a great experience. But you have not lived until you become a public servant. First thing is, as a public servant, you have no friends. And many things are said and written about you, and many of them not true. But you have to be strong. You have to be courageous to really listen. And then because you're a public servant, anything that's going on in the country, in the community, they expect you to participate. My child is having a graduation, you should be there. We have a funeral, you should be there. They expect you to bring something. But there's no corruption. So when you look at the salary I was getting at Google and that in government, I think I should be getting money from people, not the other way. But you find that you're on the spotlight, and it's usually very tough. There's a lot of issues of corruption. You've built a career, maybe 20, 30 years, where you have done everything correctly. You go into government, and every day people think that you're being corrupt in the decisions you're taking. It becomes sometimes difficult, and then you're forced to become a politician. The one thing that in government you find out is that there's the truth and the technical things that are real and physical that you can find out, and then there's this thing called political. A politician can say something that the whole country will believe, and yet it is not true, and there's nothing you can do about it. So I'm hoping to learn that and see how we can be able to leverage that kind of expertise, because it's a serious expertise that politicians can use to be able to reach and change people's mind. But it's not all gloom. There's also a lot of good opportunities, exposure. You get to really learn what the world really is about. You get the ability to convene and bring people together. You get to even come and keynote, in front of such distinguished people. It's not easy. Sometimes it's overwhelming when you see the kind of people that you get to meet. So, in the 4 years that I have been in government, I have met people like Jack Ma. We spent time, and he was explaining to me how Kenya has, faster internet than China did. Such opportunities don't happen easily. Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook, he came, and we had fish and ugali somewhere in the back streets of Nairobi, and it was in all the newspapers. I was shocked. We were hiding, but everybody wanted to meet him. So those are some of the privileges that you get. Kerry Hilson, I don't know how many of you know Kerry Hilson. She came and we were together. We spent time. So that was great. There's good things. I also met Jackie Chan. I went to China. I met Jackie Chan. Even Harrison Ford. I mean, can you believe that? But it's all these different people. I've met presidents. President Macron, I was his escort of honor. President Kagame, amongst many other presidents. But in discussions of blockchain and all this technology, Richard Branson invited us to Morocco, to one of his hotels there. So there's many opportunities and there's a lot of exposure, and therefore some of the things I'm going to be asking of you are because I have seen many things, and I'm still not a politician, so I'll still tell you things as they are. And I hope that we can be able to see how we can move our continent forward, how we can move even ourselves forward. So when I was asked to keynote at this event today, there were many things that we can actually discuss. I could, have put up a big presentation showing you how great Africa is, all the opportunities that Africa presents. But I remember I used to be here in the Valley, and I was at Google, and it didn't matter what we said about the continent. It was still very small in terms of financial, even in terms of numbers of people connected to the internet, for that impact to be seen. But we are here as Kenya government, but with also the United Nations. So Sid is the resident coordinator at the United Nations headquarters in Nairobi. It represents about 23 UN agencies in Kenya, but they cover most of Africa. He's come with his team. I also have my team. And what we're doing is that we're trying to twin what is known as the Silicon Savannah in Kenya and the Silicon Valley. How can we get all the technology companies to come and partner with us to be able to transform and move the continent forward? There are many things that we are doing in Kenya and in Africa to be able to ensure that our citizens have access to technology, have access to the latest and most important information, so that we can be able to transform not only their lives, but also that of the world. Because we believe as Africa, we have a huge opportunity to contribute to the world. Some of the largest forests, mountains, rivers, resources, wildlife, all these are held within the continent. It's a massive continent, I'm sure you all know this. And so we have to take care of the continent, we have to take care of the people, and see how best we can grow. So our aim is to see how we can twin and how we can work together. And being here, I'm grateful that Almas, we met in New York, and she felt that I can come and speak to you and tell you about some of the opportunities that Africa has. Let me just say very briefly in Kenya what we're doing in our digital agenda. The president has this big four agenda. Food security, that's ensuring everybody has access to food. And in that whole bracket, there is so much that can be done. We lose about 60% of our produce. If actually that was either processed, stored, and we had better logistics, we would be able to ensure that we have food security, and not just in Kenya, but across the whole continent. We're really one of the continents really being impacted by the climate change. And so we need to find ways of making sure that we manage that. Universal healthcare through insurance is also important to ensure that every citizen is covered, so that no matter what happens and wherever they are able to get their medical services. And what we've been doing is ensuring from just digitizing the country, taking the biometrics of every citizen, wherever they go, they can be able to get the services, and we can ensure that there's openness and transparency, that there's no corruption in how people actually get the services, so that we can ensure that everybody is taken care of. Affordable housing. In Kenya, we have a shortage of about 2 million homes, for the low-income earners. Those are business opportunities of being able to build those homes, of course, ensure that there is connectivity, there's all the services that they need, and so on. Manufacturing. That's a very big area for us as a continent. We expect that every other year we'll be importing close to 400 million devices into the continent. In Kenya, it's 50 million devices. That's a huge market and a huge opportunity. SIG will tell you that by 2050, Africa will be 2.3 billion people. You cannot ignore that market. So I can tell you very, very many other things about where the continent is and where the continent is going, but let me quote The Economist. They said in May 2017, data has replaced oil as the world's most valuable resource. Data has replaced oil as the world's most valuable resource. There are companies such as the Patent Alliance Innovation Fund that have come together, and their aim is to provide IP and technology services, to provide fundraising services and fund management services. And all this is actually based on the intellectual property that is then provided by the data and information that is gathered. We have seen in many of the studies that now the intellectual property, or what they call intangible capital, it accounts for more than 30% of the value of manufactured goods in the world. That is about 5.9 trillion US dollars. It's a huge amount. But when you look at the number of patents that the continent has, it's shrinking towards zero. You'll find a few in South Africa, a few in Kenya, a few in Egypt. There are not many. We're not investing in intellectual capital. We're not part of it. We're not investing in value addition. The smartphones that you have, if you take the iPhone or even the Huawei phone, those two seem to be competing very hard in the global market. Either Huawei or Apple take 42% of the value of the phone just on IP. 42%. So on $800, they're getting about $360 just for the idea and for thinking. Within the continent, we have a lot of people that have ideas and thinking, but they're not paid for it. When you look at coffee, just normal coffee, the farmer is paid $1.45, but when it is sold in the supermarkets, it is sold for $4.11. So the farmer gets almost very little. I've seen 0 minutes left. Should have given me slightly more, but I am almost through. We need to start adding value to our products and to our services, because that way, if we add intellectual property, it becomes critical and important. So I want to end with a call to action. Almas, if we can be able to set up an Africa patent company, that all of you invest in, so that we can take African patents and protect them and keep them within the continent. Through royalties and many other things, we can actually be able to get income and we can get revenue. I'll give just one example of the challenges we're having. I invested in a company. This company was doing micro distribution, and I believe micro distribution is one of the big areas that is growing. But as we grew, the USSD part, the mobile money part that they were using, is a company that wanted to acquire it, and they wanted to acquire the whole company. I tried to convince the young people, don't sell now, sell later. And they told me, Joe, you're driving a Range Rover, as we don't have one. We are happy to sell now so that we can get a car and get a house. We will innovate and come up with something new. That business could be a multi-billion business today, but it was stopped and only a small part was taken. Most of the intellectual property is now not within the continent. So if there is a way, Almas, that we can get members of ADN to each contribute $1,000, I think you've got more than 10,000 members maybe. We can get in many more if you want. And we get each of them to contribute $1,000. The corporates should contribute $10,000. I believe we can be able to start protecting our intellectual property, list that at the Securities Exchange in Nairobi, and we can all make money and protect the continent. I pledge to be a contributor, and I'll contribute at the corporate level, $10,000. I will end there, but I will leave you, and I think Duncan, Golden Scott, is here. Where's Duncan? Yes, please make sure he contributes at least 30,000. I know how much he earned, and he's also in the diaspora. So thank you so much. I know time was short. God bless you all.
You heard it here first, folks. That was exciting. Please join me now in welcoming Mr. Fred Stewart to the podium. He's the Director of the Office of Africa for the U.S. Department of Commerce, International Trade Administration. Mr. Stewart.
Okay, so good morning, and thank you for the kind introduction. It's good to be back in Northern California and out of Washington, D.C. I actually grew up in these parts, so it's excellent. Your Excellency, Honorable Ministers, members of the African Diaspora, what you see here is a retired naval officer. I've circumnavigated the globe twice, but I've not worked for the Queen. But I'll try and keep my remarks brief. So it's an absolute honor to be here. It's an honor to participate in this event. It's a time to discuss the exciting ways that we are engaging with Africa now, and the incredible future this collaborative engagement supports. It is great to be here with colleagues who work on the international trade and investment from the perspective of the state level. In many ways, my colleagues that work in the 106 U.S. Export Assistance Centers, or the USIACs as we call them, are a critical aspect of the work that we do. The USIACs are often the first stop for many of the companies who are interested in the international opportunities. We have commerce colleagues who are based in 10 countries on the continent of Africa that work directly with the USIACs to help facilitate U.S. companies' ability to enter these markets and thrive. Africa is now in a flow of really a spectacular rise. There is explosive economic growth. There are rapid urbanization, and there's a massive expansion of Africa's consumer class. 60% of Africans are under 25. In a decade from now, there will be about 320 million Africans between the ages of 15 and 24. In 2034, Africa is expected to have the world's largest working age population with 1.1 billion workers. While there is tremendous opportunity, there's also significant challenges too, and we have to address these challenges. This administration has launched a series of important trade and investment initiatives between the United States and Africa. In October 2018, the President signed the Better Utilization and Investments Leading to Development, otherwise known as the BUILD Act. This established the new U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, otherwise known as DFC, which doubled the cap on its financing opportunities and strengthened the focus on new frontiers, markets, including those in Africa. Congress recently reinstated the U.S. Import-Export Bank. XM, I guess it was May 2019 is when reauthorization happened. But at the same time, the President signed on to increase the market cap of XM. XM has gone from having a cap of 50 billion to 135 billion. Significant increase. The President also signed legislation in April 2018 that supports efforts to maximize utilization of preferences under the Africa Growth and Opportunities Act, otherwise known as AGOA, to increase the number of African nations utilizing AGOA, and it provides for the Millennium Challenge corporations increase in flexibility. As AGOA, as many of you know, AGOA provides duty-free, quota-free access to U.S. markets. And this is for over 6,000 products in 40 countries in Africa. 4 months ago, Commerce, my agency, produced Discover Global Markets Conference in Houston, Texas. The theme was Powering and Building the Middle East and Africa. The forum included 400 participants with representatives from 200 countries, or 200 companies, and more than 100 officials and executives from the government in the private sectors of Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Morocco, Nigeria, South Africa, and other markets in the Middle East and Africa. U.S. companies currently operating in Africa have signaled to us that a more even playing field would support their ability to expand in the region. So in 2019, we inaugurated the third cohort of the President's Advisory Council on Doing Business in Africa, otherwise known as the PAC-TBIA. The PAC is a group of 26 companies that provide private sector insight on ways to support U.S. companies interested in African markets. The PAC-TBIA Council identified a number of constraints U.S. companies face in doing business on the continent, including structural issues such as developing infrastructure, actual and perceived risk, and lack of data to calculate that risk. Financial issues, for example, underdeveloped capital markets, currency volatility, and lack of access to US dollars. There was also limits on foreign banking and high cost of foreign and local borrowing. Regulatory and rule of law issues complicated law and regulations. There was lack of transparency and trade barrier issues such as costly and time-consuming delays in customs practices in some respects of local content requirements. The United States Commerce Department has signed memorandums of understanding with the governments of Cote d'Ivoire, Ethiopia, Ghana, Mozambique, and Kenya to increase bilateral trade and investment. These MOUs are designed to collectively identify priority projects in key sectors. The United States will then share that information with U.S. companies to pursue the identified projects as we identify U.S. government resources. The MOUs also establish a forum for the governments to address and resolve business climate issues. The Secretary of Commerce and the Undersecretary of the International Trade Administration led members of the PAC-DBIA on a historical 4-country fact-finding trip the summer of 2018. This trip led to the signing of more than $2 billion of deals and commercial engagements and 4 previously mentioned commercial MOUs. We know that the United States government can and must do more to capitalize on the competitive advantage of U.S. companies and the entrepreneurial spirit of the African people. So, what is Prosper Africa? Anybody in this room heard of that term? So Prosper Africa is a new administrative initiative. Prosper Africa was born out of this idea that U.S. businesses are underrepresented in Africa. We certainly have large U.S. international companies such as GE, UPS, IBM, and Caterpillar in all those markets, but often other foreign countries own greater market share. Prosper Africa was born out of this realization that we have many U.S. agencies providing a host of products and services in Africa and around the globe. For instance, the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, provides development assistance, technical assistance through its trade and investment hubs. The U.S. Trade and Development Agency, otherwise known as USTDA, provides grants and performs feasibility studies. The Millennium Challenge Corporation forms partnerships with developing countries who are committed to good governance, economic freedom, and investment in their citizens. The U.S. African Development Foundation provides micro grants for entrepreneurs, African entrepreneurs. The Treasury Department provides technical assistance. The State Department provides the State Department provides or is the principal representative to the U.S. government and responsible for carrying out foreign policy and international relations. And the Department of Commerce promotes economic growth. Prosper Africa was born out of this idea that most of our agencies did or provide in Africa much assistance, much support, but is uncoordinated. Through all the good that we delivered, it was mostly unnoticed, and it was not as effective as it could be. So for more than 2.5 years, we set out course change. It is in that vein that the most recent new signature initiative this administration came out, which is Prosper Africa. The goal of Prosper is actually quite simple. We seek to substantially increase two-way trade investment between the United States and Africa. The Prosper Africa goals will accomplish this by focusing on 3 coordinated lines of effort. First, we will synchronize the capabilities and initiatives of 16 plus U.S. government agencies. We will ensure that our efforts to facilitate company deals are coordinated with technical assistance and capacity building and facilitated by timely policy engagement. This will provide an easy-to-use one-stop shop. Second, Prosper Africa will facilitate transactions. We will modernize and coordinate resources of U.S. agencies to help companies better identify commercial opportunities in Africa. Taking advantage of the Commerce Department's 100+ cities in nearly all 50 states where we have USIACs. Working with interagency deal teams, U.S. government experts can offer support to assist companies in project preparation, such as feasibility studies, connecting companies to potential U.S. government financing and risk mitigation tools, and where applicable, help to expedite the deal through official U.S. government advocacy. In concert, these 3 lines of effort, Prosper Africa will build African capacity to encouraging private sector-led economic growth and work to remove trade barriers to inhibit U.S. companies from taking advantage of business opportunities in the African market, and often impeded the growth of African companies as well. As you can clearly see, Prosper Africa is not a traditional aid program, but rather an ambitious new initiative squarely focused on expanding trade and investment relationships with the U.S. and Africa. For years, leaders have asked the world to view Africa as a continent ripe with opportunity. We believe that Africa's best future lies in the increased free flows of investment and trade, and not exclusively in development aid. So this morning, I came to answer 3 questions. How is the federal government leveraging Africa diaspora and advanced economic engagement in Africa? 2, what are the 3 key challenges to greater U.S.-Africa economic engagement? And 3, what are my concerns with regards to how U.S. government, the U.S. state government, and African governments and officials can work together to take advantage of existing opportunities to expand and deepen relations in Africa and the U.S. With regards to the first question, with roots around the world, diasporans are uniquely positioned to amplify and sustain global growth. More than 62 million Americans are first and second generation diasporans. It was once said that the backbone of diaspora contributions to development, economic and otherwise, comes in the form of remittances, the financial resources sent back to their country of origin. In 2015, members of the diaspora invested $440 billion in low and middle income countries through remittances, an amount that far exceeds U.S. official assistance. In recent years, USAID has been a public sector leader in forging strategic relationships and partnerships with the African diaspora community. As far as my second question, the top challenges we see at the federal level is really that we have confirmed with our colleagues at the export assistance centers around the country are consistently working on a related set of issues of effective communication. First is improved strategic communication and coordination between U.S. and African governments. Second is improved strategies that support opportunities for our respective private sectors to meet with the intention of connecting for the purpose of doing business. Third is improving the cross-fertilization and communication between the public and private sector. Overcoming this third challenge will be a critical step towards making certain that the long-term mutual benefits of good strategic communications and collaboration is always in place, even as markets may change. With regards to the last question, we feel that we're doing this through Prosper Africa. Prosper Africa presents a shared opportunity for American prosperity and security interests of our African partners. The initiative's mission is premised on unlocking opportunities to do business with and in Africa, benefiting companies, investors, and workers both in Africa and the United States, and most importantly, unifying all of the tools of the 16 U.S. government agencies to work together to help U.S. companies in their trade and investment pursuits. So in closing, I want to thank you for your time and leave you with one thought. And that thought is that by the year 2050, 1 in 4 inhabitants on the globe will live on the African continent. Prosper Africa is meant to be a down payment on ensuring that U.S. private sector is part of the growth and the success we are sure will happen in Africa. So with that, thank you, and thank you, Hamas.
Thanks again. I hope that everyone is excited about all of the opportunities that exist for partnerships through Prosper Africa. Let's take a bit of a shift now and focus on digitizing Africa to create systems of accountability and transparency. And if I could ask Duncan Goldie Scott, Shelby Grossman, Siddharth Chatterjee, Minister Mucheru, and Tomas DeBas to join us here on stage now for this panel discussion, we would appreciate it.
Okay, welcome. Delighted to be moderating this panel about digitizing Africa. I'm not sure the Minister needs another introduction, but for those who've just arrived, the Honourable Joseph Mucheru is the Minister for ICT in Kenya. Siddharth Chatterjee is Chief Representative of, is that the right term? the resident coordinator for the UN in Kenya, Thomas DeBass from the US State Department, in charge of global partnerships, and previously with OPIC, where he was sort of fairly instrumental in helping develop the tech scene in Kenya with Demo Africa. And Shelby Grossman from the Internet Observatory at Stanford University, where she's been doing some fascinating research on Russian disinformation campaigns across Africa. So if I can start with you, the Minister, you talked quite a lot about your journey this morning, but perhaps you could expand on what you think led to the creation of the Silicon Savannah and what it entails, what your ambitions are with your department in terms of digitization, and I think you touched on the biometrics, but clearly there are other factors. So I'll let you start on that.
Thank you very much, Duncan. Good morning again. In Kenya, technology is one of the key drivers of the economy. We believe that it is the future. We have multiple challenges that we're working on. One is access to information. We believe people not having the right information does not allow the right decisions to be taken. So we need to know who we are serving, where we are serving them. There's being able to ensure that our budgeting and our processes work. So by bringing in the technology, we're able, one, to save on our resources, manage our resources better, create more efficiency. And we have seen in some of the products and services that are being offered in the country, M-Pesa is well known to many. It's technology-based. It's been able to save a lot of money and be able to grow a lot of wealth for many Kenyans. Using technology, we've been able to see that we can leapfrog, we can move faster and be able to improve people's lives even better. M-Pesa alone, other than being able to help people move money around, it has helped us be able to get our older people to get their eyes checked because they don't want to give their PIN number to the younger people who may take the money out. They've gone out and we've seen the improvement in their health and of their eyes. So what we're doing as a government is ensuring that we are able to take care of the core services, and without being able to quantify how many people we have, where they are, and be able to offer them services, we would fail. And so technology is at the heart of it. In the current projects that we're involved in, we're digitizing the whole country, ensuring that all our financial management by government, county governments, and all state agencies is done through one platform, management of HR services. And to be able to do that, then you need to ensure that everyone is registered. We have their biometric registration, whether it is in the schools. We know who they are married to, who their children are. There's many things that we need to. We do have a data protection law that ensures that citizens' data is managed carefully and so on. So it's many things that we are working on, but we must put in the right infrastructure, whether it's the fiber connectivity, whether it is the base stations all the way to 5G. It's huge in what we must do.
And why do you think M-Pesa has been so successful in Kenya and mobile money hasn't really taken off elsewhere in Africa to the same extent?
It may be first to do with the regulation. So in Kenya, the central bank and the communications authority or the regulator approved for this to be done by the mobile operator, and they've grown to be a behemoth, a very big, I would say, player in the financial services. The banks have come in and they're really trying to get them regulated, but in other markets where the mobile operators haven't taken off in the same way, then the regulations have, to some degree, slowed them down. A lot of that is changing. I mean, this morning I saw our governor of central bank, I think he's just come from Davos, and he's talking about having had discussions with the people in the cryptocurrencies and all this, and I'm thinking, wow, they think we're going to see even further development, at least in the space. But I think it's willingness to take the risk, putting in the policies that will allow innovation and creativity. That's been able to transform lives of many, many Kenyans over and over.
You're probably aware of the India Stack digitization program, and one of the, apart from the digital ID, they have the unified payment interface. and you'll know that a lot of the startups that get funded in Africa, Flutterwave, BitPesa, are all trying to solve the payment space. Do you ever have discussions with other governments about trying to create a pan-African digital platform?
We've had those discussions. So the first thing is, as governments, we came together, our presidents came together and created, for instance, the Smart Africa initiative, where we have 30 African countries. Other than no roaming within the continent, one of the other directives they gave is we must have mobile money interoperability. So when we look at where the continental free trade area is eventually going to, it's actually having one single platform, one single market, and therefore many of these service providers, we want them to be able to service the whole country, the whole continent, all as one. So there's drive from the presidents, our leaders, to make sure that we're able to provide the facilitating environment, both policy and regulatory, as well as then allowing the private sector to be able to build in that area. So our expectation is that we'll create an enabling environment, but the private sector will come and actually build, because they're the ones that innovate, they're the ones that hire and put all the right things together. Ours is just to regulate and provide policy.
And can you just expand a little bit about the depth of Silicon Savannah, and you've been visiting companies here. Are they actually interested in Africa?
They're very interested in Africa. I think I would say very many of them already have offices in Nairobi, in Kenya, and in other parts of the continent. What we've been doing with Kenya and the Silicon Savannah is that first we have, it's called Konza City. Konza City is a Vision 2030 project where we're creating a digital city, from scratch, putting in all the new technologies that a smart city would have, that everyone can then learn from, both within Kenya and actually the continent. And a Smart Africa, we're responsible for the digital economy blueprint, which our president launched in Kigali. So we're putting in all the infrastructure that is required to be able to show how Africa can be able to leverage and use technology. And what we found in many of the companies that we've now met, because of our partnership with the US government, with the United Nations, we can actually create this lab, accelerator lab, where we bring in many of the technologies, services, and then leapfrog. We don't have to go through the legacy process of being able to grow. And many of them are excited by that prospect. They're excited by the fact that the partnerships between the US government, Kenya, and the United Nations allows them to be in a way protected from the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. They can be able to now come and work easily and be able to move forward. And we're excited in the way we're going to work together. I've seen very good responses. We've had many, many meetings. I had hoped to tour Silicon Valley a bit, but I think the meetings are just too many, but all good and all positive. Thank you.
You should come here more often. Thank you. Siddharth, I know you've been focusing on the Sustainable Development Goals. Perhaps you could just tell us more about those projects.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
On the SDGs.
Yes. Okay, so let me first of all start by acknowledging that we actually have a partner with whom we'd had just a conversation day before yesterday, which is the head of public policy for Visa, and he's come and joined us here, Mike Nunes. I really believe that Africa is the giant which needs to be tapped into, and that perhaps the SDGs is much more applicable to Africa than it is to anywhere else in the world. And let me just give you some statistics very quickly. The healthcare business in Africa is going to be $300 billion worth in the next 10 years, which is by 2030. The agro-business sector in Africa is going to be $1 trillion worth by 2030. The affordable housing space is going to be $600 to $700 billion worth by 2030. The future of manufacturing, which includes the blue economy, the green economy, and everything else that goes towards it, is going to be in the range of $5 to $7 trillion. So I really believe that if you look at Africa purely in terms of the demographic transition which is happening, by 2050, we will have 2.3 billion people, of which 850 million will be just young people. That market potential is of such significance where perhaps the new Marshall Plan, which happened post-Second World War, this will be the Marshall Plan which will have to be led by the private sector. And that is why the private sector, in concert with governments, needs to come into the place in the accomplishment of the SDGs. Why? Because if you look at the first 5 goals of the SDGs, it's the unfinished business. It's about zero poverty. It's about zero hunger. It's about universal health coverage. It's about education and the quality of skills that we need. And finally, and most importantly, it's about the issue of gender. And I see, the issue of women perhaps flagged here. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know that in sub-Saharan Africa alone, as per a report by UNDP on the African Human Development Report of 2016 on women's empowerment and gender inequality, sub-Saharan Africa loses $95 billion year on year because of inequality, because of women not being in the workforce. Imagine that untapped potential when that comes into the workforce. To me, frankly, the attainment of the SDGs and the future prosperity of the United States of America itself will really hinge on the new markets which are in Africa. And that market needs to be cultivated. It needs to be tapped into. And therefore, this joint visit that you're seeing between the government of Kenya and the United Nations is not only to accelerate and spur the SDGs, but to look at Kenya perhaps as a blueprint for colossal development which can be a blueprint for the rest of Africa. And we are talking about achieving scale rather than a projectized approach to handling it.
It's just possible that not everyone here is familiar with all the SDGs. Perhaps you could just introduce those and talk a little bit about the specific programs you are promoting to cultivate businesses, support businesses working towards.
Well, there are 17 goals of the SDGs. I think if you Google it, you'll quickly find it. I just don't have it on the top of my head. But the 17th goal is perhaps the most important goal, which is on partnerships. What the United Nations is doing is, it is in lockstep with the government of Kenya's priorities. And you heard the minister talk about the president's Big Four agenda, which is on universal health coverage, affordable housing, agriculture and food security, and manufacturing. And we actually did a policy review of these 4 key goals that the president has set out. It actually impacts all the 17 goals of the Sustainable Development Goals, because each one of them is interconnected. But what we are challenging ourselves with is precisely what he talked about, is how do we leapfrog? We need 2 million houses in Kenya. If we were to go through the conventional approach of building houses, it's going to take us 10 to 15 years. Can we actually talk about 3D printed technology to be brought into the housing space? Can we talk about prefabricated, which means reorienting the way people think? So what we see in terms of leapfrogging is going to be, how do we harness big data technology and innovation to make this continent move forward? And frankly, we can start with Kenya because of geography, because of a highly developed human capital, and above all, because of the political will there is there.
I don't know all the SDGs off by heart, but I think SDG 2 is about ending poverty.
SDG 1 is ending poverty, SDG 2 is ending hunger.
Ending hunger, that's right. I see all these initiatives across Africa to support smallholder farmers, but I don't see many programs to expand horticultural sector and develop commercial farming, which I would imagine would have more impact. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Now, let's just imagine that land is a complex issue in Kenya, no doubt about it, but there is a huge push by the Kenyan government to actually resolve this. Kenya has huge amounts of land available. Just imagine, let me just give you a perspective. Say 200,000 hectares of land is made available. We get all the smallholder farmers to come together. We actually have a partnership with governments and several companies to look at technology and innovation getting into the farming space. We have a cost-sharing arrangement where foreign direct investments are brought in. There are grants and loans which come into that space. Now, that 200,000 hectares is turned into a bread basket, where 40% of the produce is taken away by the private sector, and they can do what they want with it. 20% stays back in the places where it is produced. You finish the problem of food insecurity, and the rest the country sells. What's interesting is that food and health will constantly be consumed because of the way the human population is growing, and by 2050 we are going to have 10 billion people on this continent, on this planet. It makes absolute sense to actually go into that space and look at how do you bring private sector and public sector to come together to transform the agriculture. So that means you're talking about industrializing agriculture rather than the the situated process of growth. If you look at Western Europe and the Asian tigers, they industrialized agriculture. They ensured that health and education was rightly available, and therefore they had a human capital which quickly, progressed. This is what we need in Africa at the moment. We get that right, I think the sky is the limit into the future.
I think I read somewhere that 60% of the world's uncultivated land is in Africa.
Absolutely right.
Why hasn't this developed faster?
Okay, let me give you another example. Between 1950 to 1980, let's take the United States of America. It invested $60 billion in South Korea. Between 1950 to 1980, the United States invested $60 billion in Africa. Now that gives you, that's a stark and telling difference. Now I think, look at the way the South Korean model progressed. To me, Kenya can be a South Korea in the next 10 years. We have to get the right investments into this country. And frankly, if you look at sub-Saharan Africa, just 6 countries, Kenya, Ethiopia, Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, and Sudan together will have a double-digit economic growth if we just do a few macroeconomic adjustments. But by 2050, we'll have a population of 700 million. Imagine what that could mean for companies, corporations, and countries across the world.
Yeah, I agree. Thomas, tell us a little bit about your work with OPIC first, and then how that's transitioned into what you're doing now. Now, it'd be interesting to hear a little bit about the background to Demo Africa.
Sure. Is this on? Yeah, great. I first want to acknowledge Almaz. My deepest apologies for taking me this long to come here. We were early backer of ADN, but I wasn't able to come. But it's beautiful to be here to see this amazing gathering is a huge boost for your work. OPIC is no longer OPIC, so it's now DFC. But I started my career at OPIC. I was there for nearly 8 years, and I worked a lot in the continent in terms of what it means to drive investment there. I also spent 2 years. Nicholas is my colleague from USAID, working on private sector engagement. Now I've been nearly 10 years at State Department, leading this effort on private sector engagement. My colleagues, both the Honorable Minister and my colleague from the UN, talked a lot about the private sector's role in this kind of arc of development and what happens. And when you see public figures talking about the private sector, sometimes you have to caution yourself, why are they saying that? What's wrong with the government doing these things? But most of that is driven by data. And I always talk about this from we are in Silicon Valley. This is a home of disruption. The reason we're saying that collectively that the private sector is where it is because now dominantly the private sector plays an increasing role even in public service sectors. In the US, there's an amazing data that shows you that 90% of now US economic engagement in the emerging markets is in our private sector. The Gates Foundation has more money than USAID. So you have a very increasing role that the private sector essentially is disrupting the public sector in terms of the type of work that we do. Unlike the taxis that got disrupted by Uber or the hotels by Airbnb, we're not panicking. We're embracing it because we now have 99 problems, but disruption is not one of them, if you know what I mean. And I think that's the reason why we all are here advocating that why the private sector needs to play not its due role, but its appetite is now increasing dramatically. And I recall being in 2012, you're talking about Demo Africa, at Santa Clara. I spoke then was one of the biggest conferences called Demo, and I had the opportunity to plug in a partnership that we had with Demo to bring Demo to Africa. Demo Africa was to Nairobi. I remember, I think at that time the ICT minister's name was Demo. I remember that. I can't recall his full name, but Demo was his name. Yes, exactly. An amazing gentleman in that. And I remember being here in Silicon Valley on the stage talking about, at that time, Silicon Savannah was not on. We talked about Silicon Safari because we're telling this American audience that, when you think of Africa, you think of the animals in the safari. So we framed it as, you're going to go on a Silicon Safari, you're going to see the lions of Africa. Meaning we need lions in a sense of these amazing entrepreneurs that are coming out of it. And my speech was well received, but off stage when I got off, a lot of folks came and talked to me. They all looked at me like, you're cute, that you're asking Silicon Valley to go to Nairobi. He said, we don't even invest in San Francisco. We're only in this Palo Alto mountain, it's like 30-mile radius. But now, and I say this to you in a sense of in 8 years, now amazing American entrepreneurs and big corporations like Google. Google set up the AI shop, I think, in Ghana now. IBM has an R&D facility in Kenya. And AWS has a huge presence in South Africa. So we've seen a huge leap in terms of why the risk appetite has now kind of diminished over time because of all these amazing stats that my colleague from the UN just mentioned, because that's where the future is. And one of the things I want to talk about is that unless African countries embrace this emergence in a very meaningful way, not in this kind of liberal sentiment of just, it's kumbaya that we need to invest in Africa, but in putting policies that attracts these type of investments, what will happen is, indulge me for a second, I'm a geek of time travel. If you don't do that with a timeline that he's talking about, 2050 or 2060, all these timelines, then Africa, if it does not get into the future, such as 5G and things like that, the time travel that will happen would be you will be going to some of these African countries to visit 1980s, to visit 1990s, from that perspective, okay? So I think we can't wait. Leapfrogging is an overused term, but the future has to be invented in Africa, not in essence imported to it. So those are the type of engagements, at least from the state side, from the State Department side, we recognize the future belongs to Africa, and how do we then become partners to it? My colleagues from Commerce talked about Prosper Africa. I know USAID is doing a lot of great work, but from a policy perspective, we're engaging, especially in the future of technology such as 5G. I mean, I think the panel is talking about accountability and transparency from a digital Africa perspective. Then we can't ignore the fact that we can't really say 5G is really not ready for Africa, or Africa is not ready for 5G, because that's where the future is. So then for 5G to emerge, then we do have to think about trust and secure networks. And to do that, then we have to embed trust and secure networks within the procurement systems of and the ICT ministers, or whoever is procuring the next frontier technologies, because that's the only way you can talk about promoting accountability or transparency if you can actually trust the network, right? So those are the type of things that we are at least engaging in. I just came back in November. We took a delegation of companies to Ethiopia. You mentioned Ethiopia as being one of these frontier markets. We're very bullish on Ethiopia. And we had Google, AWS, Microsoft, and some startups there. And not only the risk appetite was there, but I was actually taken back by how progressive the Ethiopian ministers were. That them recognizing their own faults. They did not try to posture thinking that we got everything figured out. They're actually humble enough to recognize that we have these problems, but we only can solve it in that way. My colleague, the Honorable Minister, talked about the Data Protection Act. Actually, the gentleman who came from, I think he's based in Kenya, the head of Africa for AWS, one of the things he encouraged the Ethiopian is passing the Data Protection Act, which he said actually AWS worked with the Kenyan government to pass, so they can set up clouds.
They switched on.
It's switched on, right?
We've already started in Kenya.
Exactly. That's the type of examples that we want to talk about. So the Ethiopians could do the same, and other markets could do so. Future technologies like the cloud, machine learning, and all these things can come because they now can trust the enabling environment, the policy framework for it to emerge. So I think these are the kind of things that we could be promoting versus the kind of this almost kumbaya type of conversation about how the promise of Africa can only be real unless for these investments to actually happen.
Obviously, companies like Google, Facebook, AWS, IBM are fairly active in Africa already, and Cisco and others. So what issues do you have in trying to introduce the idea of going to Africa for other companies?
Great. So let me talk about the startups. We had a couple of startups who came to us. I think one of the things, I hate to put Kenya on the spotlight, and this is an amazing way. And there are actually a great deal of young American entrepreneurs setting up shop in Kenya. A lot of startups. And you see that, and one of the things, the reason that's happening is actually Kenya has done an amazing job almost promoting startup tourism for entrepreneurs to come and set up shop because they know Africa has, quote unquote, a lot of problems. A lot of problems means opportunities. So it has attracted them. It has created the visa systems and things like that. I'm not saying it's perfect, but they've created those type of systems to allow them. So I think Africa, other countries, and we encourage this when we were in Ethiopia the same way, is that what is the worst thing that can happen if you create a startup visa in your nation? Where young entrepreneurs, whether they're from UK or the US or any other of these markets, can come and set up shop. The worst thing that can happen is they spend money and leave if they fail. The best thing that could happen is then they can actually, there is a birds of the same feather flock together, right? An American entrepreneur coming in Silicon Valley, he has a high chance of attracting Silicon Valley money than an African on the ground. That's a reality. I'm not profiling, it's just reality. So it is important that for the startup ecosystem to develop, it needs to attract, Chile did the same thing. The Startup Chile initiative that Chile has done attracted a lot of talent from abroad. And that talent not only bring ideas, but fresh capital, fresh thinking, and most importantly, flood of kind of FDI that might come in. So I think that's kind of the bare minimum that you can think about from an attraction perspective, is that the risk premium, a lot of young people have the risk appetite to come in, but you cannot create a disabling environment for them, that if they can only come there for a month to start up their company, then they're not going to be able to make it. So those are the kind of things, at least I've observed, that make your ecosystem open to the world. Because at the end of the day, you don't live in a vacuum. No nation could create an ecosystem on its own. I've never seen anything like that that actually helped. For M-Pesa to work out, the transfer, the interoperability had to happen for that kind of emergence to go into other East Africa countries. So those are, at least in my travel experiences and conversation that I've had with policymakers, those are, I would say, the bare minimum is create the enabling environment. And it's not just a cliche saying it, but concrete enabling environments that allows foreign startups to come in so they can create the kind of the herd mentality for capital to come.
I would agree, but that's actually been quite controversial in Kenya, as Joe will know, where people say the foreigners get all the funding and the investors won't fund the locals. Nigeria is different, of course, but the Nigerian startup scene seems to be driven more by returning Nigerians. Yeah. Anyway, Shelby, you've been doing some fascinating research on disinformation campaigns in Africa. Perhaps you could tell us about that.
Yeah, so my team at the Stanford Internet Observatory identified, in collaboration with Facebook about 2 months ago, 73 Facebook pages targeting Mozambique, Madagascar, DRC, CAR, Libya, Sudan, that were linked to Yevgeny Prigozhin, who is a Russian oligarch with ties to Putin and has kind of mining interests throughout Africa. And so my team analyzed these 73 Facebook pages. It was a pretty big operation. They were really prolific. So in a random month last year, the pages had posted 9,000 posts, and they were liked by almost 2 million accounts. And generally, the pages existed to curry favor with ruling parties, perhaps because Prigozhin wanted to get mining concessions. So to give like one really straightforward example, the Mozambique pages were created in September of last year, and they existed exclusively to support the ruling Frelimo party in advance of elections that happened in October. So the posts would be like a photo of the incumbent president at like a rally, and there'd be like a really big crowd at the rally. So that's kind of like an overview of the project.
What alerted you to the problem in the first place?
Yeah, so it started when we received a leaked document from a firm linked to Yevgeny Prigozhin. So this was one page of like a bigger document that we received. And in this one page, these Prigozhin employees were boasting about having created 12 Facebook pages targeting Libya. And through some clues in this document, we were able to identify the 12 pages, and they were super interesting. Like, some of them were supportive of Khalifa Haftar, who is a rebel leader in Libya who's trying to seize Tripoli, and we already know that Prigozhin has mercenaries who are fighting alongside Haftar, so that made sense. And then there were other pages that were what I kind of consider in my head to be Muammar Gaddafi nostalgia pages. So these are pages that would be like, don't you guys remember how great it was under Gaddafi? And then every once in a while there'd be a post supportive of Saif al-Islam Gaddafi, one of Muammar Gaddafi's surviving sons, who's seen as a possible presidential contender in the future. So they were kind of supporting these two actors, Haftar and Gaddafi. Anyways, so we wrote up a little blog post about our findings. We sent it to Facebook. We said, hey, you might want to take down these pages. We're about to do a blog post on them. They very clearly violate your terms of service. And Facebook said, actually, by coincidence, we've already been investigating dozens of other pages linked to Prigozhin. Do you want to analyze those as well? So we got a few weeks to analyze them before Facebook removed all of them.
And how do you analyze them? I mean, how do you trace it back to the Internet Research Agency?
Super, super hard. I mean, so we relied on, first of all, Facebook for attribution, using special secret Facebook data that we don't have access to. And I mean, I think one of the main takeaways of this research is that it's actually really hard to make attribution to foreign disinformation actors. So, one common trick that disinformation researchers will use to try to figure out like what's going on with a Facebook page or a Twitter account is to try to look at what URLs are being shared. So if a Facebook page is like always sharing RT and Sputnik URLs, that's interesting. But actually, these actors are getting more sophisticated, and they generally did not link out to any outside websites. The other thing that made it really hard to attribute these activities to a Russian actor was that these Russian actors are increasingly franchising out these disinformation operations. So in Sudan, they had actually hired actual Sudanese reporters to create content, and the Sudan pages were linked to actual Sudanese websites. And so that makes it really hard to kind of figure out if there's a connection to Russia. Because, when the Internet Research Agency meddled in the US in 2016 on social media, the operation was based out of St. Petersburg. So it was a little jankier. The English was not so good. But when you're hiring Sudanese reporters, you're able to create content that's like more authentic. Anyway, so we were not able on our own to do attribution. We had to rely on this leaked document and also Facebook.
And was it just Facebook or WhatsApp or?
Yeah, it was a cross-platform operation. So for example, these Sudanese Facebook pages that were linked to websites also had Telegram groups. They had, there was, I think we found some WhatsApp groups. They used Google Forms to try to engage more directly with citizens. And there was a little bit of a YouTube operation as well.
Minister, does this concern you at all?
To some degree, we have, I think first during the election period, this is a very complicated time because you have people from everywhere giving a lot of information. So I think to some degree it's good to know that there are people who are watching and looking at what is available. But we in Kenya also face a lot of disinformation from terrorists. Al-Shabaab and Al-Qaeda, I think because we have, a significant American presence also, we've seen that they come in and sometimes they are repulsed heavily, but they start giving some very false information. And usually now it's he said, she said kind of situation. So having an independent observatory that can give the true position is also important. I think fake news is there on many other aspects, but I think for us it's mostly now on terrorism and more recently the locusts that have now come into the country.
And as a department, do you do anything to try to monitor fake news or counteract it?
I think my lawyer is here. Am I allowed to answer that? For fake news, we're the Ministry of both Information and Communication. We must ensure that government information, we give genuine, proper information. So if there's fake news, we deal with it appropriately. Yes, I think that's that's the best I can say. Yeah.
Shelby,
but we do that by going all the way to the court system. We'll take people to court. Not maybe some of you have other things, but we use a legal process in doing that.
and Shelby, is this ongoing research? Or?
Yeah, so my focus at the moment is Libya. So I'm continuing to monitor Libya. It's actually, you know, I mean, so many people focus on disinformation in the US in advance of 2020. And, you know, there's actually like a lot of disinformation in other countries that's getting less attention. And as a result, these kind of foreign disinformation actors are not always bringing their A game because they're not afraid of being detected. So one of the things that's really fun about studying disinformation in Libya is it's so easy to find. So just to give a quick example, on Sunday, there was this peace conference in Berlin for Libya, and I literally just went on Twitter to try to look at what hashtags people were using, and the first hashtag I found that wasn't like hashtag Berlin or hashtag Libya was an inauthentic hashtag that probably originated from Saudi Arabia. The second hashtag I found was also an inauthentic hashtag. So I think the thing that's fun about studying Libya is it's actually easy to uncover disinformation.
The Russians do this. I mean, how much does it cost them to do this? Is this sort of petty cash for them? Or?
It's definitely petty cash for them. So I think the number I've heard for the Internet Research Agency's activities that targeted the US was $30 million a year. For the 73 Facebook pages that were targeting Africa, they spent about $80,000 on ads. I mean, they probably spent more because for example, the Libya pages appear to have been managed by an Egyptian digital marketing company, so they probably had to pay them. But I think at the end of the day, it's absolutely pocket change for them.
Okay, interesting. Before we open it up for questions, and I would like to allow a lot of time for questions, you just mentioned briefly earlier some other work you're doing in Lagos. Perhaps you could tell us about that.
Yeah, super quickly, I have a totally different project in Lagos. So studying Lagos traders. So a colleague and I did a representative survey of about 1,200 Lagos traders, and we discovered that about half of them are importing directly from overseas suppliers, so not buying from wholesalers within Nigeria, like literally having a relationship with suppliers in China. And among those, half of those in the past 2 years have at least once traveled to the source country to kind of buy products in person. And we found this really surprising, you know, because you might think like, why would you need to travel to the source country, especially when you know the supplier that you're buying from. And what people tell us is that they travel because they get cheated in some way when they don't travel and buy face-to-face. And so we are the research partner for a Nigerian fintech company trying to solve some of these problems with a special type of escrow service.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, Duncan, I also wanted to just give an example of just creating accountability. Just hands up those who like to pay taxes. Excellent. We have less hands up in Kenya. They're not the same. The big thing that digital does is our Ministry of Lands and the county government, in their database, they have about 140,000 properties in Nairobi. Now, when you digitize, you find more. So we use satellite imagery, we use the data from the power company, Kenya Power, and we're able to discover that we actually have 1.9 million properties in Nairobi. So there's over 1.5 million people that don't pay any rates or taxes. So as government, we are not unhappy with the findings, and we hope that we'll be able to have more revenue that can then mean, you know, not the few people who pay taxes then pay so much more. Now we can actually spread. So there's some value in digitizing the continent. Thanks.
Of course, and I mean, people often talk about the problem of land registries as well, and I imagine that's still a problem across most of Africa.
We're digitizing, especially for our land registries, such that even for banks, when you've taken a facility with your property, you don't have to go through the whole conveyancing process from scratch again. You can simply just transfer from one bank to another. Therefore, the trading in terms of the interest rates can be even faster. But all this is because when you've digitized, you're able to know that so-and-so owns that property. And now with the biometric registration where you have a digital identity, you know who the person is, and you even have a GPS coordinate of where the land is, then it's a lot easier to ensure there's transparency, there's trust, and therefore the speed of business is actually a lot faster, and then the quality and the cost also reduces.
talking about the ease of doing business, looking at the World Bank ease of doing business rankings, Rwanda has actually now moved ahead of Spain, which I think is interesting. Kenya's moved ahead of South Africa, and so slowly coming up. Is that a conscious government policy to try to move up those rankings?
It's not just government, the president. He calls each one of us, he has a way of marking to make sure where you're creating bureaucracy for the citizen. I think through the pledges he made to the Kenyans, he says that we're going to give you your passport within 48 hours, you should get it within 48 hours. So whatever systems that are out there delaying that, he wants them all removed. All these levies and taxes that you're charged that just delay processes, all those should be removed. So there's a huge effort in just making sure things are efficient, not really for the World Bank, but for Kenya itself, for the citizens, so that they get quality services, especially now that we want things to move a lot faster.
Just connected to that, another set of statistics that in Kenya alone, in the age profile of 15 to 26, 1 million Kenyan youth joined the workforce year on year. And this is the demographic trend for the next 10 years. For Africa, it's 35,000 young people joining the workforce every 24 hours. That's 10 to 12 million people. Why the ease of doing business is going to be extremely important is it's not governments that can create jobs. It's going to be public-private partnerships. It's going to be entrepreneurship. It'll be the agriculture space. In fact, agriculture is known through enough of research to show that it actually pulls the maximum people out of poverty. So as a matter of fact, African countries don't have a choice. And in many ways, Kenya is showing the way. It was just at about 130 not too long ago. And it's come to 61, but I'm hoping that Kenya gets into the top 20 category, because that's the only way that you'll be able to attract more foreign direct investment rather than the country going into debt, which is another major problem in sub-Saharan Africa, is deep debt. And that worries me, and even for Kenya, it has to take out several euro bonds in order to finance debts which are probably 25, 30 years old. We have to overcome the debt dependence and become much more like the Prosper Africa initiative of getting more foreign direct investment, more trade, and less reliance on debt. Debt can be focused towards areas such as infrastructure and all that. But I must emphasize that youth employment is going to be the challenge over the next 10 years. If we don't get that right, that demographic bulge could become perilous for many, many countries, not just in Africa, but actually in Western Europe and the US too. So I think it's also a security interest to make sure that Africa prospers and develops, because you need to get these young people gainfully employed. So I'm completely supportive of the initiative by the UN Secretary General and Henrietta Fore, the Executive Director of UNICEF, and what is called the Generation Unlimited. That Generation Unlimited is limitless in Africa, where the expectation is by 2030, every young person is in education or training or employed. And that will be the key. And that's why to attract more foreign companies into Africa is going to be key to overcome that particular challenge.
I would like to throw it open to questions from the floor, if anyone has any.
Yes, the way that we'd like to handle questions, raise your hand. We will have a couple volunteers to come with microphones. As you introduce yourself, please do keep your, how should I say this delicately? Please do not make a speech. Please do ask your questions so that we can get the maximum number of questions so that panelists may address them.
Okay, we'll have to share a microphone.
If I'm just going to hijack the first question while I'm providing assistance, if that's okay. Since there's two Kenyans here, I'd want to bring up a recent breaking in the news that if you haven't heard of Safi Analytics, a startup here that raised 200 million with a help of a Kenyan national geospatial engineer. It's a firm that does smart meter monitoring of electricity and consumption. And along the way, the geospatial engineer, Kennedy Nanganga, was ousted from his co-founder role. And it's been raising voices on the internet recently, especially on LinkedIn and Instagram, But how do you feel about, I'm sorry to put you on the spot about something that's still going on in the courts right now in Kenya, but how do you feel about the dynamic and conflict with African brilliance being hijacked at the cost of progress, if that makes sense?
So, Joe, do you want to ask your lawyer?
Yeah, so I can... No, that I can answer because it's really part of what I was asking. Can we just come together, put some money together, and take care of the IP for ourselves within the continent? Because this example you're giving is not new. There's multiple such examples. At least he has a voice and has been able to at least let people know about it. Many don't have a voice, and this happens. And because we have very clear legal processes, if someone has invested and bought in your business, you have a shareholders agreement, there's very little that government can do to come and start interfering with some of the private decisions. And since this is a matter that is in court, I don't want to give necessarily my view. But why can't we just set up a fund that takes care of our own and we keep our IP in the country and in the continent? Thanks.
I think we have another question over here.
Hello? Okay, all right. My name is Abubakar. I'm from Guinea. I have a question for the panel, and I'm really concerned about digitalizing, and I'm wondering, have you guys thought about the biggest risks of what we are putting forward as a community? Because in Guinea, the same thing as many African nations, everyone is pushing forward digitalization, technology. Technology is the biggest thing. We should all go for technology. But what do you think is the biggest risk if we go in 10 years or we get to 2050 and technology is a disaster, it creates all these problems, and learning from the Silicon Valley and all the inequalities that are created with technology, are you hoping that these companies would come to Africa, make money? How are digitalizing really looking into really the core values of human beings and creating equalities? Because I don't personally believe that there should be a Silicon Valley in Africa, because it's Africa, it's not a Silicon Valley. I don't believe that we should be really trying to do the same things or copy things that are not really adapted to the same realities. So, like, have you really thought about these consequences, and what's the biggest risk? Can, in 10 years, we expect that some European country or someone from the Silicon Valley meddle into the elections of our countries? Can we expect all these negative, like all the homelessness that are happening today in San Francisco happen in our capital cities? Have you thought about all these things are also coming with digitalizing? That's what I want to know.
Oh, maybe I should answer. Now, are you saying we should not? Or what are you saying? We should not digitize or digitalize? No, it's good to just get the full question.
I'm just saying that we tend to really take on things without necessarily understanding what's hidden behind them, and having a political agenda and really having this whole process of cleaning people's head and making them believe that this is going to bring the change when we really don't care about the change, or when we really are not really doing what is supposed to be done to get the change.
Okay, though you have not answered.
Okay.
But I'll attempt to.
So what I'm saying is
to respond to you.
What I'm saying is that, sorry.
Should we digitalize or not?
We shouldn't digitalize everything. We should understand what digitalizing means first before trying to change.
Let's keep the question simple. Do you think there may be some negative consequences of digitalization?
No, so first of all, it's very easy for someone with a smartphone to say that everyone must have a smartphone first and so on. when you experience the challenges that, say, we have in northern Kenya, where people have no connectivity, they have no information, just getting them access to technology allows them to have the right information and to be able to get the services that they need. So part of the reason why, as a government, we're insisting on digitizing and ensuring that we are able to give services to our citizens is because with technology, we can do that for everybody. The differentiation that usually exists in the traditional method disappears a lot when you now come in and you're using technology. Issues of gender, issues of age, issues of race, all those in many ways disappear because now with technology you have been able to ensure that you've equalized, you've created the openness. I hear the issues that you're raising in terms of it may have its own consequences, but in terms of development, when someone has a mobile phone and another does not, there is a problem. They all want to be able to communicate, they all want to be able to have the latest technology and use that for health services, for education. We have to invest heavily in terms of just ensuring technology-wise, the systems that we set up are not hacked and people begin to lose money. The systems that are set up don't get hacked and people's privacy and data is actually released. So there's costs in ensuring that we manage that. But I think technology and just going digital is part of the development process that we have seen happen across the world. And we must not get left behind as a continent. We must make sure that our people also have the same access and the same services as anyone else in the world.
May I? Sid, I think you had a comment then, Thomas.
I just wanted to say that, it was what Thomas talked about, time travel. You don't want to go 20 years ahead from here. In 2030, we go to Africa to say, oh, we are still in the 1980s. So the choice is to be dynamic or become dinosaurs. And I just think that we have to embrace the new realities. And that new reality is, in fact, if you heard the minister and everybody else saying, maybe leapfrogging is an overused term, but that's precisely what we need. We don't need to make the mistakes that the US or the Western Europe did in terms of its economic growth. We can actually do something different. But without the basis of that technology, without the basis of the innovation, without the big data, we will not be able to do it. That's the bottom line.
Can I also just say, how many of you have this phone, this flip phone? This one that I can fold. This is a Korean phone. It's not even from the Silicon Valley. China, Korea, and all these people have gone ahead of a lot of things that are going on here. So we cannot be left behind and say that the Valley is the one setting up for us. So our Silicon Savannah is not necessarily Silicon Valley. We're looking for partners to come so that we can grow a Silicon Savannah, not the Silicon Valley.
Let me just, the brother from Guinea, I think your passion for the issue that you're talking about might have got you people misunderstood. If I understand what you're saying is that, are we taking into consideration the local context when we are adopting these technologies? Which, if that's what you're saying, it's completely, I'm with you in that sense. And that's where you're going to need progressive policymakers when these technologies, or whether it's to digitize, whatever technologies that you're bringing, you have to take into account, you have to use human-centered design to ensure that you're actually bringing technologies that will easily be adopted and will be useful. Technology is a means to an end, not an end on its own. So I get that from that. But when you start bringing examples of what's happening in San Francisco and all that, that's where you lose me. Whether you're in Guinea-Conakry or Bissau, homelessness is there. It has nothing to do with digitization. The problems that you're facing has nothing to do with digitalization. What the Honorable Minister is talking about is that we need to actually look at technology as a means to mitigate the risks that we're facing or to solve the problems that we have. So there is a kind of a middle ground to be had rather than a complete to digitize or not to. It's not a binary issue like we're in the Museum of Computer Science. It's not a 0 and 1 game. This is a lot more nuances than that. So I just wanted to kind of echo my support to the notion that you're talking about, but it's not as extreme as what people are trying to understand.
And Nick, you?
Yeah, Duncan, I just want to offer a process recommendation here since we have about 10 minutes left in this session and I see several people who have questions. Perhaps we can ask 3 questions at a time and then give the panelists the opportunity to address those questions. If we have time after that, then we can take an additional set of questions.
Okay, let's go for that.
Hi, thank you so much. This has been a great panel. My name is Ali Amoroso. I'm the founder of Rose Women's Foundation. And Siddharth, my question is mostly towards you. You mentioned women's empowerment and gender equality as a major initiative in the SDGs. And my organization is fully focused on supporting that. What is the UN strategy to cultivate that market? And maybe other people on the panel can speak to that as well. Thank you.
And we'll take, as Nick recommended, we'll take 3 questions.
Hi, I'm Jackie Copeland. I'm with the Anita Borg Institute of Women in Technology. I'd like to follow up on the question of how to ensure that there is a human rights and equity agenda as we promote technology. Sometimes it seems as if it's promoted as a panacea or magic bullet for African development, whereby we know that AI has all kinds of biases built into it. So I'd like to hear more about how we can ensure African human rights are promoted and it's not just another flavor of the month development strategy like structural adjustment policies.
Hello, my name is Taib Fall. I'm from Senegal. I'm actually the co-founder of Baobab Consulting, which is a PR partner for Addis 20. So if you see anyone with a green fabric, those are from Baobab Consulting. I'm also a former Googler from the Senegal team in Francophone Africa. So my question is related to the pitfalls that we might face when we're rolling out digitization programs in Africa. In Senegal, right now, Senegal has struck a $200 million deal with China to roll out the Smart Senegal program. It started about 3 years ago, and I realized that there is a major Chinese company that is providing most of the infrastructure for that project, and that Chinese company has been banned in this country. So you probably know which company I'm referring to. So when we're creating systems for accountability and digitizing Africa, how do we mitigate those challenges and those pitfalls that we might run into, just like the $200 million project that we have in Senegal that is being rolled out by that company?
Okay, thank you. Sid, do you want to pick up on that?
Thank you.
It's on.
Thank you for that question. So first and foremost, I think in Africa, the biggest challenge that we have, let me start with the advent of traditional harmful practices, just like female genital mutilation and child marriage, which itself is not allowing the girl child to achieve her full human potential. It's a problem, and it has to be fought on multiple fronts. In fact, SDG 5 is about gender equality. Frankly, without SDG 5, it's like the anchor, the very center of gravity for the success of the rest of the SDGs. We don't get that right, we are not going to get it right. This is contrary to the public policy of many governments, but I have to say this, and I'll say it repeatedly, the primacy of sexual reproductive health and rights cannot be undervalued. Every woman must have a choice in terms of when she wants to have a child, about when she wants to not have a child, and be able to join the workforce as an equal member. So that is what the UN is trying to do. In fact, recently I'm privileged, actually very privileged, to serve in a country like Kenya, which also hosted the International Conference for Population and Development 25 years after Cairo. It took a lot of courage for that country to stand up and host that conference, given the fact there is a there's many other countries where we expected people to uphold ICPD or the sexual reproductive health and rights have let go. So I believe the next 25 years is going to be defined by how we invest in the girl child, how we ensure the primacy of sexual reproductive health and rights, and how do we ensure that every girl child, regardless of where she is and where she comes from, is able to achieve her full human potential. That is precisely what the United Nations is trying to do.
And Minister, could you take the question on human rights?
Let me add that in the digitization process, in all the things that we as a government are implementing in Kenya first, the constitution is very clear. We must have public-private participation. We must go out and get approval from all the stakeholders that direction we're going is the right direction. And in many cases, if we have not satisfied the stakeholders, then we end up in court and the process takes on. So we have found that even if we have said this is the direction that we want to go, we actually have to carry the population with us. We must make sure that everyone gets that opportunity. Our constitution requires that 2/3 of gender must be in any of these government institutions. So whether it is parliament, whether it's the cabinet, 2/3 maximum for gender. So we have already systems that take care of some of the issues that you're raising. And if you look at the growth in terms of just understanding and implementing those gender rules, it's actually improving and getting better day by day. In terms of the investment and choice of companies that you work with in ensuring that you do the right thing, I think there's some geopolitical issues that are there. Sometimes they are on, sometimes they are off. It depends, and I think it's with time that some of these will be dealt with. For us as a country, we choose the best technology and we just work with that technology. We're not looking at it from the geopolitics, we're looking at it, how does it impact our citizen? How does it impact the development in the country? And so we have the same challenge as you do in Senegal, but as we're carrying on.
Thomas, I was going to ask if you could comment on the Huawei challenge.
Man, why you got to put me in a spot like that?
The US is telling African countries not to adopt Huawei, but is offering no alternative.
I'm happy to comment on that. I think the geopolitics, let's put the geopolitics for a second aside. I think it's a question of how these, in the example of Senegal he was talking about, how these countries are adopting or purchasing these equipments. And what type of policy analysis are they taking, both from a security perspective, from a trust perspective, in some cases from downstream perspective, right? How is this going to impact the ecosystem that they are trying to develop? Is this going to be a big company coming and doing its own thing from an outside, or is it going to create a spillover effect on those kind of things? Those are the issues, frankly, that get missed when the issue becomes the US versus China. Because it's not always, that's not always the case. It's the case is, are these governments, there is amazing research has been done in a lot of think tanks about debt diplomacy, like how the debt burden by Chinese are affecting African economies. So it is a lot more complicated than just a binary issue of geopolitics, US versus China. And so that's the comment I want to add.
I'm afraid we're out of time, so Minister Sid, Thomas and Shelby, thank you very much. And
thank you.
Thank you. As we thank the panel, all right, everyone, thank you for your energy and attention. It is my pleasure to present to you our Power Africa Energy and Renewable Resources panel, moderated by my colleague Christina Cairns from USAID. So at this point, I will turn it to you to introduce the panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Hello, everyone, and thanks for your energy and interest in joining our panel. I'm sorry for the very poor pun, but I couldn't resist. So we're here today to talk about energy access in sub-Saharan Africa. Specifically, electricity access remains an elusive dream for over 650 million Africans. We have rates in the 70 and 80 percentiles in certain parts of Africa where health clinics lack electricity. So if you can imagine that sort of entrenched problem, that is what we're all here today to talk about and to propose solutions together, both public and private investment and partnerships to tackle such a serious development problem. So as you can see here, Power Africa is a USG initiative that was launched in 2013. We are 12 US agencies, including USAID, which coordinates the initiative. And we're currently at over 150 private sector partners from around the world. Half of those are US-based companies, and 19 public sector partnerships, which is actually the team that I lead. So I will introduce my panelists. Here we have Ali Kelman, from the General Counsel of Sun Funder. Ali manages Sun Funder's corporate legal matters and structures all of their debt funds, which she will talk about. And to date, Sun Funder has helped over 7 million people improve their access or gain access to electricity and unlocked over $135 million in debt financing for solar companies. Thank you, Ali, for being here. Next, I have Stephen Ozibo, the CEO of the African Technology Foundation and a senior advisor for Arnergy, a Nigerian solar power company. He has helped many startups catalyze economic development across Africa. And he currently partners with entrepreneurs, governments, NGOs, et cetera, and provides advisory services, training, policy guidance, et cetera, through the African Technology Foundation. So Stephen will be talking to us today specifically about Arnergy, which recently received $9 million in Series A financing, which is quite impressive for a company that USAID has known for several years, but is relatively new to the scene in Nigeria. And then we have Kanyiso Madlala, who is with us from South Africa today. He is the CEO of the Energy Efficiency Limited startup. He focuses on energy efficiency and intelligent lighting with over 7 years' experience working with governments, municipalities, and climate change aficionados. He is a fellow of Innovate Durban, working to light up rural townships in South Africa using renewable energy, and also very passionate about bringing IPPs to South Africa. So with that, I'd like to kick off our session with a short video on Power Africa to introduce you, in case you're not familiar with the initiative, and then we'll launch into our questions, followed by a brief question and answer period.
With every light that turns on, a path is illuminated.
When you put some installation like in the darkness, everybody there in their family gets excited.
Access to electricity is opportunity. It's the flip of a switch that allows a business to thrive. Relief for a worried mother. The spark that fuels the next big idea. And it's the connection that's needed to plug Africa into the global economy. Power Africa, a US government-led partnership, is creating that connection, doubling access to electricity in sub-Saharan Africa, using the rich resources of the African sun, wind, streams, lakes, and natural gas, investing in technologies that expand the grid and reach beyond power lines. Thanks to Power Africa, the rushing waters of a river will light a town. Students can count on solar fields to light their path. And the bubbling gas under an African Great Lake fuels the only floating methane extraction plant in the world. Power Africa brings together the greatest innovators, top companies, and countries to spur Africa's energy revolution. With these partnerships, we've mobilized billions of dollars in investment and broken down barriers to speed up power projects. Our work is shining a light on an untapped market, and investors are taking notice. Power Africa will generate 30,000 more megawatts of electricity and electrify another 60 million homes and businesses. It's ambitious but achievable.
There's nothing more exciting than being present when our customers turn on their lights or their TVs.
And by teaching the next generation, Africa will lead its energy future.
If more kids become engineers with the necessary tools, they can transform Africa.
The future is bright. Join us.
So I encourage you to check out Power Africa, as well as each of the companies that are represented here today. So with that, I will begin our panel. The first question I will direct to Ali. Please tell us a bit about your recent work developing and facilitating investment, including from diaspora communities abroad, for energy projects in Africa, particularly those focused on off-grid energy and energy storage.
Sure. Well, thanks everybody for having me here. So Sunfunder is a solar finance company. We provide scalable debt capital to solar companies and projects that are operating in emerging markets. We are headquartered in Nairobi, though, so the vast majority of our portfolio is in sub-Saharan Africa, probably 80 to 90%. And our model, or our mission, is really to be the long-term financing partner to scale solar energy across the globe. And we've made about $85 million worth of loans thus far to about 50 different companies, and impacted over 7 million people who now have better access to clean energy. And the way we do that is by working with investors, mostly in the US and Europe, and structuring these debt facilities that's part of my job, and then deploying them into solar loans to our various borrowers. So, I work a lot with our investors based here, who are, anyone from high net worth individuals to large government institutions, foundations, sort of everyone in between, to come up with a blended finance structure that works for everybody and helps manage the risk, and then work with our investment teams to deploy that on the ground. And we invest in companies both on the residential solar side as well as the C&I side, but for us, because we're focused on areas that are off-grid or grid deficit, when we say C&I, it tends to be a lot smaller. So these are SMEs, for example, we've done a lot of things related to solarization of telecom towers, or there was recently a transaction with solar power cold storage and income generating assets. So that kind of thing is, those kind of projects are really exciting to us.
Productive uses.
Yeah.
Helping enable. Great.
Exactly. As well as some mini grids, but not as many as we'd like thus far. So yeah, but sort of anything along the solar spectrum, as long as it expands the use and access to solar energy. If there's a need for debt financing, we would like to help provide that.
Fantastic. Stephen? Would you like to tell us a bit about your work and what you do to facilitate investment?
Absolutely. Hi, everyone. For the purpose of this conversation, of course, I'm speaking about Arnergy, which is our most recent beneficiary of a Series A round of investments, which totaled $9 million, but included investors from the US, Europe, and Africa. This is a wholly owned Nigerian company, started by a Nigerian entrepreneur, and proudly one of the only indigenous solar energy companies in the country. Arnergy started off as an idea towards self-sustainability. The CEO lived around the world, worked around the world, and was able to bring back some of his learnings from deploying telecom systems in deserts of Oman in the Middle East, where deployments were done in the middle of nowhere and had sustainable power to last them for years on end without diesel generators. Being a Nigerian, of course, and seeing the unrepentant power outages that go on in Nigeria, depleting a lot of economic development outcomes, and indeed affecting quality of life, whether it be on the business side or the residential side, he decided to come home and start off this company. And 5 years later, after we did a seed investment, we successfully closed a Series A round, which included folks like Breakthrough Energy Ventures. Breakthrough Energy Ventures is a $2 billion fund, which is backed by 12 of the world's biggest billionaires, including Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, Jack Ma, Mark Zuckerberg. We were their first investment in Africa. We also had the backing of Electrify, which is a European Union-backed energy fund, which has been doing fantastic work and has a considerable investment on the Nigerian energy market. But more importantly, we had Norfund, which is the Norwegian sovereign wealth fund, We are the smallest investment Norfund has ever made. Norfund usually writes bigger checks, but we were one of those bets they took after 2 years of observing the company. Why is this important? Because Energy didn't start off as the high-flying company that it is right now. We started off looking at rural electrification, looking at impact in microgrid, mini-grid environments. But right now, the actual financial model that got us this level of investments was really focused on energy as a profitable node, so energy for productive use. The video you just saw now from Power Africa really tells that story. What you saw was, you saw a lot of industry, you saw a lot of manufacturing, you saw a lot of education, you saw healthcare. When you take energy in countries like Nigeria and indeed parts of Africa, and you look at what that means under productive use, you find that the lack of energy across many of our countries is not just speaking to switching on or switching off a light, but it's also it has direct implications to what businesses can do, what young people can do in terms of entrepreneurship, what hospitals and maternal welfare looks like, but more importantly, the overall economic development. And this is what the investors wanted to see. They wanted to see companies that will attack that profitable node, that will show them various ways for which traditional investments could turn away from impact, or at least align with impact, but also align with profitability. And that's what we've been doing. We have going close to 7 megawatts of installation across solar capacity and storage capacity. One of our claims to fame is, of course, the fact that we've layered on technology on top of all of our installations. So Energy is one company where if you're a customer, you have an app. All of our systems are IoT enabled. We can see our systems remotely from a command station. We use top-of-the-line lithium-ion batteries, which allow for superior storage and superior maintenance. And these are all innovations that have happened over time that have allowed the company also lead, not just as an impact African company, but also as a technology company. And we're doing that to ensure that every other round of investment will come with some other level of innovation that would allow the company to thrive. So one part is access, the other part is productive use and profitability, but the third part, which is very, very important, is the technology and allowing that technology to lead the way in how we want to impact lives.
Fantastic. And Kanyiso, please tell us a bit about your experience working in South Africa and the townships and what you hope to achieve with that too.
Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity. Sanbonani, that's a Zulu word which means I see you. And the reason I mentioned that deliberately is because everybody matters. And in South Africa, where I come from the East Coast, and our government is mandated to provide electrification for its citizens. But unfortunately, 60% of people that live in rural areas don't have access to electricity. And now, obviously, things are changing, so there's more opportunities that are opening up, such as, for example, more IPPs being allowed to basically be present in the communities. In my experience, I've worked with about, in KwaZulu-Natal, which is the third largest province, with about 24 municipalities where I would advise them in terms of using new technologies, innovative technologies. But unfortunately, one of our biggest crises was not good regulation and not enough laws that allow for local IPPs to be established. So I think now what the government, with the advent of the crisis of our power utility, ESCOM, with a lot of power outages, companies are losing a lot of money, people are really, really battling and struggling. So now they've actually now passed a new law to actually allow for local IPPs so people can produce power. We have about 14 million people that are using about 3 kilowatts per day. That's almost about 43 million kilowatts a day in South Africa, and that's about 28 kilowatts per company. So there's a great deal of opportunity. Also in sub-Saharan Africa, specifically in the SADC region, where our power utility has been exporting a lot of the coal, because we use about 90% coal, nuclear, and also some small renewables there. But mainly what the goal is, what our government now is to actually open up the market and allow for more renewable technologies. And also the drop in prices as well is actually been quite beneficial. For example, solar is about 62 cents now per kilowatt hour, and onshore wind is about now 68 in comparison to coal, which is about 171. So the price is actually quite attractive. But one of the challenges that we've been experiencing is how then do you actually finance these kinds of initiatives? So I think with what's happening now with the new laws that have been passed, it will open up more doors for more private-public partnerships to be implemented, which then obviously would give people a sense of dignity, because then they'll have power in their own homes.
Fantastic, and that's a great segue to the next question, which I would like to ask each of you, which are, what are the benefits that you've seen to investing in Africa's energy markets, particularly in the off-grid space?
Take that. Okay. I think for us, one benefit that is absolutely critical is jobs. When you look at the energy markets, especially from the point of view of young entrepreneurs who are trying to innovate around the problems around their systems and their local economies, we've been able to see that as you layer on technology to this solution, a solar solution by itself, for us to configure 1 unit of every Energy 5000 system, we need electricians, we need project managers, we need salespeople, we need finance people and administrative people. And then at the end of the day, we want folks who will be able to market that. So the Energy team in the last 12 months, prior to Series A funding, was 12 people. Currently, we have 70 full staff people and a network of resellers, commission sales agents, and an installation network. These are all creating somewhat of a new economy because in and of itself, you're deploying a new technology to places where it doesn't exist. You're having to maintain that technology, and you're also having to innovate around services that would yield better value-added services on top of the technology. So the jobs piece is a critical piece. On the technology side, there's always innovation. We didn't start off with lithium-ion batteries. We started off with lead acid. We didn't start off having fully functional IoT. We started off with kind of direct maintenance where you have to call a phone number and get someone over. And now we've seen a lot of that innovation really grow over time. So we expect that to happen. My colleague mentioned the decreasing prices. Innovation, even on the manufacturing scale, is seeing that prices are getting lower to the point where renewables are getting much more competitive. So it's less about the high cost of solar and the incentives to bring it down. It's even more about doing things at volume where the cost per unit then makes more sense. So creating jobs, enabling, empowering folks within economies where even on the gender side, you have jobs that are peculiar to women, whether it be healthcare type jobs, manufacturing type jobs, administrative, general sales type jobs. The avatar of the average entrepreneur in Nigeria when it comes to SMEs is actually female, right? So whether it's a small business that's being run, whether it's a nail salon, hair salon, whether it's a printing press, we're also allowing for a lot of these women to go in and do business without having any of the isms that come along with it.
And could you also speak to some other aspects?
Yeah, for example, I just want to add on to what my colleague has mentioned there. Just for an example, Africa is a very young population. For example, in my area where I'm from, South Africa, we have about restricted, I think it's 28% unemployment. And the expanded version is about almost 38 to 40% unemployment. So where are these jobs going to come from? We don't have a lot of manufacturing. The government wage bill is far too high. And I think what this could also do, the spin-off would be that we'd see more green entrepreneurs being created, because now you've made an enabling environment for people to be able to have power so that they can be able to do a lot of things, and it can help innovation. And so I think one of the things that that could help us as well as Africans and South Africans specifically as well, from where I come from, is actually motivating young people to actually start creating their own industries and creating their own businesses. And so I think green entrepreneurship would be something that could really be good for the African economy. What the government has also done is they've looked at countries in the Far East and from the 70s, how did they get to where they are now? And one of the things they identified was having SEZ, special economic zones, where there is manufacturing. And we consume a lot in South Africa, and I can say the same for many other African states. So I think by actually enabling and having an enabling environment for manufacturing for purposes of exports, for example, as well, which decreases pricing and labor and all of those kinds of things, could also be beneficial. So they're investing a lot of SEZ as well. So that could be also a spin-off, and it would help to actually stabilize this current state of affairs in the market.
And Ali, as far as that goes, more market opportunities, economic growth, gender equity, what else would you like to add to the benefits?
Well, I think when you talk about benefits, I'm sure there are more sides than two, but I think of two sides of the same coin. So for Sunfunder set out originally to prove that off-grid solar could be a bankable sector and that you could invest and get a reasonable return and create significant downstream impact. So I think there's the benefit for the investors who, are putting their money to work and getting a reasonable return, but also, feeling good about the impact that they're creating, both environmental and socially. And then there's, of course, I think, really significant and probably most important impact on the downstream side with end beneficiaries, with people who have better access to electricity. There's definitely a disproportionately beneficial impact for women. So, women are often not just the breadwinners, but often the ones who are making financial decisions in the home. So they're the ones deciding to get solar-powered lights rather than polluting kerosene, right? And so, Sunfunder actually has focused a lot on the gender impacts recently. I just had to write our gender policy the past year, but we qualified for the 2X challenge because we ourselves as a company are 50% female-led and run. But yeah, so gender is a really wonderful outcome that I think is sort of not always highlighted. So thank you for that. But yeah, in terms of businesses that are able to operate, in terms of jobs created, in terms of, the sort of standard impacts that you hear, kids being able to study and do homework, and of course, implications with hospitals and medical care, I think are huge.
And just to add to that, there's a policy and environmental environment that we all didn't speak about. I just want to highlight. On the policy side, even in a country like Nigeria, where the traditional grid is unreliable, I mean, people wake up in Nigeria with a high anxiety of whether the light switch will come on or off. Like, it's a way of life, right? On the policy side, the governments are now, from a federal, state, and municipal level, having to innovate within how they can create new markets, new ways of consumption. Nothing's perfect yet, but at least there is a direction towards trying to change, which I think is critical. On the environmental side, one of our investors, Breakthrough Energy Ventures, our pitch to them was, for every unit we sell, we actually take out a diesel generator, right? So there is a larger implication towards a cleaner, healthier, more sustainable environment. We are doing that by, emissions reduction, metrics, sustainability metrics. We do have those KPIs as part of the overall business operation. And even though we're in Silicon Valley speaking about Africa, we do have companies now, small businesses in Lagos, who come to us because they want to be 100% green. And that's their intent for buying the product. That's their intent for having to deploy the technology. So some of that impact is also rolling over, where consumption is changing. People are understanding that right now your ability to have electricity is not just having the light on, but knowing when to turn it off when you're leaving the house and conserve, protect the environment. So all of those are coming into play as well.
And absolutely, and that has ramifications with health. I mean, beyond the direct impacts of lighting hospitals and rural health clinics, we're talking about improved air quality, cleaner water. We still have to tackle the issue of e-waste with lithium-ion batteries, but we'll get there too, hopefully. But yes, and dare I say, climate emissions. let's put the elephant out there and talk about that, because I think that is a very real impact that cuts across many sectors. The Sustainable Development Goal, those we are all working on towards those, I think, in whatever sector we're in. The one for energy, all of them impact all of the other goals. And the one for energy has very far-reaching implications. So thanks for highlighting several of those. And finally, I'd just like to ask each of you, Kanyiso, if you wouldn't mind starting, what do you see as some of the barriers and opportunities to opening up investment in energy markets in sub-Saharan Africa, in both on-grid and off-grid?
Yeah, I mean, for example, one of the biggest problems that we had, particularly when I dealt with a lot of the municipalities from a national, provincial, and municipal, is obviously was the legal framework. But in eThekwini, for example, now where I'm from, and this obviously translates to other municipalities and other regions as well, they've just passed a new law now to basically meet some of their SDG goals, which is by 2030, they want to have 40% renewable energy mix, and by 2050, total carbon neutrality. So I think those systems and those platforms will enable for more opportunities in the space as well. And I think it filters into, obviously, in other regions as well within the SADC community. So I think there's a lot of opportunities now, but the major one obviously is the issue of funding and how do you actually finance. We have a PFMA, Public Finance Management Act, which, for rental agreements, for example, with your rooftops, solar installations, it only allows up to 7 years. And so they are looking at changing that. So I think to extend those parameters to allow companies, private companies, whether they're from the US or elsewhere, that would want to actually invest in those kinds of projects in the South African area and in SADC as well, because we have also quite good trade agreements between the countries. I think it'll be great to decrease our reliance on coal. 90% is far too much. We are I think we're like 14 emitters of fossil fuels in the world, and if you look at it per capita, we're number 10. This is quite bad, and we don't have Plan B. So I think the things that the government are doing in the SADC region are good for the people, and I think it's the right direction. So yeah.
Great. Ali, would you like to follow up on that from your experience in terms of barriers and opportunities to particularly private sector investment?
Yeah, I think some of the challenges, well, maybe to start out with one of the things that Sunfunder is trying to accomplish is to prove that not only can you make a reasonable return by investing in off-grid solar and create significant impact, environmental and social, but that to prove that this market is not nearly as risky as many perceive it to be. And I think that's one of the challenges that we have faced, and that I think that has taken longer to overcome than we might have initially expected. So Sunfunder is 7.5 years old at this stage, and so I think we would have thought that the market was a little bit more developed, or there were more commercially oriented investors who were interested in the market these days. But what we're finding is that there's, I think because of the significant impact that can be had, there's a lot of concessional and grant capital still around in the space. And so while that's often nice to have for our companies and sometimes for Sunfunder itself, it doesn't lead to a self-sustaining market, right? So if people are reliant on grant capital from donors. So I think negotiating that challenge has been interesting, and yeah, really trying to convince investors that this is not just the right thing to do, but environmentally, I think everyone at Sunfunder very strongly believes that, but but that financially it makes sense, and that from a risk perspective, it, is a reasonable step to take.
And Stephen, to wrap up.
Yeah, I mean, risk is a big piece of it. The financial models towards traditional energy investing is still very risky. You speak to any infrastructure partner in Lagos, Nigeria, or you speak to any of the distribution companies or generation companies, they will tell you that sometimes they have the risk of collection, which is people don't pay their bills. And when you've built out the financial model where you borrowed $100 million in dollar-based investments, you're running foreign exchange risk, political risk on the investment itself. You come to the front end and you're running collection risk and quality of collection. You find that that financial model by itself has various points of stress testing. So that's one part. It's the model, it's the market, it's the risk. The policies around it are also quite interesting. We go into every election cycle, you run through the list of ministers and you want to see who the minister of power is because you want to know, what else you're preparing for in terms of what could be the thinking around the industry. Certain policies and practices, whether it's ESCOM in South Africa or different parts of Nigeria or Kenya, Egypt, wherever, we find that there is a policy-driven environment when it comes to power and infrastructure that always presents its own risk depending on space and time. I happen to be privileged to be part of the Silicon Valley ecosystem when companies like Tesla and Solyndra received TARP money from the Obama administration on, at the recession of the last decade. $500 million to Tesla, $500 million to Solyndra. Tesla is a publicly traded company today, and market cap of larger than GM and most recently Volkswagen. And Solyndra went bankrupt 12 months later, with the same amount of money. So every African startup will say to you, well, give me the 500 million first and let me worry about that, right? So you find that you're dealing with environments where even here with all the, structure and perfection and sophistication, $500 million could still go away in a market like this and go away rather easily, right, without any whiff. And you plug that into an investor who's now looking at the African market coming from this side, knowing all the inherent risks. They're doing a lot of pattern matching. They want to be able to kind of mitigate against things they've seen before. It's never the case because it's always a case by case. Africa's 55 countries. No two countries are the same. But it always brings that risk because there's an industry standard to which you want to align yourself. The electricity market here for solar, highly subsidized. You own a Tesla, you get tax incentives. You drive your Tesla home. Your Tesla at home could actually power your house. There are all these dynamics when it comes to renewables that don't necessarily add up in a typical African market. So on the policy side, folks like us are having to work closely with the regulators to even have them think differently. Do we offer, certain types of incentives to set in economic zones? Do we allow for certain types of tax incentives to happen? Where does the actual tax come from? Those are conversations that are had at governmental levels, ministerial levels, and sometimes operational levels. And then finally, there's just the human risk. The human risk is where we are now in a state where from Europe to the US, everybody has energy conservation in the state of mind. The TV, this screen in front of me, this LEDs up here, they're all wrapped up into reducing the energy bill of the Computer History Museum, right? So the Computer History Museum is not just running LED or regular bulbs and running regular TVs. Every piece of circuitry here is driven towards driving down costs. So as we go into these environments, we're also educating a lot of our consumers and target consumers on how to actually be more energy efficient. And that also opens up a new market for products, services, and resources that are driving energy efficiency. And whether that is by products that are coming into Africa outside of our core market, light bulbs, switches, TVs, appliances, or it's just general, campaigns around letting people know that, if you're leaving the house, turn off your lights. I mean, as stupid as that sounds, believe me, we've had customers, because we have IoT and we can monitor all of our customers, I can't tell you how many times my call center has had to call a customer and just say, can you go home and just have your maid turn off the lights because you're running down your battery, you know? And those are critical things. So some of those things from the macro side, to political side, financial side, and all the way down to the consumer, these are risks that show up every time.
Fantastic. And would you like to add something? Can you?
Yeah, I mean, President Nelson Mandela said, it doesn't matter whether the cat is black or white as long as it can catch mice. And so I think what's so important is we need to major on the major, not major on the minor. And yes, there's crisis, there's issues, there's challenges, but I think understanding your environment, especially for investors, I think it's important to just map out the stakeholder engagement in a way that people understand that we can work together as equals. And I think in the past, what tends to have happened is that wasn't the case, but I think now things are changing. So I think the environment is much more better, and people can negotiate and work equally, and because we're all humans and we all want the same things. And sometimes you find that in different organizations, in different municipalities, in different areas in terms of energy, the people, they do need help. They don't have the right legal mind, like my colleague Ali here, or people that have experience in putting together these kinds of transactions. So I think the thing is, if there is a cry for help, the help is needed, let it be provided. But at the end of the day, the most important thing is to get people to have electricity and get people to be connected so that they can have a dignified living condition. I think that's the most critical thing. Thank you.
I think that's a wonderful message to end on. I would like to open up the floor. I know we're standing between you and lunch, so if there are any questions, yes?
Hi, thank you so much for this panel. My name is Dr. Laura Stachel. I'm the executive director of an organization called We Care Solar. We're specifically interested in bringing solar electricity to maternal and newborn health care to try and lower rates of maternal and newborn death. And you've been talking a lot about market-based solutions, and one of the things my organization has found is that there's not really a healthy market for government-based health facilities, though the need is so profound. We've already reached more than 4,000 health facilities. We have a new initiative called Light Every Birth, where we're trying to now bring resources to ensure that every public health center in 5 countries over the next 5 years has reliable light and power to try and improve the safety of childbirth. So I saw the Power Africa video mentioning healthcare. You've mentioned it, but can we talk about that here and the realities of trying to bring solar to both health and education institutions that typically don't have viable markets?
Yeah, if you'd like to take that.
So in our portfolio, I can tell you that a good 28-30% of our current client base are actually healthcare providers. So we have maternal health centers, we have hospitals, we have public-private partnerships. One of our poster child deployments is actually, we are powering GE and Shell's healthcare facilities in Niger Delta, which is where Nigeria found oil, quite, ironically. And GE and Shell came together to power up these maternal health centers and these public health centers that are 100% running on solar. I mean, they don't even have generators as backup, right? 54 Gene is one of our poster child companies. They're Africa's largest DNA lab. And in their case, they're running these large freezers for sample collections for their biobanks, and they're doing it 100% on solar. So what we find is at the CNI level, which is the commercial and industrial solar level, we're finding customers who are really, razor sharp on sustainability, and they have all of the social implications as to why they're going to solar. But at the level that you're speaking about, I can tell you that the conversations my salespeople have with doctors go this way. Number one, my clients want that generator sound turned off, right? You have women who go to a hospital where the generator actually exists, so there is power, but it's the noise pollution and the smoke that's getting to them. So that's one implication. It's the health and the pollution benefits. The second then becomes costs. How do we drive down unit costs for each one of those health centers. So what do? We ensure that the configuration, the architecture of the system maximizes daily insolation when the sun is up, and then turns that back into storage at night. So there is a science and an art behind how we look at certain industries like healthcare. But I can tell you that the use cases we have, and I'm willing to share that with you, the use cases we have show consistent cost savings, which then become the primary drivers. And then you align that with, issues of noise pollution and air pollution, and then just quality of delivery. Hospitals are now really marketing themselves and saying, we have no generator, we're running on solar. And that's opening up the doors, that's bringing in more business. But those are some of the key criteria that we've seen that worked.
Thank you for that. I just want to tell you that I got started in Nigeria. The first installation we did was at Kofin Gayan Hospital in Zaria. Not only were there cost savings, but there was a 70% decrease in maternal deaths the year following the installation. They used to have 3 to 8 women dying every year. And I just spoke to them now after the system's been in place for 8 years. They had 2 deaths in the last year, which was something that was impossible to imagine when we first got there.
Fantastic.
Congrats.
I believe there is a line actually over there, so if you have questions, please join the queue.
Hi, my name is Miles. I'm from Zambia. You mentioned something about rural electrification as something that you had started with. Now, my question is, in most African countries, more and more families are getting better off, their incomes are increasing, and with that comes people wanting to have a certain lifestyle, like the American lifestyle. So how do your companies encourage people to use less energy and still be able to have more or less the American lifestyle? The kids with the Xbox, the iPhones charging, the washing machines running, every energy using devices in the house.
Education is very critical, my sister. People need to be educated about how to use the power that they have. I mentioned earlier on that where I'm from in South Africa, each family uses about 3 kilowatts per hour a day. And I think people need to be educated how to save. Sometimes you'll find that there'll be ads on TVs that tell people what to turn on, what to turn off. But I think basically connecting to the people on the ground and what we're doing is we're communicating with people on the ground. We work with various NGOs on the ground, in the townships, in the communities, so we educate them. But I think the most critical point is, because of the crisis at this stage, is people to be educated on how to save power and to mitigate wastage and to decrease wastage. Yeah, I think that's one of the most important things.
There's a case for something we call aspirational consumption, right? In Nigeria, whenever there's a World Cup, beer sales go up, TV sales go up, generator sales go up. Aspirational consumption drives this movement where people will aspire to consume more. But I hear you 100%, and that's why I mentioned it at the start. We started that way. But to the investors, the sophisticated investors that were interested in our company, they were not interested in that. There are grant monies for that. There are impact investors for that. The KPIs for a rural electrification project is way different from the KPI from a productive use project, which is what we're currently operating in. And the aspirational customers, even within a productive use component, they might buy a 5 kilowatt system. Like you said, all they had is a ceiling fan in the house and a small TV. Once they get to come home every night to electricity, the wife looks at the husband and goes, I need to watch Big Brother Africa, make it happen. And all of a sudden, cable TV comes in and a larger TV comes in. Energy consumption goes up, you need to upgrade your system. So it happens in our favor, but to my colleague's point, we always have to educate these folks and get them to see that aspirational consumption pattern.
But first, we need the connections. There are so many, aside from just watching TV, I mean, we're talking solar home systems that we want to be able to use, clean cooking systems. We want to be able to use, more than just lighting a light bulb or powering a TV. We really want to get to that level of productive use and connecting people so that those possibilities are within the realm of, possibility or reality in the near future. But I think we have a long way to go to even reach the basic level. Sorry, there is quite a line, so we'll try to speed this up.
Hi, my name is Michael Fubar.
I work for Covanta, a waste-to-energy company with 40 facilities across the globe. I'm originally from Nigeria, and I have a two-part question that I think is going to be pretty quick. Part of it is for you, Christina, with the Power Africa initiative in terms of how much is waste-to-energy being factored into that initiative, not just from electricity generation, but even in greenhouse gas emission reduction. And then the second part is for you, Stephen. When you talk about productive energy use, what kind of distribution, transmission issues have you run into, and how have you been able to overcome those?
Could we perhaps, before you answer those questions, get the other questions asked? Because we have just 10 more minutes left in this session. So let's hear all of the questions, and then the panelists can choose whichever they can respond to.
Good afternoon, Dr. Malcolm from the Denver, Colorado African Chamber of Commerce. My question is for Stephen. Thank you for being here. But my question is very short and brief. Who is manufacturing the cells? The Chinese, the Americans? Who is manufacturing the cells that you're using for your solar panels?
Designed in Nigeria, manufactured in China for cost efficiencies.
Hi, my name is Meron. I wanted to ask the panelists about a little bit related to the manufacturing questions, but I noticed that we don't have any kind of structure to kind of expand our raw materials to kind of facilitate more manufacturing jobs. And so I'm wondering what panelists' thoughts are around, really expanding the industry to kind of use the raw materials that are within our countries. My second question was how, when we're thinking about energy and we're thinking about all the different sectors and all the different industries that it could be applied to, as well as manufacturing and producing it and XYZ, how are we preparing our workforce to kind of plug in at all points of that sector?
Great, I think that's it. So I'll start with the waste energy question very quickly. We actually, in our monitoring and evaluation, we mostly focus on megawatts, generated megawatts, connections, access, and enabling environment reform. The waste energy is important to us, but it's not something we actually actively track. There are other organizations. I don't believe it's one of our indicators, and USAID has a lot of indicators, but I can double check that. But we usually rely on other organizations, Sustainable Energy for All, International Renewable Energy Agency, others to come up with some of those factors or facts and statistics about how our work is actually impacting by offsetting biomass usage, or if we're talking about recycling other forms of materials into energy. We don't always track it down to that level. We do track our generation projects, but it's at a fairly high level of wind, solar, thermal, geothermal, et cetera, or fossil fuel. And then the second part, Stephen.
So to your question, we are effectively a distributed utility company, which means that generation, transmission, and distribution are happening in one location, right? From the solar panel, which really generates from the sun, to the inverters, to the battery for storage, and then general distribution across appliances. So what that means, in effect, is on the side of the regulator, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission has stated that when you're doing that on your facility under 1 megawatt, you don't require a license. Which means if I had to power the Computer History Museum and I stayed at 999 kilowatts, I could literally power this place without having a distribution license or a generation license, up till 1 megawatt. Anything above that, then I need to be licensed and either fall under a GenCo, a DISCO, or any hybrid whatsoever. And I could possibly start powering down the street or having people, log into my power lines to get distributed energy. So we've also looked at that, and that's why I talked about policy at the start, because these progressive policies have meant that anything up to 1 megawatt, I can freestyle it and get to that point. But once I get over a megawatt, then I need a license. I can either be a generator or a distributor, and then I have to look at the infrastructure implications for feed-in tariffs, offsetting, and all the other things. So we do a lot of copy-paste. I was part of CalSEA 12, 15 years ago, where California was still defining its own solar policies. And the feed-in tariff model was done because we have sophisticated infrastructure here. You try to do a feed-in tariff in Lagos, you're from there. You know what will happen, right?
Great.
In South Africa, our national regulator, NERSA, has increased from 1 to 10 megawatts. And with our RAP, we've identified the top 3 solar, wind, and the third was waste to energy. But so there is opportunities for those kinds of the machines or technologies. But I think what they currently they're looking for at the moment is obviously partners that can come and manufacture locally as well. So if there's opportunities, I think there could be.
The professor from Denver, I do want to touch a little bit more on that. I did mention we design in Nigeria, manufacture in China. Same as the iPhone, designed in California, manufactured in China. So if you needed to know where I got inspiration for, that's the inspiration, right? But I say this because at a product level, it's not exactly that. You don't find a lot of off-the-shelf, off-grid inverters from China that could plug and play into Nigerian electricity markets. You don't find a lot of battery technology at the lithium-ion level that have the sophistication that ours have and the IoT that we have. So we've done a lot of homework, and this is an all-Nigerian team, by the way. We've done a lot of homework in the R&D at home before we go to China with the design models for contract manufacturing, which is done at scale for costs, and because we don't have the regular infrastructure for QA and QC. So I don't want to make it look like we're going to China buying stuff and bring it back. No, there's a lot of homegrown design, and then we're really putting those attributive factors before we get to China to manufacture at scale.
And I just want to put in a note also, you heard earlier from my U.S. government colleague at Commerce on Prosper Africa. There is a very big push right now for U.S. Company investment as well as, business opportunities, specifically in Africa. So between Prosper and Power Africa, we are partnering with U.S. companies. We are trying to bring more and more U.S. investment as well as technologies to Africa. And I think there's a lot of opportunity there. So if you're interested, if anybody is interested, please contact one of us or look at Power Africa, Prosper Africa online.
Before we end this panel, would you mind talking about the markets in which you exist and perhaps if there are any plans to expand to other countries for each of your companies?
I can kick that off. So I mentioned that we're headquartered in Nairobi, and although we got our start in Arusha, Tanzania, so we operate in sub-Saharan Africa. We have a good foothold, certainly in East Africa and West Africa now. I've done a couple transactions in Southern, and we've also done a handful of investments in South Asia as well as Southeast Asia, or actually more the South Pacific. So our mission is to expand access to solar energy wherever in underserved markets. So wherever that may be. So it's not Africa specific, but that's where we decided to start and build our company and foundation, and sort of expand from there. So in the next couple years, we're taking a somewhat conservative approach, but I can see us expanding to another region or two and having small pilot teams there. But for the most part, we're pretty sub-Saharan Africa centric.
Our energy is currently focused in Nigeria for now, and we are looking to conquer that market. It's a remarkable opportunity. Our ambitions are Pan-African, but within the current network of investors and our current strategy, at least for the near term, we're sticking to conquer the Nigerian market.
Yeah, we're currently focusing in South Africa at this stage, but we do have a passion to enter into other SADC markets as well.
And there was one other question.
Oh, sorry,
And I'm
please.
sorry, Nicholas, but I just have to put in a plug for the USAID initiatives. The last question was talking about, I believe, manufacturing, raw materials, et cetera, but there was a part of that question where you were talking about bringing in people, Africans at different levels of the supply chain and the workforce. We are actually very focused on youth and women. And so there are several programs through Power Africa and USAID. Women in African Power is trying to we're developing leadership programs for young African leaders called the Young African Leaders Initiative, YALI, where we have leadership centers in Southern, Eastern, and Western Africa being currently set up to deliver technical training and leadership training to develop leadership skills. There's another one called Engendering Utilities, where we're trying to bring more women into leadership positions in different utilities. It started out in electricity utilities, now it's going into water utilities. And so there are quite a few opportunities. We're trying to open up doors for different, for women and underserved populations and youth in different sectors as well. So I think it's a big focus of USAID. I think it's going to have ramifications in the private sector as well.
And power engineering is a very specific science. In our market, we're actually trying to work with universities to have internships and college-level training, just like we have with community colleges here, where people can actually go and learn to be a solar installer, go and learn to be a solar maintenance engineer, go and learn to be a power electronics manager for a solar installation. Those are very specific fields that we're still trying to really build curriculum around. But right now, most of the training happens within our office, within a network of installers and installation partners.
Great. Thanks so much for this opportunity. It's been really helpful and wonderful and eye-opening. So we look forward to connecting with some of you after this.
Thank you all so much. So I'm pleased to present to you this panel, which will be moderated by Johannes Asefa, who is on the board of directors for the Ethiopia Diaspora Trust Fund. Johannes, I will defer to you to introduce this next wonderful panel. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. It looks like you're still chewing. It's all right. You know, the Q&A will come at the end, so you have time to slowly chew, swallow, don't choke. Just take notes. My name is Johannes Asefa. I am on the board of the Ethiopian Diaspora Trust Fund. And until just recently, I think my bio needs a little bit tweaking. Until this fall, I was in Nairobi with the USAID-funded East Africa Trade Investment Hub, working on regional trade and investment. In my past development career, pre-development career, I was a bond finance attorney and in the financial sector in New York and DC, but the last 10 years I've been working on international development issues, including remittances and diaspora investment, private equity, and other types of investments into Africa. So this topic we're talking about today, we'll be talking about diaspora remittances and sustainable development agenda is something I've worked with over the last 10 years, including with some of my distinguished panelists here and colleagues. First, I would like to introduce the panelists. To my left is Thelma Ikoyo. I hope I said it right. Of course not. Forgive me. Managing partner of SME.NG. Thelma has over 19 years of experience working in the development sector as an impact investor, donor, philanthropic advisor, nonprofit practitioner, and social entrepreneur. She has experience working in 22 countries in Africa. She's the managing partner of SME.NG, Nigeria's impact investment platform, which has set up 2 impact funds for women entrepreneurs. Next is our friend and colleague, Pedro Vasconcelos. I hope I said it right. De Vasconcelos. Apologies. I'm doing a great job with the names. Is the manager of the multi-donor financing facility for remittances at EFAD, and he's a senior technical specialist on remittances, migration, inclusive finance. The U.S. $62 million facility under his leadership has tested and scaled innovative approaches on migration and economic development by maximizing the impact of remittances and migrant investment on development. Last but not least is Almaz Nagash. I don't know if I need to introduce her after all. Well, Almaz is the founder of ADN. And ADN, it informs and engages Africans in the diaspora and facilitates direct collaboration with social entrepreneurs, innovators, and business leaders. And of course, Almaz has talked about earlier about her background with the university here and more. And many of you know her already, so I won't go in further detail. Our task for this panel, as described in the program book you have in front of you, I'll just quickly read it out so we're on the same basis. The World Bank estimates in 2018, Africans in the diaspora remitted $46 billion. This figure reflects the magnitude by which Africans in the diaspora are participating in economic development of the continent. In addition, the figure reflects levels of both education and economic show the talent, the potential of the African diaspora community for mobilizing greater human and capital assets in support of their home communities in Africa. In this session, we will be talking about how remittances from the African diaspora community is contributing to SDG goals, the role of technology, and the regulatory environment from the sending and receiving countries. Without further ado, first I'd like to start with Pedro, really to give us the lay of the land, the big picture issues related to how remittances are helping to further the goals of SDGs, but not in the common sense that we talk about it, breaking down from the overall global issues of the differentials between migrants and diaspora remittances, and how the process of finding productive uses of those remittances are connected to the SDG goals. There's one slider up on the screen you can see. It's just as a background information on the basic numbers of African remittances. Just take a moment to digest that, and we'll move to Pedro. All right, Pedro.
Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon and bon appetit for some of those enjoying still their meal. I've been working on this issue now for about 20 years. In my previous life at the Inter-American Development Bank, where literally remittances were unaccounted for. They were in the errors and omissions of central banks. So if you would ask what remittances were, you would get an anecdotal answer on what these flows were. And many times a correlation with, well, this is dirty money, this is not, we don't want to know about it. There's no problem, there's nothing to fix, don't touch it. That was in the year 2000. Where are we in 2020? Well, we know a lot more. However, there's some very simple issues that remain even after 20 years. Even a lot of PhDs and governments and international organizations have looked at the issue. There's still a lot of basic concepts, I think, that are needed to be understood. The first one is every single, and you might not know it, and just for those that are not sure about the definitions, but remittances basically is a person-to-person financial flow. So it's somebody sending a small amount of money, on average between $50 to $200, or sometimes a little bit more, to their family members back home. And they might do that on a consistent basis, once a month or every 2 months, or just occasionally for specific needs. That might be. But the nice aspect about that is a reality right now that touches 1 billion people in this planet. 1 out of 7 people in this planet are linked to remittances, either as a sender, it's 220 million people that are sending, or either as a recipient, the 800 million people that are benefiting. And this is just for the developing countries. There is still north to north remittances going, but these are just not accounted. So in the developing world, we're counting 1 billion people. And that's the reality. And that's the first thing that normally people don't know, how big and widespread and unusual this phenomenon is. The second thing is every figure that you have maybe heard over the years on remittances is probably wrong. Starting with the main ones, the total flows, we'll need to have that. The good news is that everything that you've seen normally is an undercount. So it's less than what the reality is. And there's many reasons for that. I'm not going to go through that, but it's just getting the information is wrong. What you see in my slide actually here, it's different from what you see from the previous one, but that's no problem. The phenomenon, the trend is the same. There's a lot of money going, in this case for Africa, $85 billion. This panel lasts, I think, 1 hour, so that's basically going to be $10 million that will go to Africa while we're debating about this. So the clock doesn't stop. And this is a number of transactions divided by $50, $100 at a time. So you make the math. And the point is that it basically costs $6 billion to send, that 85, what you see on the screen. And that has been, of course, the big objective of many of governments and the United Nations on how can reduce this cost, which has been reduced dramatically. But these are the main things that we all know about remittances. And we know that, of course, from the sending side. What we know less is the use of this remittance. What does these flows mean for 800 million people that are receiving it? And this is what I would like just to give some, just a schematic, some perspective of that. Most of the money that migrant workers, because this is those that send remittances, almost 100% of them are the migrant workers. Most of the money that they earn stays where they work, 75% on average globally. And then there's 2 tranches. One is the remittances, what they send to their families, and that's 15% on average. And 10% is their savings, and basically that corresponds, which we often talk about, diaspora investment. So one is a direct investment that the diaspora member or the migrant worker will have in his community by investing, if he's able to do that. And that 15% is the famous remittances that we talk about, $500 billion globally, which will equal to $8.5 trillion by the time we reach the SDGs. $8.5 trillion. Poor people sending money to poorer people, and what I call to achieve their own SDGs. So then it sort of becomes interesting now, really, about the phenomenon that we're talking about. That this $500 billion, this 15% in remittances, correspond to 60% of the income of the families that receive it. And what do they do with this 60%? Well, 75% goes to immediate needs. For 20 years, these immediate needs, people have been calling it consumption. And there's a negative connotation with consumption, thinking that, of course, it's, as you can see on the screen, it's a TV, it's what we believe not being productive. Well, it's true that sometimes I might go for a TV or for a birthday, like anybody in this room that would go through the same experience. The rest is to address poverty issues. This is why people had to migrate. This is why they had to do the sacrifice of leaving their loved ones behind. And they send remittances to address their poverty issues. They put food on the table. It's to put food on the table is to address health issues. And that's one big part of what remittances do. The remaining 25% is what we now start talking more in line with this productivity of remittances. And it does. It sends kids to school. Any survey that you will come at remittances, and you will see the answers, you will see that, is for the little brother, the little cousin to be able to go to school, and that's why they send remittances, to ensure that. It empowers women. It's maybe, I believe, that's my personal opinion, it empowers women both on the sending and the receiving side, because it's 100 million women that are also senders of this 200, so it's equitable in there. But it does empower those that send, and particularly also those that receive it. And many other SDGs, as you can see, in sanitation, depending on the country, it definitely helps. It has actions on climate change. It provides financial opportunities for those that receive. And this is where the development community has been really looking at that. What is these remittances, this notion of can we make better or most out of that? Well, the notion that if you need to retain something by living after this panel is the majority of these funds are cash to cash. That's the reality. And the problem with cash, when you take it out, is the leverage effect of that cash. Although it will have an immediate on your consumption, is true, but the fact that it's not linked with any other type of financial services is the missed opportunity. And you just multiply that by 800 million and you have your opportunity missed. That's why the development community has been really trying to look at that. How can these flows, how can these financial flows, basically what they're looking is for financial products. And that's what it's missing. And this is what particularly IFAD has been trying to work. Let me tell you an example. On many projects, as you mentioned, that we have done, you have millions of people receiving remittances on one side of the street at a Western Union and MoneyGram and so on for whatever cost, and then crossing the street and entering an MFI or another financial institution because they require a loan, a small loan, almost nothing. But that loan would not be granted to them. Why? Because they don't have any financial profile or financial history. And we've been designing products, basically, that allow for this financial institution not only to take remittances into account, to be able to count those as a flow of remittances, and basically create a credit history, for a financial history for those clients. And from that, you have a line-changing event of having suddenly people being able to access financial products. When I talk about financial products, I'm not talking about anything more complicated than just having a savings account, credit, or insurance. Those three have a dramatic impact on millions of people. And remittances can do just that. And that is the biggest, literally, the biggest missed opportunity that exists right now in developing countries. Why? Because there's no single other flow that surpasses remittances. Foreign direct investment, completely dwarfed by remittances. I come from an institution that it basically focuses itself in rural development and promotion of agriculture investment. The part of remittances that is invested in agriculture, as we speak, is 4 times higher than global ODA to agriculture. And that's a slap in the face for a UN organization that works on agriculture investment. And that is done directly. How can you promote that? How can you leverage this is really the main focus of what we're trying to do. I would like to give an examples, but first maybe I would like to give the floor back to you.
Thank you, Pedro, for that overall big picture and some details about remittances. It's always important to have this background because I'm sure many of you have seen panels on remittances, have been part of the remittance panels, but this aspect of this breakdown is always missing. A lot of the debate is really centered around, focused around the cost of remittances, the channels, and so on and so on. Just moving along the conversation, looking at the productive use, that 25%, that is sort of what Pedro characterized as the missing opportunity with insurance and other forms of opportunities that could be deployed. Thelma, talk about from your experience in Nigeria and across Africa from your previous work, what are the additional opportunities that are missed, and what are, in your experience, what could be done in the future to broaden those opportunities for that 25% or beyond, and their different experiences across the continent?
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay, thank you. I think, I'm happy with the direction we've taken in terms of talking about remittances versus diaspora investment, because they're two completely different things. I think it's moot now whether remittances contribute the most to Africa. The question is, how come we're not able to link this to development tangibly? How come we're not able to say this amount of money has resulted in X type of development? I'm happy with Pedro's presentation with a global overview. But I think in terms of Africa, one of the key problems is that majority of the inflows are informal. So I'm sure by the time I'm leaving the US, somebody will say to me, please give my mom X amount of money. And am I right? and that is literally how the money would flow. Now, that goes into developing directly it's true, most people call it consumption, but it helps with the immediate needs in families, but it also helps with community projects. A lot of the financing, and I talk about this through my work in Liberia, in post-conflict Liberia, where a lot of the money that was coming in that wasn't the UN or USAID were Liberians living mostly in the US that were sending money home for community projects, rebuilding hospitals, rebuilding schools. I think the challenge is, and we're partly responsible for that as well, we haven't documented these experiences, so they're undervalued. And so they wouldn't appear on Pedro's fancy presentations because, we ourselves have not counted them as important. And I think that's the first task we have to do, working together to say how much of this collective community investment takes place through remittances. That's number one. I think also when we talk about, this panel is supposed to look at the SDGs, I think we also have to look at the nuanced impact that remittances have in the improvement of livelihoods. So for example, you talked about women. The data says that African women generally give more than men, send more money home than men, and even though they earn less. So you're right in terms of empowering the women on the sending side, but also the women on the receiving side, because what that does, that extra income gives the woman some independence, where she can make some decisions herself. What has happened is that if it comes through the formal channels, whether through banks or through the Western Union or RIA, what they haven't done is deliberately accompany that with financial inclusion mechanisms. So for example, where you make, if the money is coming through a bank, you encourage that woman to open an account. And this is the next point I'd like to raise. When we talk about financial inclusion, we focus on opening up of bank accounts as the sole reason, because we're interested in counting the numbers and be able to say by 2020, X amount of people became financially included. But more than that, how does the inflow of resources that comes into that woman's life help her with savings, create an additional source of income for her to make her life better, make her children's life better? That's a missing link. That nexus is the reason why every panel still talks about the potential of remittances, but not the realization of that potential. I think in terms of, there are models that we can look at to see how remittances are working. Most of the countries in Africa are struggling with formalizing the investments that come through remittances. I know in Nigeria, we've gone back and forth on it. Now, a little bit more serious, we have the Nigerian Diaspora Commission. Last year was launched, and hopefully through that, things will be more organized. But there is a model for diaspora investment that I think can be a case study to look at. The Nigeria Diaspora Bond that was issued in 2017, it raised over 300 million, and it was oversubscribed by 130%. Now, why did that work is a question. I think that worked because the model took into consideration the fact that confidence had to be built into the investment structure. And so the bond was, the regulatory mechanisms behind the bond, SEC in the US and the UK, and that gave diasporans the confidence to put money into the bond. And it was also very specific. When we talk about the diaspora, we talk about doing a lot of things. That bond focused on infrastructure. And so the investors could trace where their money was going to and measure impact, which is the same thing I'm talking about, the ability to measure and say this makes a difference. A second round of the investment is going to come through, and it'll be useful to see what were the lessons learned from that experience and how we can share it across Africa. The other thing about moving into diaspora investment as opposed to just core remittances, a lot of philanthropy is a lot more structured in Africa now. How much of that diaspora investment is coming into philanthropy? And when you look at that, you have to look at what legal requirements exist that make it difficult for the sender to give to the receiving country. So for example, if money is coming from the US through philanthropy, you have to consider, are you giving to organizations that are 501c registered and things like that? We don't have such laws yet in Nigeria, but we will. And so it's not as easy as we make it sound to send money, invest money. The regulatory environment is often stifling. That reduces how much money people can send.
We'll come back to the policy regulatory issue on the second round. But thank you for highlighting these important issues. Before I really move on to Almas, I want to pose a quick question to Pedro. Please give us the distinction between migrant and diaspora remittances and how they relate to the overall remittance numbers and investments. Just a quick...
Again, what you could see in that graph, this is part of the migrant contributions. And the development is on remittances. As you saw, below the 10% it's migrant savings. And that's the untapped world or undiscussed world of what the diaspora investment can be. Because one thing is those savings, but there's of course a drive to invest back home. But if the journey is very difficult, and if the motivation has maybe dropped, or well, maybe they're more interested in investing in NASDAQ. And what migrants are, or what diaspora are we talking about? Migrant workers that have moved for the last 2 years, those did not subscribe for the bond. However, we might have the diaspora, Nigerian diaspora, that has been outside, that has a special socioeconomic level, and then they subscribe. And this is also one of the key aspects is when we talk about diaspora, it seems like we're putting everybody in the same package, and we're not. We should not. And that's one of the big issues. And we actually classify them from, because sometimes we have to, from M1 to M4, and we try to see specific products. And this is really the main issue that we keep seeing is adapted products for the clients, like any other thing. You know, in business, you know your client, know your customer for regulatory issues, we know that, but know your client for the type of products you can provide. And diaspora bonds is one, crowdfunding is another, you would appeal to others. There's really a big spectrum of products, and the journey to achieve them sometimes can be very difficult, and it's not facilitated, and I think this is important. But most importantly, to answer your question is, I think it is important to diversify these two phenomena. The remittances, the person-to-person, what we also call the social remittances, it becomes the area of, well, it's not directly my family, but it's my community. And I think from that moment on, it's more that diaspora investment. They're doing something for their community or for their country, not for the neighboring country. You know, I might be from Africa, but for instance, that's particularly my hometown in that country that I'm interested. And the phenomena and the tools and are very different. And this is why it's important sometimes is to differentiate these two types of flows, these two types of migrant contributions to what they love, their family and their community, because again, the tools to achieve those objectives are different. So this is why I think the differentiation needs to be done.
Almas.
Yes.
So we've touched up a number of issues, from migrant remittances to investments, and of course, very importantly, Thelma talked about philanthropic remittances or investments, whether they're informal or formal. Please share your thoughts and experience.
Well, first of all, thank you, Johannes. And this discussion is very important to ADN, as you can imagine, because we always get this question. You've heard the minister today talk about why doesn't ADN become the conduit to get all this diaspora money for IP? Why can't we, the diasporans, come up with a monthly or a yearly contribution to a fund? ADN has been exploring this for a couple of years with our board. We still are in the exploration. We don't know what that would look like. But where I stand is this. So I am from Eritrea. There is something that I always remember when people talk about diaspora investment. In 1998, the small country, Eritrea, the government launched the Diaspora Fund, or a bond. So they were issuing a bond to support the development of the country. What I can tell you is it was one of the very successful getting money from the diaspora that I have seen, because the emotional attachment to the country was so heavy. I remember I was at a conference in San Diego for my work. I called my poor husband, Rega. Oh, hi, Rega. I said, we have to give. This is for Eritrea. We have to give. And he's like, really? We have to give. And I remember going to the Eritrean Community Center in San Jose just so I can give that, or I can just say, yeah, we are going to give money. It was really an emotional thing because there was a challenge. But what I am trying to tell you is how we, the diaspora, have this emotional attachment to the country where we come from. Here is where it gets fragmented or something it disconnects. Eventually, though, you start to look whether the government is using the money for what it was intended. So you start to question this thing. Because for me, that was the most important thing. Because think about this. We giving the money wasn't for my mother or my father or Rega's father or his mother. It was actually going to our country. This is bigger than ourselves. For me, that's where I get tremendous joy of thinking, wow, if we give, it will help more people than our own family. Right now, on a selfish note, that's where I am. That's where I stand. That's what I am asking. Can we, and I think Pedro just said, funding going from one family to the other, it makes a big difference in the family that receives the money. My question always has been, can we step back a little bit, and if we have some money, can we use that money to support struggling startups in Africa, even here in the diaspora? Because the diaspora also struggles a lot. Access to capital for Africans from the diaspora is not the same as access to capital for any other one that I know, but at least for our community, even here in Silicon Valley, it's not easy. So I'm always pushing that thing, saying, okay, how about the intra-country? Why do I have to be from Kenya to invest in Kenya? Why can't I have the right to invest in Kenya? What can the government of Kenya, if there is an opportunity for me to invest in ventures somewhere in Kenya, or I keep saying Kenya, Nigeria, how about Nigeria? Why not? Hey, I know, yes. How about I would love to. This is where I think, where I would like to see this discussion happen is, yeah, we know remittances makes a big difference in the family that receives, but remittance also has a downside to it. There's a study that was done. I was in Ireland 2 years ago. I don't know where Martin is. Martin, I was in Ireland invited to speak about this subject, about diaspora development and diplomacy. There was a guy who came and did a study on the Philippines. And if you know the Philippines, it's one of the most generous community, but also the most human capital export that goes from around the world, Philippines. What they found out was when the family member that was supporting them dies, they really, really lose everything. So the question I always ask is, are we creating dependent society back home? Are we enabling that dependency? Or are we creating investment for that family? I'd rather have us change that discussion, say, I want to be a part of a group of us or many of us to really think a little bit further and say, I actually would like to be a part of creating a sustainable community, a mother, a father, a brother, a sister that does not wake up tomorrow and say, Almaz didn't send me the money, so I don't have any. Can I borrow from you? No, I think what I would like to see is I have something that my daughter or my son gave me. I have a small store. I can sell goods and services, and I can make money. That's the discussion that's missing, and I think we need to really start to think about it. Otherwise, Africa is also going to wake up one day, and we're going to have a lot of dependent people who don't have anyone else to support them. I'm going to end by saying this. Since, again, I'm from Eritrea, there were a lot of Eritrean mothers who actually left their country to support their family. All their life, they worked in Italy, wherever it is that they went to go back and send the remittance to help them. We have the same people here. They are sacrificing their life just so that they can make a difference in the continent. So let's not be just only think about the remittance going back, but how about the people who are actually sacrificing to make that happen? I say this because it's real. It is real. When a family member from back home asks you, you got to send me $1,000 because I need this, you would do anything you can to make that happen. But how about you? So not all of us from the diaspora are at the same level of income, education, or other attainment. So when we talk about the continent, giving back to the continent, I also would like to talk about the people who are giving and who's thinking about them. And then again, that dependent society that we're creating. I want to be a part of this diaspora or Friends of Africa that wants to create a continent that would have actually a sustainable source of income so that remittance becomes more of an investment. And we know that there are people who are going to benefit from it. So you can see how much I love this discussion.
All right, a lot of food for thought. Thank you, Almaz. That was a very passionate plea. So the questions are being raised, are we creating dependent societies by remittance? Or is there space or room for all of it, for the subsistence remittances, for investment, for proper capital formation? I mean, I think we always talk about capital formation and the investment sense, but there's also a philanthropic capital formation process, an orderly, organized process. Can we pull together our resources, maybe the 5% of the remittance that we're sending to create a bigger impact? I just want to share quickly my own experience. I'm on the board of the Ethiopian Diaspora Trust Fund, which was started about a year ago by a challenge from the new Prime Minister of Ethiopia to the diaspora, which he came last year, 2018, and spoke to 25,000 Ethiopian Americans in Washington, D.C., and he challenged the community. Can you raise enough money from your coffee every day, maybe $1, and pull that and help your fellow Ethiopians back in Ethiopia? Away from this language of remittances, it's not to take money from the family support, but just a few dollars a day. And out of that, community leaders got together and formed this organization. I'm on the board that administers the fund. And let me just give you a quick example. In 1 year, we've raised 5.8. I just saw the data as of January 21st. The website gives you day-by-day, real-time numbers. If you want to look at the website, it's called ethiopiantrustfund.org. $5.8 million in 1 year from 25,748 donors from 93 countries across the world. These are Ethiopians, migrants or diaspora who've settled of different income categories, who've given money from $5 to $25,000 to this fund. We're about to, we had a call for a grant in September. 300 proposals were submitted from different NGOs in Ethiopia, representing the various categories of MDG goals, water and sanitation, health. Through that process, we shortlisted 21 projects and organizations. And next week, we'll be announcing the grants. We'll be giving $4 million, anywhere between $200,000 and $300,000 per project. This is just a homegrown, spur-of-the-moment initiative. But there's an older, more successful experience, the Irish Fund. Martin could talk a little bit about this. He was able to introduce me to the founder. The Irish Fund was started in 1986, a similar organization. The diaspora, the Irish diaspora, they raised $700 million, right? And it's gone back to Ireland to support education, healthcare, but it's independent. It's not part of the government, same as us. The Ethiopian Diaspora Trust Fund is an independent NGO registered both here in the US and in Ethiopia. It's not affiliated with the government, but pools resources, again, for a bigger impact, right? But I want to throw back, again, we're running out of time, so quickly, this question, is there enough room both for the subsistence, the remittances, the danger, the concerns about dependencies, and room for investment and organized, pooled way of investing resources into philanthropic organization? Just quickly, Thelma, and then Pedro.
Thank you. I see it a little bit differently. I don't see it as an either or. I see that what matters is intentionality, and the giving would be situational. So what I mean by that is there will be times, obviously you can't stop people sending to their families or their communities. You know, that will always happen. Some will happen in a structured way, some will happen in an unstructured way. I hear what you're saying, Almaz, how do we put together something that's more targeted and sustainable? I think that's a question for a gathering like this. But I think we shouldn't get caught up in the theoretical application of these terms. For the people on the ground, many times it doesn't happen. For the last 2 years, I served as strategic policy advisor to the UN in Nigeria, and we worked a lot on the Boko Haram post-conflict issue communities and resources that came into that situation. And a lot of it came from Nigerians in the diaspora. Most of it was just direct giving to people in those communities. But the structured investment, you're right, was more, the performance on that was more tangible. And I go back to the ability to measure. Because every time we have this conversation, what is lacking for me is you don't have either anecdotal stories of how it's worked or pure data of how it's working. I think that is the key.
Thank you. Pedro.
Yes. I'm going to try to be selective in my answer. But let me just allow me to say that data has been the main issue. At IFAD, we finance 60 projects in those categories, from remittances to diaspora investment, to basically get away from how wonderful it would be if, and a lot of thoughts. And sadly, I need to admit that there is not a lot happening in terms of financing to identify models that work. There's a lot of talk, that is true. What we realize is that the private sector is a crucial part of that. If you can be pro-poor and pro-profit here, this is what we realize. It's going to really drive the things, particularly with that financial inclusion aspect. If financial institutions don't see a profit on this, they will just not do anything. And you can put any development program or any wishful thinking and nothing is going to happen. We've seen it. But I've seen financial institutions suddenly not looking at migrants and their families as unbankable, unprofitable people, but on the contrary, seeing this is my client base of tomorrow. I saw it happen. With the largest national banks in countries, I can say in Sri Lanka, for instance, and that's what happened. There was a 180-degree switch in looking at the migrants that were sending from the Gulf countries and their families. They realized that basically the credit profile was very different, and they started providing the services. From a very small project, they say, thank you, IFAD, we got the point, and they went on, and they basically expanded to rural areas in services. What we learned from those projects is the key argument for the remittances thing is financial literacy. Everybody in this room has some piece of plastic in their wallets. You might not have received formal training out of that, but actually you did, from either your friends, your colleagues, the television, commercials, but you became financial literate in how to use those products. Right now, putting a credit card in the hands of remittance families might become a disaster. But we realize that to link these remittances with the basic financial services, financial literacy is needed. If you want to sell the services, well, you need to basically say, why should you go from informal to formal? And only when the benefits of formality exceed those of informality, that's it. Only when people realize that sending it money in the envelope was more risky than sending it to anybody that's traveling, they switch to that. Now with the mobile, when they realize that rather than asking you, they can do it in a second, and then through that they can have access to other services, they will prefer to do that rather than asking you. Of course, but if they believe they're not going to be taxed, and so on and so on. So this is, I think, one of the key aspects, financial literacy, which seems so natural. And I think the other aspect that I wanted to bring is scale. We talk about many type of products. I think what is often disappointing is we're trying to reach something that is going to be mainstream and scale that can give the big impacts, the big numbers, because we're talking about big numbers. I think this has been the main issue. And when we talk about one country, we would like to have one solution fits all. The diaspora bond, I'll take just that example. We could have talked about crowdfunding, depending on who you're, right? But if we take the diaspora bond, it works in many countries. It worked in the past with Israel. It worked with Nigeria. There's other countries that actually didn't work. And that's where the little differences come in is, well, you need to trust your government. And in this case, do you do it? And that's just a basic question in your strategy that you need to address. And then the second is, are we talking about, if I may, your generation, the next generation? What are the linkages that you have with your community? The diaspora, for instance, from Eritrea in the US might be different than the Eritrean community somewhere else in terms of their aspirations. As it's known as well, will your kids be affiliated with your country of origin as much as not? And that's an important question if you want to put products. So these are always evolving aspects that need to be into account, and therefore I will just finish with this. Absolutely right in what you mentioned. You need more and more compelling data, on this to build a case and really push the doers. In this case, many of the private sectors of the governments that are creating strategies on that. And I'll stop here.
All right, we could keep going with this really interesting. It's very hard to get people excited about remittances and get passionate, but you can see our panel is very passionate about this topic. I want to open the floor for Q&A because I think a lot of interesting discussion comes out usually from Q&A. Perhaps maybe through the Q&A we'll address also the policy and regulatory issues, which I was going to come back, but we're running out of time. Please pass on the mics. And we'll bunch the questions in 3 or 4, and then we'll try to answer. Yeah, depending on time.
My question concerning Pablo.
Please announce your name and where you're from, and make the questions pretty straightforward. No comments, please.
Dr. Malcolm from Denver, Colorado. My question is concerning the $46 billion in the U.S. that's being sent to Africa and families and communities. The future of blockchain. Blockchain is here to stay. Can you tell us how this will help in terms of economic development in the countries? It's confidential, it's secure, it's private, and it's also less cost. Can you address that, Pablo, in terms of what you're talking about, blockchain?
Thank you, Dr. Malcolm.
Oh, go on? Oh, okay. My name is Tuolde Stefanos. I'm from Silicon Valley here. Comment, the remittances keep a lot of families afloat, so that's the good part. But it's also a good metric on how poorly the countries are absorbing their local talent. In countries like Eritrea, which I'm from also, the youthful energy is being bleeding out of the country. So is there data that indicates whether this remittance level is accelerating or decelerating? For example, in the Silicon Savannah concept in Kenya, is Kenya's remittance accelerating or decelerating? Because that's, I think, the ultimate metric, whether the countries are being successful or not. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mesroet Warner. I'm Ethiopian-Canadian or Canadian-Ethiopian, now from Ethiopia. I have been back in Ethiopia for the last 6 years, and we have been mobilizing the diaspora and other investors trying to grow Ethiopian small, medium enterprises. But what we are trying to scale that is by building a diaspora crowdfunding platform. But part of the problem is regulation from sender countries. So all of you have been saying exactly what we are doing. Almaz was saying the emotional attachment and creating sustainability. So we are trying to convert, for example, the $3 billion that come in Ethiopia into at least few percentage to be investment. But we are finding out, for example, here in the US, where they have been trying to do the diaspora engagement, but public solicitation from the diaspora is actually illegal. So we have to go back into our own diaspora network and doing it person to person. So my question is, like Almaz from ADN and others and a lot of the USAID people here, what can we do to actually change the regulation and policy so that we can have a scale and impact making diaspora investment?
Thank you. Please make your questions precise so we have more chances for people. One more question.
Hello, my name is Ernest Wazier from California State University, Sacramento, the Center for African Peace and Conflict Resolution. Almaz, thank you for organizing this. I have a question and maybe a suggestion.
Please, just a question. We're running out of time, so make it quick. I'm sorry, I don't want to be rude.
Thank you. Quickly, could you, I always ask about models. I think Thelma talked about it in terms of bringing it down. Any of the countries that you would consider to be successful at different levels, which countries, in which areas of partnership or format that may have taken place? And I'm wondering also, ADN possibly considering developing like a toolkit as you're thinking about taking on this sort of project, thinking about that, a toolkit that can be helpful for different nonprofits at different levels as they begin to think about engaging in the diaspora or in the development of the motherland. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll answer these 4 questions. Pedro, I want to start with you.
There's going to be a global forum on remittances, investment and development, mandated by the UN every 2 years. The next one is in June 24, 25, 26. There's going to be a days. I think everybody on this panel is going to be there, literally. So we're going to address a lot of that. Because the blockchain, yes, there's a lot of discussions about that. There's not a sure solution, but this is one more technology innovation that brings more diversity into the solutions. That's one. The phenomenon, the acceleration of the phenomenon. Again, remittances is the bubble at the surface of the lake. Before that, you have migration, and what generates migration? The lack of opportunities. So blaming it all on remittances, no. Is how can you have remittances, the very cause of the initial problem, work against that initial problem? That's the whole thing. And if you leverage remittances and the engagement of the diaspora, you can. You can have them work against the conditions that create them in the first place. That's what we call that vicious circle. Right. So this is how we need to think about diaspora. So the phenomenon, is it growing? Yes, it's growing. 10% on average. The remittances flow increased by year, migrations as well. You have youth in the rural areas nowadays that have this. And on the social media, I don't know how many people put posts, very sad posts on their social media, but I don't have any of my friends doing that, saying, my day is the worst day ever, and they show their face. They just show nice places, beautiful things that they've just seen, and this is how youth basically reports on their status. And if you're a young guy that left the rural area, went to the city, or bypassed it and went abroad, you show that. And so it's just going to increase. So more opportunities back home is what it's needed. That's the reality. You want to avoid it, and it won't work. So that's mainly the point. And the toolkits, actually, this is what IFAD is trying to do. We're trying to do toolkits. As I said, we have 60 projects. Was just to get the hands-on on how do you do it, what works, what doesn't, and what you should not forget. And again, no one will do it alone. Governments need to put in place. They need to understand this better in order to be able to do the right thing. And the regulatory issue is exactly that. On the crowdfunding, it's absolutely necessary, as you said. I have my colleagues here from USAID and Thomas de Bass. For the last 10 years, where we're scratching our heads. How can we promote this? Because the regulation doesn't allow, but I think more information allowed. And crowdfunding is an example of how things are slowly changing in that respect.
Thank you. Thelma, talk about the regulatory issues.
We don't have enough time, but I think one of the models, because I think models are useful because you can point to something and analyze that. One of the models that has helped in terms of getting money from the US in particular, but from other countries as well, are intermediary organizations. So to avoid the regulatory roadblocks, you give to an organization within the same context, and they then are able, they're in a position, they're qualified and registered to on-lend or on-give. That has really been an important way. I used to be a donor, so it was also an important way to give in different countries. I can see Hafiza here from King Beidouin Foundation. I mean, they do that really, really well. So there are people that are doing it that we can talk to. My sister from Ethiopia, let's talk on the side. There are a few things that I'll share with you, but I don't think we have enough time to go into that deeply.
I'll just add a couple of points before, and I'll give you the last word. On the regulatory side, because I worked, interestingly, while I was practicing law here in the US, briefly for a regulatory agency that regulated both crowdfunding and remittances and banking and securities. I'm a securities lawyer by training and practice. And I looked at the challenges and the reasons. You know, securities laws are consumer protection laws. They're here to protect folks here in the US. And there are issues that complicated after 9/11, you know, terrorism financing, illicit financing. On the receiving countries, there are also some really illogical policy. I was hired by UNCTAD to do a policy analysis on Ethiopia's remittance issues. The national bank, the central bank, requested that assistance. My diagnosis just so there were some really easy fixes that could open the tap. I mean, just to give you a basic sort of numbers, the 2019 numbers for Ethiopia are just in. Exports worth 268 million. Remittances just from one bank, the commercial bank of Ethiopia, which has 80% of the market, was 3.9 billion. They're 20 times bigger than exports. But if you look at the amount of resources that go into promoting exports, and look at the resources that go into promoting remittances, they're night and day. The diaspora is always called upon to contribute, to remit, to invest, but the level of government investment, the resources, whether it's regulatory or enabling environment or infrastructure for the diaspora to do that is zilch. In any country, I challenge everyone here, Nigeria, Ethiopia, South Africa. So the big challenge in Africa is on the receiving side, not on the US or European side. Those regulatory structures, they have good intention, they have some challenges, but they could be overcome, and they're being overcome. Almaz, I'm sorry.
No,
you have the last word.
Yeah, not the last word. Well, anyway, I think we need to experiment. Nobody, whether in the United States or in Europe, figured out what worked. Africa should not be afraid to experiment. We from the diaspora must not be afraid of experimenting. There is something called social impact bond, which is also called pay for success. I've worked on it, and I've seen that if you do it right, it can actually make a difference. What this is another way of really getting money from philanthropists and funders up front to work on social issues to make a difference in that community. But in this case, you can turn it around and say that investment can also come from the diaspora on specific issues, specific subjects, not going to one person or two, it's going to a community. So I think if we really wanted to scale and change things, we need to step back a little bit and think big, and also not be afraid to experiment, because I think nobody has figured out how to do it. We need to be failing over and over and over until we succeed. And it's going to take a long time. So I think there is time for experimentation for Africa, and we from the diaspora must be a part of it. I want to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Again, another round of claps for our distinguished panel. And thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Thelma Ekiyor will rejoin us here for a continuation of this great discussion.
Good afternoon again. Everyone has thanked Almaz, but I think, to have been doing this consecutively for a number of years, I really have to congratulate her for it. When Almaz asked me to give a keynote, I was like, why? And because I just wanted to come here and listen and learn. I've been wanting to do this for a while. But she talked about, the last time I was here in Silicon Valley, she talked about a lot of people not knowing what's happening on the continent. And, getting an opportunity to talk about our work and how we can connect with different people. So I'm happy to talk about the African diaspora and impact investing in women entrepreneurs. That's my day job, and that's what my talk will be about. But let me first start by saying, if I asked you to tell me 3 things about Nigeria that immediately come to your mind, I am absolutely sure you will not say the following. You will not say that Nigeria has the leading and most vibrant tech sector on the continent, with 55 tech hubs. I'm sure you will not say that Nigeria got the highest number of VC investments in 2019, approximately $100 million. I'm sure you will not say that Nigeria has Africa's largest philanthropic investments per capita. And maybe you might say this one, but definitely Nigeria's film industry is the continent's powerhouse. And a promising 5th, in my opinion, is the fact that there is a growth and an increase in indigenous funds that are raising local capital to invest in different countries. Nigeria is one, but it's also taking place across the continent. I think this trend provides an exciting opportunity for African diaspora to engage responsibly and invest on the continent. There's no doubt that there are problems in Africa, but I think for the diaspora, the lens through which you look at these problems must be different. For the diaspora, these problems are opportunities. I feel for the diaspora, they're entry points. The panel that we were just on, I guess I was on that panel because I work a lot on financial inclusion. One key challenge that is an opportunity for the diaspora is in the area of financial inclusion. In Nigeria alone, there are 37 million people that are underbanked or unbanked. 20 million of that are women. This morning, we heard about the inadequate access to energy. And those numbers are staggering. Sub-Saharan Africa has the lowest energy access rates in the world. 600 million people struggle with access to electricity. High youth unemployment. 140 million young people between the ages of 15 to 35 who are unemployed. Out-of-school children, 60 million on the continent. I can go on, but these numbers just tell you that there is a market for interventions. But for the African diaspora, the interventions cannot purely be commercial. They have to be looked at through the lens of impact, how the diaspora can simultaneously have financial as well as social and environmental returns. And that's exactly the work that I do. We've talked about the numbers with regards to remittances. I think if you just think about the numbers alone, I think all of us will agree that Africa has no reason to look at anywhere else but Africans in the diaspora and on the continent to finance development, but that is not happening. And why that is not happening are the reasons we've talked about, but I think significantly that is not happening because we haven't found a way to connect the energy of the diaspora to the occurrences on the continent. In my work, I focus on women, like I said earlier, and people always ask me, why women? I've worked on women's issues my whole career, mostly across Africa when I moved back to the continent. So I was part of the diaspora and moved back and worked in 22 different African countries. I was responsible for 15 when I worked within the Soros Foundation system. And then in Southern Africa, I was responsible for 7 countries. And in that experience, I learned firsthand the impact of poverty and the stranglehold that poverty has on Africans. It robs us of our identity, and it robs us of our choices. And what that does is you have a continent filled with people that are often going around cap in hand looking for handouts. And that becomes generational. So there's a cycle of poverty that exists on the continent, and often people say that poverty has the face of a woman. That's because mostly in developing countries and Africa as a continent, women are poorer than men. So the question of why women is a no-brainer for me, but it's also a contradiction in the sense that the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor said, in Nigeria, for example, there are more women entrepreneurs than there are men. But these women operate in the micro and small sector. And because you have 20 million women that are underbanked and unbanked, they don't have bank accounts, they don't have access to financial services because of high affordability rates, access is difficult, they lack the entrepreneurial skills to know how to navigate or negotiate with financial institutions. It's incumbent on us, if we're really going to change the dynamics on the continent, to put a strong lens on women. Cultural and institutional barriers have also limited women. So I work in so I've had 3 lives, I call it. So one of my lives, I worked a lot in northern Nigeria, and even when these women have the knowledge and the wherewithal, because of cultural impediments, they don't want to come out to do business. And so in the 21st century, you still have women that cannot stand in public and speak. I think reduction in formal employment also leads women, particularly women, to have reduced disposable income. Women predominantly operate in cash-based markets, so they're in the informal sector where they're faceless. So the question for us when I started my company was, for me, it's not emotional to invest in women. For me, it's an imperative to invest in women. If we're really going to change the paradigm in Africa, we have to prioritize how we support women and invest in women. So I'll tell you a little bit about my story so that it will inform. Like I said, I spent a long time working across Africa, and part of the countries that I worked in were post-conflict countries. So I was seeing what war would do to different communities, and then, I was a donor and working in these different settings, be part of rebuilding the societies. And often the woman would be in the middle of all of that, taking on the task mostly of pulling everyone together. And so when we talk about how we invest in women, our approach in investing in women is investing in the whole woman. We invest in her physiological well-being as well as her economic well-being. It's not an either-or. And because in doing this work, one of the things we have found is that for women, there's no separation between their business and their lives. Everything is part of a woman's life. And so in designing the funds that we design, I'm the co-founder of SMENG, and it's a joint venture with the largest investment bank in Nigeria. They saw the work that I was doing, and they invested in my work to create 2 funds for women. One fund is a bottom of the pyramid fund for women at the lower end, and then we have another fund for larger scale women's businesses. And in trying to invest in women in an Afrocentric way, I knew that I couldn't bring the baggage that I had noticed in normal development financing to our funds. One of the first things that we had to realize was that the women that we were working with, the funds that are available for women in Africa, put women within the box of micro. Most of the funds available to women are micro-lending, as if women don't know what to do with big money. And so the first thing that I knew we had to do was change that and ensure that how we finance women was aspirational. We would start with them at the micro level, but support them to grow. And in putting that business model together, I knew I was running the risk of being isolated in the sector. But I knew that if we didn't step out and do something different, we would be regurgitating what existed in women's access to finance. So another thing we had to look at were the interest rates that were available for women. In Nigeria, the average interest rate is 23%. So 23% commercial bank lending. So essentially, a small business is working for the bank if you take that money. And so, what happens is that it's actually worse for people who go to the money lenders. But because women are not well educated, well informed, financial literacy, like we talked about, they go to the money lenders, and the money lenders lend to them at 40%. So you can imagine that it is one abuse after another. And so we came into the market with our funds and said, we're going to turn this on its head, and we will provide debt, but we will also provide equity. And we would, if we're going to finance women, it had to be patient capital. So what I realized as a donor, I'm not sure how many of you, because of our quarterly reports or, donor cycles, we tell people, we want you to change your entire world in 6 months. And when they don't change it in 6 months, we penalize them. And so in designing the fund, we knew that we had to be different. We had to have a fund that would be patient with the women. We had to allow the women make mistakes as we supported them, but not mistakes that would hurt the fund, but mistakes that would make them learn, and we would accompany them to change. And so our fund for the bottom of the pyramid, it's called the AB Fund. Now, what we do with the AB Fund is we allocated a huge part of our fund for pre-investment readiness. I think if you want to work in Africa, a lot of people pay lip service to working in Africa. But if you're going to invest in Africa, you need to know that your investment has to turn around the challenges that people face in working in these communities. For example, if you're investing in a woman in Nigeria who makes, there's one of my investees that makes, we call Gary, okay? So Gary is cassava flour. And it's possibly the tastiest Gary I have ever eaten. But this woman's Gary will never leave her community, because in Nigeria, for your food products to be in any stores, you have to have what we call the NAFDAC regulation. It's like the FDA regulation here. Now, the cost of doing that is often expensive. So what happens is women decide not to do that and continue to sell small scale. But most people are not prepared to invest in the woman to get that FDA regulation so that she can be in multiple stores. So one of the things that we designed in our fund was pre-investment readiness. How do we help women be more ready for larger scale investment? And one of the things we do is invest them to get the legal requirements to operate. We also invest in access to markets. We help women go into places that they would not normally go. If you talk to the average Nigerian entrepreneur, male or female actually, they would say, oh, I want my goods to be in America or in England. But what we're trying to re-educate them is, there's a huge market in Africa that is untapped. How do we position you to access markets in Africa? So we invest in access to markets. We also invest in confidence building. Now, any of the women that come to access our funds have to pass through our accelerator, which is called She Works Here. The accelerator is unlike any accelerator you would ever see. One of the things we do in the accelerator, we actually train the women how to walk into a room, how to present to investors. We don't call them investors, but to people. How to speak in public. Now, there's no business school I know that does that. But to contextualize what we do, we knew that if we were going to contribute to the long-term growth of these women's businesses, we needed to train them in confidence building. So a portion of our funds goes to that. Now, Our funds are aspirational. We don't expect that the women will always stay at the micro level. We create a system where, as they manage the funds properly, they graduate to the next level. Because we anticipate that if a woman starts with us with $500, at some point during the lifetime of her engagement with us, that woman should be able to manage $50,000. And we did that deliberately because we knew that this stranglehold of poverty, if we're ever going to break it, the financing has to be a graduated type of financing. And for us, it's not so much just dealing with poverty, but it's about wealth creation. Because in Africa, you find that there are not a lot of intergenerational businesses. So most of the businesses that women have die with the founder. And if we're talking about creating a community of healthy women entrepreneurs, you have to invest in women that can create businesses that are intergenerational. So all these are opportunities for the diaspora. And so what can ADN and other diaspora platforms do? One of the first things that, in engaging with the diaspora, is that the diaspora is not homogeneous. We talk about it like it's one, Not everybody wants to invest in women. So that's one of the things I've realized in doing this work for a long time. And so as we talk about the diaspora and Alma's looking for ideas, the first thing is within ADN, within our diaspora platforms, how can the diaspora invest in women? And the easiest way, I think, is for the diaspora to invest in a way to have a tangible product for women, but a tangible product for women that eases this stranglehold of the bureaucracy around access to financing. ADN and other diaspora platforms can serve as a credibility injector. What do I mean by that? Most of the women that we don't mind working with a woman and she says she's never received any financing. We don't mind being the first investor, but most investors mind. And so ADN and other investor platforms can serve as a credibility platform where they invest in women and give them that credibility that other investors can come in. Another thing is, a lot of people, for example, when I talk at different places, most people say, oh, they didn't know this was happening in Africa. There's a healthy and vibrant movement of women-led funds in Africa. Diaspora platforms can raise awareness and attention of these women-led funds. I belong to a group. We met for the first time in Rwanda. We had been talking for a year on WhatsApp, but over 200 women across Africa that lead funds that they have established themselves. I think diaspora platforms can help us profile what we're doing, not so much to bring investors, but just to give credibility that there are things happening on the continent, and it's not always that Africans are going to look for money, because that's one of the narratives that we were determined to change. As a donor, I was heading one of the largest foundations on the continent by an African, and I learned that as you walk into a room and you have your own money as an African, it introduces a respect to a potential investor that you have put your money where your mouth is. And that's very important for the continent as a whole, but particularly for people interested in investing in women. Africans have to invest in African women. There are no two ways about it. I think diaspora investment can be a game changer in the investment space. One of the reasons that the investment bank invested in my company was on my own. I was running an annual platform called the Funding Space, and I would bring investors from all over the world to Nigeria, simply because I would meet investors in my travels and they'll say, well, I never find credible people to fund. And my entrepreneur friends would say, I never have money. I never know how to find money. So I created a platform called the Funding Space. And for 3 years in a row, we've brought people together. This is the 4th year. Some people in this room have attended. What that does is also, not everybody can get a visa to come to Silicon Valley. This is the reality. When we're talking about Africa, sometimes we sugarcoat it. It is difficult. How do we create platforms on the continent that people in this room and other people actually get up and travel to see what the realities are on the ground, so that your investment is well informed and that you're investing from the heart and not the head? I think that the diaspora can also come in and invest in things that are not so sexy. Everybody now is investing in tech hubs. Everybody. But the reality, once again, in Africa is most of the population that needs the training and the support are not tech savvy. But most donors will say, no, if you're doing a hub, it has to be a tech hub. And so we chose that, we have women working in technology come for our funds, but we also have an agnostic method where you don't have to be working in tech to receive our financing, but along the way, you can make your business more tech-enabled. I think the diaspora can come in and invest in things that the normal investor, the bright lights investment that most investors are going towards now in Africa, the diaspora can invest in other things. I'll end by saying, if you're going to invest in women, you have to think big. When I was a donor, I used to hurt in my office when I would have to give out grants, and we would say, we're giving you $100,000 and you have to help 200 women. I'm just throwing out a number, but literally as ridiculous as that. And we would really think we've made a contribution. I think everyone who is interested in working in Africa has to think big. The problems are big. The interventions have to be big. Our funds, when the investment banks set up the fund with me, our fund for the bottom of the pyramid is a $30 million fund. And they brought the seed financing for that. And when we started, most people said to me, but that's a lot. And I said, yes, but we're talking about 20 million women who are financially excluded. Why are we afraid of thinking big? I saw data 2 days ago that said most African countries will not meet the SDGs in 2030. They had to extend the MDGs because most African countries were not going to meet them. Are we going to watch for another extension? Everyone in this room has to think big. We have to be bold. We have to put our money where our mouth is. Thank you very much.
But today is a particularly moving moment for us because, as some of you may know, Professor Clayton Christensen is the father of disruptive innovation, a historical figure that has helped shape the mind of business leaders the world over. And so as we are here to talk about the theories that he and Afosa have helped articulate for emerging markets, we must unfortunately begin with the news that some of you may know that Professor Clayton Christensen passed away yesterday. And so this is the first time that, in the wake of this, that we will hear of the theories of Professor Clayton Christensen. And the last book that the professor wrote was, of course, with Afosa Ojoma. So if you do not mind, and if you care to indulge me, I would like to actually begin with a moment of silence in honor of the professor. And I'd like to do so by actually quoting a piece from the Stanford Social Innovation Review. They did a case study on the Harambiyans in November, and in it they actually bring to the attention of everyone the theories of prosperity paradox. And so, as the Stanford reads, it may sound counterintuitive, but enduring prosperity for many countries will not come from fixing poverty. It will come from investing in innovations that create new markets within these countries. Harvard Business School is where Ojoma met Christensen. The two began studying examples of what they call market-based innovations. One example of market-based innovation is Dr. Mo Ibrahim. When Ibrahim announced his plans to his colleagues to create cell phones across Africa, they laughed him out of the room. Everybody said, Africa is a basket case. It is a dangerous place. It is full of dictators. It's full of crazy people who are all corrupt. But the co-authors write, instead of seeing poverty, he saw opportunity. With very few employees and little financial backing, Ibrahim set about filling in infrastructure gaps himself, building his own roads, using helicopters, and sometimes providing his own power. 6 years later, Celtel was operating in 13 countries and had 5.2 million customers. The authors argued that it was the vanguard for what is now a robust mobile telecommunication industry, today estimated to be worth $21 billion. My dear friends, as we begin to think about the theories of prosperity paradox, I would like all of us to rise as we observe a moment of silence. Thank you. And perhaps I'd like for us to begin today's conversation by having Jomo Bofosa not only share his experience with a mentor and a friend, what Clayton was, but how these theories are relevant to Africa and emerging markets. And so, Bofosa, would love perhaps to start with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kendo. Thank you, Addis. Thank you, everyone who's here. I recognize some faces in the room. It's an honor to be here. Clay has written a bunch of books. He was a professor at Harvard Business School, very brilliant. But when I think about him, I think about a very kind and generous person. And everybody who knew him and who met him, he gave you the best of himself in that circumstance. So it was an honor to collaborate with him and to work with him. If you will, I would love to spend a few minutes just talking about some of the core ideas in our book. And I really hope some of them change the way you think about innovation, an entrepreneur's role in creating prosperity, how we can help institutions and governments do their jobs better, and hopefully your role as you think about Africa and investments and how to make it a more prosperous place. I'll start with a story. I left Nigeria. I'm originally from Nigeria. Almost 20 years ago, I bought a one-way ticket to come to college here in the US, no intentions of ever going back. I was going to embrace the American dream, and I did embrace the American dream very, very tightly. I studied engineering, I graduated, I got a job, I bought a house, bought a car, even bought an SUV, like most Americans, but mine was Japanese, so... So didn't use a lot of gas. But I was here for 8 years, so 2000 to 2008. And it was in 2008 I began reading books on development, economics, poverty, and it gripped me like nothing had ever gripped me before. And I decided to go back home. So for the first time in 8 years, August 2008, I went back to Nigeria. And I think for me, this is sort of where the first insight came. Everything I read about poverty, about Africa, about development pointed to go start a nonprofit and go and help as best as you can. And so that's what I did. Started an organization called Poverty Stops Here. We began building wells. We funded some education initiatives, gave out microloans. But we would build wells, build 3, 4, 5 wells, and they would break. And I couldn't quite figure out like how to make the wells sustainable. And so I said, we can't keep building wells knowing they're going to break and not do anything about it. So after 5 wells, I think that was enough. We stopped building wells. But that was when I realized something was wrong with that model of seeing poverty and trying to fix poverty. And what I learned is one of the first insights in the book. We call it push versus pull. You see, poverty always shows itself as a lack of resources, right? It's a lack of schools, a lack of infrastructure, a lack of water, a lack of education, a lack of many things. And I think our instinct is to provide those resources to help people. But oftentimes, we never really think, right? What's the mechanism to make this resource sustainable? We didn't think about that as we were building the well, so they would break down. And I think our activities were really a microcosm of what I would say is the bigger development industry, which is essentially where we see poverty, we want to fix it, we want to attack it, and then we provide resources. We call that a push strategy. What Okendo talked briefly about when he described some of the activities of Mr. Mo Ibrahim is what we call pull. Now, what Mo Ibrahim did was he saw a need for digital communication, right? And he figured out how to create a market that provided a product that was previously complicated and expensive, right? He made it simple and affordable so many, many people, millions of people could get access to it. Now, by virtue of doing that, right, you create a new market. That market provides jobs for people. Those people are able to pay taxes. The government revenues go up. You make them more productive. And ultimately, that's the mechanism that was missing as I was building wells and funding education and so on, right? That critical mechanism. And we call what he did a pull strategy, because by creating this new market, ultimately what you do is you pull in so many other things into the economy that you originally may not even have been thinking about. And so I think that for us was a really big insight, and it has changed how we think about development and innovation's role. One other quick idea I'd love to share with you is this idea that not all innovations are created equal. Chapter 2 of the book is dedicated to innovation. Right? If I asked everybody in this room, how do you define innovation? I'm sure we'll get a bunch of different answers, which will sort of all be somewhat correct. So we said, let's define innovation in a very simple way and categorize it into 3 types. The first type of innovation we call efficiency innovations. These are innovations that help you do more with less. And so when a company outsources operations from one place to another, that's an example of an efficiency innovation. They're still targeting their existing customers, but they do it at lower cost. And in doing this, they free up cash flows. The company gets a little bit more money in the bank, but they don't really create new growth. In fact, it typically has a detrimental effect on the economy because wherever you take the jobs from, those are people who don't have employment anymore. So that's one. The second type of innovations we call sustaining innovations. These are innovations that help you make good products better. And so my guess is most people here have a smartphone. When a company releases a new product, a new smartphone, a new car, a new hotel, it doesn't really matter what the product is. When they add different features to it, and they do so so that it can give them a competitive edge against those in the market. That's called a sustaining innovation, right? You're really fighting for market share with the existing players on the market. Now, you have to do that, and it's important because it keeps your company vibrant and exciting. But when you think about it, right, Toyota doesn't need an entirely new distribution system or an entirely new manufacturing plant or an entirely new retail when it adds heated seats to its cars, right? And so you begin to think about it from a development standpoint. It's important, but it doesn't quite have a significant impact. It's substitutive in nature. Now, what we describe in the book as having huge development impact and at the same time, huge financial returns for investors is what we call market-creating innovations. And that's what Mo Ibrahim did. Transforms these complicated and expensive products into products that are simple and affordable, so that many people who historically would not dream of having these products are now able to afford them. And I think what's unique about them is, as we began to study countries that are prosperous today, from the United States to Japan and countries in Europe, we found these unique market-creating innovations showing up over and over and over again. And so if you think about an innovator like Henry Ford, when he decided to make the car, which about 100 years ago was sort of like the private jet, no joke. It was only very wealthy people could afford it. It was very difficult to drive. When he decided to make it available to the average American, he lost some of his investors. They said he was crazy. There was no way he could do it. There weren't roads in the country that would actually enable people have a car market. There weren't traffic laws. Many of the things you would think you need in order to have a thriving car market did not exist. In fact, the Department of Transportation was enacted by Congress in the mid-1960s. And Henry Ford began to sell the Model T in 1908. And so you begin to see this very interesting relationship with market-creating innovations serving as a really strong foundation for economic development, creating jobs for people, and helping economies thrive. And so as we write about the future of Africa, as we write about what the continent needs, and what's in most short supply, it is really market-creating innovators. And so in getting to know Akendo and being a part of Harambians and the Alliance, man, it is an honor to be such a part of a network that is dedicated to figuring out how to crack this market-creating innovation puzzle, right? Figuring out how to really get more of these on the continent.
Thank you, Afosa. Thank you for your kind word. I'd like to perhaps take a step back and try to understand, why does this matter? And why is this relevant? We here in the Alliance speak so much of this market-creating innovations that this is our new gospel, if you will. But the question is why, and as I think about it, I would love to bring your attention that in the last 3 decades, 2 very interesting trends have come together. On one end, the poverty rate across the continent in the last 3 decades has decreased. We've gone from 55% of folks living under $1.90 per day to 41% of the population living under those conditions. But at the same time, the sheer number of people living under those conditions have actually increased from 270 million to approximately 410 million. The answer to that paradox, as you may know, is population growth. At the beginning of this century, Africa accounted for 10% of the global population. By the middle of the century, we will be a quarter of the world's population. And by the end of the century, 4.3 billion people will hail from the continent of Africa, close to 40% of the world's global population. Which reminds us that no matter how fast we do this, it will be hard to keep up. And so the question for all of us is, if we know this hurricane, this tsunami is coming, what could we possibly do that would enable us to create enough opportunities, enough jobs to serve a burgeoning population? And that is, I think, where this notion that there are a number of entrepreneurs and innovators who are trying to figure out how to get to not the folks in the middle class, the 80 million, but those 800 million people who are not currently participating in the economy. That's where this goes from being cute to being very relevant and almost critical to indispensable to the success of the continent. And we believe this concept is so important that we're building a community around this notion of how do we identify, measure, and support market-creating innovators. And I also believe that it's no accident, because there are a lot of people who say, well, that's good, but will it ever work? One thing that we must keep in mind is that the adoption rates of technology are not only shrinking, but they're becoming more vertical. It took landlines 70 years to go from invention to at least a 50% penetration. It took cars 32 years to do the same thing. It took iPads and tablets 5 years. And you might say, well, that's wonderful for the United States, but could that actually happen on the continent of Africa? Well, it took Mo Ibrahim and the entire telco industry 8 years to reach 50% penetration. So clearly, technology provides us with an unparalleled opportunity to actually do something about this. And that's why we genuinely believe it's critical that all of us begin to understand what's the potential of market-creating innovation and begin to rally around innovators that are fighting that battle. And we're very fortunate here in Harambee to have a few of these courageous folks. And we have, of course, Monique Bars, who is doing this in fintech. We have Mr. Villani Mboweni, who is doing it in transportation in South Africa. And, of course, we have Mr. Kenna Nzewi, who are doing this in agribusiness in Nigeria. And so we actually, as we begin to understand and demystify this concept, we're very fortunate to have innovators that are grappling with how do we target the non-consumers? How do we target those folks? And so, Ms. Bars, maybe I'd love to give you an opportunity to tell us briefly about the work that you're doing and the difficulties and the beauty as well of targeting the non-consumers.
Thanks, Mr. Lewis-Gale. Good afternoon. As mentioned, my name is Monique Bars. I'm the founder and CEO of an education company called FinEasy. And essentially, we're making finance easy. So we work with financial service providers to help financial consumers understand, purchase, use, and actually benefit from financial products. Now, the reality, especially on the continent, is that there's a very big gap between financial consumers and financial products, because the reality is that 2 in 3 people don't understand what basic interest is. Finance is hardly taught in schools. Whatever information is available online is quite complicated with a lot of terminology and a lot of equations, and it's really not accessible to your everyday person. So what we do is we found a way to educate and empower individuals to really understand these concepts and make good decisions that are right for them and can have a long-term positive impact on their lives, their communities, and the economy as a whole. So this is relevant for the over 400 million adults in Africa who are unbanked and underbanked. It's not just a bottom of the pyramid problem, because the reality is even your middle-income individuals in urban areas are actually financially illiterate and making really bad decisions every day. So we believe that financial literacy is a key to unlocking the really large financial services and financial inclusion opportunity on the continent, but really by really focusing on the consumers and meeting consumers where they're at. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Boss. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As mentioned, my name is Velani Mbuweni. I'm from Cape Town, South Africa, and I work for a company called Lula. And Lula is an app that's connecting corporate commuters to private shuttles on their way to work to save you money and free up time. The big issue we face in the city of Cape Town is that every year we spend up to 13 work weeks a year just driving to work and back. So if you can unlock that time, you can imagine what you could do. However, this problem is not unique to Cape Town, because in the next 5 years, over 100 cities in Africa will have over 1 million inhabitants. And as Mr. Lewis Gale mentioned, population growth is growing rapidly, and most importantly, the continent is heating up 1.5 times more than anywhere in the world. Sadly, it will cost us about $170 billion just to build the infrastructure to take care of this growing population. So how our business works is that people download our application, they say where they live, where they work, and the times they need to go to work and back, and we dispatch vans that pick you up from your front door with your colleagues and take you to work and back at a price point roughly 60 to 80% cheaper than your average Uber X ride. Now, what we've seen is that this model was initially targeted to the 80 million sort of middle-class people to get them to leave their cars at home. But what we saw is that the pull factors of our business created access to more than the 800 million people that we're targeting by virtue of companies stepping in and providing these services to their employees. So typically public transport systems would shut down around 5 or 6 p.m., but you have restaurants and other forms of retail that go on till about 10, 11 p.m. And so they book these vans on our platform to take people home late at night. This whole business is premised around the fact that without access to transportation, you can't access economic opportunity. And our business holds 3 values that we share, and that is accessibility, productivity, and sustainability. People use our platform and they can now be more productive with their time and create economic opportunity through the work they do. They're now more sustainable, so making cities move a lot faster and more freely. And we're now having people have a lot more time available for themselves. And those 3 principles are why people purchase our product or make use of our service. And that collaboration between ourselves and the companies to make this accessible to end users is one of the values that's really making this a market-creating innovation for people across Africa. So that's what we do in a nutshell.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kenna Nzewi. I'm the founder of Relief. And what we do is we develop processing technology to basically help move farm products to factories so that factories can run. So a really big problem in Africa that is preventing our industrialization is that our factories do not have the feedstock that they need to operate. If you don't have raw material, you don't have a factory running, you don't have revenue. If you don't have revenue, you don't have profit, people don't continue to invest. And a big issue that we have is not that we don't create enough raw material, that our farmers aren't productive enough, but in between the farm and the factory, there's often a pre-processing step that needs to occur to make farm-grade products ready for the factory. Generally, this responsibility is put on farmers who are undercapitalized, and so for that reason, the quality of the raw materials is affected due to their pre-processing techniques, and so factories that are trying to buy quality raw materials are unable to. They run under their utilized capacity, and because of high fixed costs related to running a business, like taking debt out to build a factory, these businesses do not drive strong internal rates of return. And so for that reason, it's difficult for foreign investors to come and invest in Africa's industrialization. We see that we have lots of resources to promote energy. We have solar in abundance. We see that we have the cheapest labor in the world. We have the right to become an industrialized economy and continent. But in order to do that, we need to basically lubricate that connection between farmers and factories to allow ourselves to develop.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, if I may, people talk about agriculture a lot and say, it's 1% of America's GDP or whatever. It's, but a couple of quick points, right? In sub-Saharan Africa, the average household spends over half their income on food, right? And there was a time when those sort of statistics were similar for the United States. And when you look at sort of the rise of the Industrial Revolution, what you have was a lot of making agriculture a lot more efficient, a lot more affordable. You had the likes of John Deere, Cyrus McCormick, who were innovators that made getting stuff from the farms to the house, to restaurants, and so on, a lot more affordable. If you think about fintech, right? Fintech is an example. Going to Ms. Barnes, what her company is about. If you look at private credit to GDP ratio, right, and you look at sub-Saharan Africa, it's sub 100%, 50-ish or so percent private credit to GDP. You look at a country like the U.S., many countries in Europe, upwards of 100, 150%. Now that's a double whammy, right? Because if you look at America's GDP at, I don't know, close to $20 trillion, the amount of credit flowing in the economy is over 100 to 150% that. For us to get to the point where we can actually begin to lubricate economic activity in the economy, we need people who are trained, who understand what compounding interest is. Because if they don't understand it, how did Nate say it yesterday?
Compound on you.
Okay.
Compound on you.
If you don't understand compounding interest, it will compound on you. Yeah, and look, transportation. How do we pay for our infrastructure in this country, right? The early 1800s, America tried to build roads to connect rural areas in the country. It was incredibly expensive, incredibly difficult. Couldn't quite do it. Federal government abandoned it, sort of gave it to the states. Henry Ford comes around, makes the car, and the way we pay for our roads today is gas taxes and tire taxes. And so you see the intricate connection of market creating innovations with institutions and infrastructures. And so when you go to a country in Africa and you wonder, man, why are all the roads not too good? Why are all the infrastructure not too good? Well, the innovations that can fund these infrastructures in perpetuity don't exist yet. And so we can build them, but until we figure out how to develop the innovations that can help us create the tax revenues, develop the human capital to continue to fund them and fix them, it's going to be an incredibly difficult thing to do. And the last point I'll make is, there's a lot of talk about governments, right? The role of governments. And I think governments have a big role to play. But one of the things I want to do to challenge all of us today is there is a difference between what the government is supposed to do and what the government can do with regard to its capacity. And so if you take the Nigerian government as an example, if you look at how much the federal government spends per Nigerian per year, it hovers around $200, $50 of which goes towards debt servicing, paying interest on the debt, paying the Chinese, the Americans, the Europeans, whoever, right, and local debt providers. If you look at the United States, a budget of $5-6 trillion, it's about $20,000 per American. You go to Norway, they're spending $30,000, Sweden, $35,000. And so I understand that many governments are not quite doing what they're supposed to. I get it. But if we begin to step back and look at their capacity in terms of how much finances they have, in terms of the human capital, we begin to see the critical role of market-creating innovations for creating prosperity on the continent.
Now, there is an elephant in the room. We as Harambeans oftentimes believe so much in this market-creating innovation that we can almost put our hand on the Bible, the Torah, and the Quran, and assure everyone that if we back these innovators, we can, the continent can succeed. And yet, I'm sure that there are skeptics, and some probably in this audience, who say, yeah, that's all good, but probably the challenges are too great. Wonderful talk, but there's still corruption. There are still inhibiting infrastructures. And so what is our, I think it's a healthy skepticism. The truth is that they've had a number of theories in the last, seriously, 60 years that have come and gone, and those problems are still persistent. And so I guess I'd love to maybe, certainly with the Jomo, how do we counter that skepticism? Why should we have faith that this theory, that this market-creating innovators can actually overcome? And I'd love to also hear some Harambeans from your experience.
Yeah, well, I'll, say we tried to address this in chapter 9 of the book. And so if you could get your hands on the book, I think you'll enjoy it. A lot of people say that's their favorite chapter. We dedicated a chapter to corruption, to institutions, and to infrastructure. And so our book wasn't really a cute, entrepreneur and innovation is, it wasn't cute at all. It was really trying to target these things. So that would be the first. Second is, if you can't get the book or don't like reading, there's a TED Talk out there I gave, 12 minutes, and I try to make a case on how market-creating innovations can help corruption. The third I would say is I'm probably not going to convince you in 1 minute if you've sort of held this deep-seated belief that nothing can happen without fixing corruption. But allow me at least try to start. Just a couple of things. Number one is corruption thrives because there's scarcity. There's just scarcity of economic opportunity, scarcity of income so that I could pay rent, so I could do a lot of things. And so when that scarcity exists, corruption is always going to be an attractive option for people. What market-creating innovations do is they give people options. And so you never eradicate corruption from society, but you begin to pitch at it little by little. The other thing is, this whole thing is a journey and a process, right? Where a country is today is not where it's going to be in 10 years. It's not where it was 20 years ago. And so as we did our research to really understand the impact of market-creating innovations, we said, when America had similar demographics as many countries in Africa and in South Asia, how corrupt was the country? Was it similar? If we look over the past 40, 50 years at China's meteoric rise, what you find is excessive corruption going on in the country. Now they're trying to combat it, but that innovation and investments happen despite of that corruption. And so in that chapter, we really try to categorize corruption in different types and explain that, in the same way we say not all innovations created equal, not all corruption is created equal. And so I think we have to be a little bit more nuanced if we're really going to try to create prosperity, especially in the context of governments not having enough resources to fix institutions, infrastructures, and so on.
Folks likes to be a bit provocative. One of the chapters in the book is entitled, Corruption is Not the Problem, the Solution? Is that the title?
Nah, he's going to mischaracterize. No, corruption is not the problem, it's a solution. Now, it's not the solution, it's a solution. Now, what we mean by that is...
Please explain yourself.
We are not advocating corruption.
All right, thank you. Let that be on the record.
The American government's Foreign Corrupt Practices Act is going to come get you if you engage in corruption. So we're not advocating it. But what we did in that chapter is we tried to understand corruption as a scientist would try to understand a disease, right? When you're trying to understand a disease, you don't bother yourself with, this person shouldn't have gotten, cancer or malaria or whatever. You try to understand what that disease is, what it's doing to that person, the circumstances under which that disease exists. Our approach to solving corruption has been a bit too moralistic. You should not steal money, and so we're going to demonize you and moralize the situation. Well, Transparency International is telling us many countries are not making progress on their fight against corruption. And so what we said is, let's try to understand corruption. And when we took that approach, what we found was many people are hiring corruption to help them make progress. So I'm a poorly paid civil servant. I can get a bribe here or there. I got to pay my rent. I got kids who have to go to school. I got to put gas in my car. I got to buy new clothes. Well, corruption becomes attractive. Now, it doesn't mean I have to engage it. It doesn't mean everybody engages it, but it becomes attractive. And if we don't appreciate or understand those circumstances, and we simply say, well, you shouldn't steal money, you shouldn't take bribes, then I'm afraid we're going to keep moralizing the problem and not really appreciating the depth of what corruption is and how it sort of creates incentives that make people act a certain way.
Let the record show we do not endorse corruption. I'd like to get some questions from the audience and get a sense of the theory and the practice. We have, again, not only a co-author here who's helped us give the framework, but also individuals who actually give us the practice. Does anyone have any questions or that we can help elucidate?
Please line up here. Questions here.
Sure. Go ahead.
Hey, y'all. My name is Steven Singleton. You can probably tell I'm from the South. To the illustration of the Model T and how the government stepped in to build roads through the collection of annual tax revenues. I believe that collection of annual taxes is just one way to support public infrastructure. How do you see the possibility to create market-making institutions with a culture of reinvesting profits in infrastructure that provides increased product utility and also public benefit?
Oh, very insightful. The South will rise again. Thank you, Stephen. Please.
Ernest Owazie, again, the Center for African Peace and Conflict Resolution, California State University, Sacramento. About corruption. Recently, I was talking to a Nigerian leader or a governor, and in the context of a presentation on the role of the diaspora. And I made a comment that really the best fight against corruption is to stop it. Okay? So maybe that's another discussion later on we could have. But in reference to your presentation, I'm trying to kind of thinking about the linkage to the previous panel on the diaspora remittances or involvement and investment. With regard to, and you're correct, it's quite, mind-boggling that is, Professor Charles Soludo, the Nigeria's former CBN governor, wrote a paper some years ago which talks about the paradox of prosperity in Nigeria states, talking about rich people in poor states. So to say. So I'm wondering to what extent you see the diaspora targeting its engagement in this type of a module, particularly in the educational sector, especially with regard to the young people and some of the current discourse around entrepreneurship in educational sector.
Let me try and take a stab at Mr. Singleton's question, and then I'll try for yours, sir, and then the Harambeans can say I'm talking out my butt. So if I understood correctly, I think, let me just say this about infrastructure. Somehow we have come to the belief that infrastructures are big things that the governments have to provide, must manage, must deal with. That's the only way we sort of get infrastructure. And whenever there is a private sector solution or provider, it rubs us the wrong way. Well, regardless of whether you think that's right or wrong, what side of the fence you're on that argument, it's always good to go back to the genesis. When many of today's wealthy countries were poor, we have to ask ourselves, where did they get their infrastructure? What's the purpose of infrastructure, right? And I think in chapter 10, that's what we wrote about. What is the purpose? What is it? Well, infrastructure turns out to be the most efficient mechanism that society has developed to either store or distribute value, right? And so if you think about a road, it's the most efficient way we now know how to move cars. If you think about telecommunications infrastructure, the internet, these are all infrastructures, right? It's the most efficient way we know how to distribute or store value. And the genesis of many infrastructure projects came from entrepreneurs who were really trying to create new markets. And many of them at the onset built these infrastructures so they could move their products from point A to point B or serve bigger customers. And infrastructures for them were often lost leaders, but because it allowed them move products from point A to point B, they were able to expense it, essentially. And it became bigger and bigger, and the government saw a role, and they came in. And so it's not to say the private sector should go in and build a bunch of infrastructure, but I think it's important to understand where it came from and what the purpose is. And then we can begin to figure out creative ways to build out infrastructures in many African countries with that in mind, with the idea that if we don't have the corresponding innovations that can really help us utilize the infrastructure and pay for the infrastructure, it's not going to last very well. And I think, sir, to your question about role of education, corruption, I actually agree with you. I think the best way is to stop it. It's just not as efficient. Like, I wish people just wouldn't do it. But I think education is important, and education and entrepreneurship is important insofar as it helps people become more productive in the economic circumstance in which they find themselves. And so one of the ways that I've been describing education in general, and in this case, it would be, imagine teaching someone how to swim in a society where they will never see a swimming pool or a river or water. Now, there's value in learning how to swim, right? But when you find yourself in a context where you can't take those skills and be productive, use those skills to improve your circumstance, then I'm afraid you've probably wasted more money or more value than you've created. And so if we're gonna imbue these values into people, especially as we teach entrepreneurship in education, we have to make sure that at the end, there is something the output, the people can do in the context in which they find themselves that helps them become a lot more productive. And I think a role for the diaspora is, not to sound biased, understanding the role of innovation understanding the access that we all have by virtue of being here in Silicon Valley, understanding how innovation can actually create some of these foundations for prosperity, and then figuring out a mechanism and a vehicle to actually begin to support innovations in these countries.
Thank you. Ms. Nzewi, what we know about the challenge, as we're wrapping up here, is that if you look at almost any field, and take education, we know that the educational needs across the continent, certainly at the higher education level, are so vast that if you were to build 200 Harvard-sized institutions each year for the next 15 years, it would still not suffice. And so anyone looking at that said, well, good luck with that, but this is not going to work. And you are out in the bushes in, is it eastern Nigeria?
That's right, yeah.
Right? Working with farmers, seeing the realities and the actual challenges on the ground. What gives you hope? What actually gives you hope that as if we gather again here at ADN in January of 2030, we might be able to look back and say, actually worked out. What gives you hope in terms of the challenge ahead?
I would say first and foremost, the market fundamentals are there. My background is in management consulting. I model things. The market fundamentals are there. We have the resources to be successful. We just need to organize ourselves and hold ourselves to a standard to be successful. So that's my short answer to the question is the fundamentals are there. There's good business to be done. And so even if your aims are very capitalist, there are great things to be done. On the point of education, I think it's really important for us as entrepreneurs to take on the responsibility to take performance management at our organizations very, very seriously. We can't just have weak HR organizations that do simple presentations and things like that. We really need to invest in upskilling our workers. It's like every entrepreneur's job, in addition to developing technology for agriculture, is upskilling the workers and the people within their organization, giving them the capabilities and the talent so that they can leave your company and go start another company that is benefiting from the market creation that your first organization has. That is the way that we're really gonna get the dominoes rolling. And so until we as entrepreneurs are willing to go to the bush and upskill our people, work with our people, understand where they're coming from, and show them very tangibly that the results are there, the fundamentals are there, we're gonna lag a little bit behind. But I do strongly believe that when we begin to see these things start to click, when they start to click, we'll be moving. We'll be moving.
Here, here, here. Mr. Mboweni, why should we be hopeful? You are dealing with transportation. Our roads aren't even working. Why should we be hopeful?
So I think I'd like to take maybe a technical stance to answer this, which was inspired by a conversation we had yesterday at lunch with Doug Gallen from RippleWorks, who said, you know, you should just think about the possibilities about what's going on around you and what can be done. And if we look at Facebook as an example, it was started for undergraduate students at Harvard. That's all it was meant to do, to connect those people. And now you have people all over the world making use of Facebook. It's expanded, the use cases have increased, and it literally is the platform for the world. If I look at my own business, that focuses on just transporting people who work at companies from their homes to the workplace and back, that subset of users who love the product can advocate that to universities, to school children, to hospital groups. It could become the infrastructure to transport people from Cape Town to Cairo with one shared ride at a time. And when I go to bed every night and think about the possibilities of what that means for a sustainable future, an accessible future, a productive future, I can't let any single failure on my journey deter me, because I think the benefits far exceed the costs. And I think anyone who advocates for that kind of belief and any hope in that journey, no pun intended, can constantly be hopeful, and can constantly be pursuing those iterative changes and developments of software, of business models to expand. Because at the end of the day, whilst we are just a platform, there are many stakeholders in our business and our ecosystem that continue to benefit. People who can leverage off the Lula rides that are recurring rides that give people credit records, give them sustainable income to literally empower themselves one ride at a time. That gives me hope. And not just from Cape Town, but from Accra, Nairobi, Dakar, Abidjan, the problems are there. And that's a good thing about Africa. There's infinite problems with infinite possibilities and plenty of young entrepreneurs with solutions who happen to be Harambeans. So, so I'm hopeful.
There's hope. Ms. Bars, there is all of this money going into fintech. And yet, we also know that a whole lot of folks across the continent are not equipped to actually take advantage of this. And you are at the forefront of the battle of trying to ensure that more and more folks are capable of doing that, and yet that's not happening fast enough. What gives you hope? Why should we be hopeful?
So for me, there's two real stories or theories that give me a lot of hope. The one is, I truly believe finance and education are resources that have the potential to really be game changers in anybody's life. So those are the two things you need to pull yourself out of poverty, to have generational impact on your family. When you look at, education, being able to send your kids to school, being able to, impact your community, finance and education, these are resources that are game changing. And being able to make good decisions around finance and education. And I think being able to see on a daily basis, to see individuals understand the fundamentals behind these powerful resources and make better decisions gives me a huge amount of hope. And the second piece really comes down to technology, and especially within our business, within the education business, being able to apply really powerful technology to not only provide access to the masses at scale, at a low cost, but also to maximize the effectiveness of an education product is really powerful, because all of a sudden you have a business case, you have something that makes financial sense and isn't just a non-profit exercise. And for me, those two opportunities really give me a huge amount of hope for the impact that we can have on the continent.
You're here. Look, there's hope. Mr. Fossa, my question to you is a slight different. It says there, Addis 20, and I'd like for you to make a wish for Addis 30. If we are fortunate enough to gather once again here at the Computer Museum for Addis 30, what would be your wish? Be careful, because it's been recorded.
Yeah.
Posterity will remember.
I think my wish for Addis 30 is that Addis, the growth of this organization surprises the leaders of the organization. That out of this organization, the engagements, the relationships, the community that's built comes entrepreneurs, billion-dollar funds, billion-dollar companies that create jobs and economic prosperity for the over 1 billion people on the continent. Anything short of having that kind of vision or goal, especially when we consider the population boom that's coming, the level of poverty that still exists on the continent, I would say it's not enough, because we lost Professor Christensen yesterday, and that's just a stark reminder that we're all on our way out. None of us is going to get out of this alive, and if we know what's coming, why not have a goal that's really ambitious? Let's try to figure this thing out, because I think we can.
Well, woo!
Almas, I think I speak on your behalf and everyone's behalf when I say, Jomo, may your wish come true. Well, folks, I want to thank all of you for taking the time to spend an hour with us. I genuinely believe that the best way to honor the legacy of Dr. Clayton Christensen is to ensure that we take the theories that Jofosa has helped us translate for the continent and emerging markets, and dare I say the world, and take these theories and these ideas and these frameworks and truly transform our continent. Almas, I want to thank you for the great opportunity in honoring us, and I'd like to thank all of you for putting up with us. Let's be hopeful. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
This fireside chat is about diasporans as entrepreneurs, philanthropists, investors, and innovators, led by our very own Almaz, and joined by our two colleagues, Joshua Geim and Nate Geim.
Hello, can you hear me? How are you? So I was just saying to Sanavik, we need to get everyone here. If you have heard of Eritreans, I don't think you've ever seen 3 of them at the stage at the same time. So this is really a fire chat, for real. So I'm very delighted to be with Josh, whom I met in 2018, thanks to Michael. You're there, I can see you. Thank you. And who, at the time, he came as a keynote speaker at Addis 18. And what I remember so clearly is during his presentation, he had a PowerPoint behind him of the place where he grew up as a refugee. And that journey that he took, and thanks to his parents, and they'll talk about this, people were starting to ask him, so he came from that and he's a CTO at Johnson & Johnson? I said, yes. And that, I think, is the story of the diaspora we don't talk about a lot. And then last year, I met Nate, his brother. And the more I dug in, the more they found both of them to be extremely interesting. And so I want to find out how these 2 brothers who came from a place that one will not think, oh, once you are in a refugee camp or whatever, as a refugee somewhere, your chances of overcoming that challenge and becoming the people that you are, whatever was your aspiration and vision, is not always clear and it's not always there. It's only through people like Josh and Nate and others in the room who have gone through this journey that we start to learn. And for me, it's an incredible privilege. And also, it's fantastic to be with my compatriots on the stage, because rarely this happens. You know, we Eritreans are everywhere, but we rarely are at the same stage at the same time. So thank you so much. So I'm going to just ask probably Josh first. And the question, this is going to be very generative, and it's not very scripted, but I just want you to just share who you are and how you came to be where you are today.
Great. First of all, thank you for having us. This is actually the first time I've been on stage with my brother. So it's not just 3 Eritreans, but I think this is... so, it doesn't happen. But anyway, just to give you a background about us, we're from Eritrea. Both my mom and my dad used to actually run an orphanage with a lot of other teachers, even within Eritrea. Then there was the 30-year war between Eritrea and Ethiopia for a very long time. So again, I think for my parents, education was at the top. My dad was involved in education. My mom was involved in healthcare. So we were in Eritrea. After a while, they just said, time to move. So we ended up actually I moved first to Sudan without the rest of the family because my uncle at that time was actually moving to the US. So they thought that I could actually move to the US with them, and it didn't work out. So I actually ended up staying in Sudan by myself. And then I think about 6 months later, basically, my parents and the whole family decided, okay, if we're going to be there, we're just going to come there. And they came to Sudan. If you remember the famine in Ethiopia, really mostly in the 80s. At that time, actually, my dad started a refugee camp to house basically a lot of the Ethiopian and Eritrean refugees that were coming into Sudan. My mom started working for the Swiss Red Cross, which ended up being almost just moving from one refugee camp to another. Actually, we used to work as translators to all we spoke English. It was pretty easy. That's what we practiced at home when we were young. So we actually used to go on those with all the physicians at the refugee camps, and we just translate for them pretty much whenever we're not in school. It's interesting. We lived in Sudan actually for almost 10 years. And after that, it's interesting that I went to school in Sudan. I finished high school in Sudan. And as soon as I finished high school, my parents are basically, okay, I think you've done what you need to do, time to move to US. And that's how we ended up in the US. So I started college, seriously, 3 months after we moved to US at Indiana. It was really interesting because the school system in Africa, I think it's interesting because sitting here, a lot of people don't understand how advanced, at least at that time, was. For me to start college in the US after finishing school in Africa it was like the easiest 2 years. And it was really interesting because I think in a lot of the schools, I hope it's still that way, you learn a lot more practical things in Africa. It's a British school system. The science classes, you get to choose a major early on when you're in high school. So I focused in the science area. My whole plan was always to go into the healthcare piece, but definitely did not want to go to medical school. So I thought that I'm going to focus towards the research part of it. And that's what I did. So I studied chemistry as an undergrad, got my PhD at University of Illinois in biochemistry, and thought that I would join a pharmaceutical company and do research. But then a weird thing happened. When I was in grad school, I used to coach the women's soccer team at University of Illinois. And one weekend, right after I finished my PhD, I get a call, and the person basically on the phone said, "Oh, I'm from Colgate and would love to talk to you about a job." And in my head, I'm thinking, Colgate, the university, to talk about soccer. Seriously, for about 15 minutes, they're talking about toothpaste. I'm talking about soccer. Nobody understood what was going on. Finally, the guy's like, no, we're from the toothpaste company. I'm like, why would I go to a toothpaste company? But I ended up 3 months later joining them. The main reason being, I actually was still interested in doing global things. So Colgate at that time, they're everywhere around the world. I actually thought that it's a great opportunity to work not only in the US, but also to go back. So I worked for them for about 8 years, moved to Belgium, moved to China. It was just an incredible experience. Then I left Colgate to join Pfizer. After 1 year, actually, J&J ended up buying that business, and that's how I ended up at J&J. And for the last 13 years, I was actually the CTO for Johnson & Johnson consumer business. Actually, last month, I ended up leaving J&J to start a company. So, and it's amazing because I talk to a lot of people coming out of college, those kinds of things. It's like, you're the CTO of J&J. Why would you leave? You have the title. You have everything. It's never about the title. It's more, you got to continue to do what you're passionate about. And I still have incredible relationship with J&J. To give you an example, when I told J&J 2 years ago, actually, I was leaving to start a company, they approved for me to actually split my time. So they said, I think you should stay as a CTO for now, and then go do whatever you want to do. So I've been splitting my time for the last 2 years, basically 50% at J&J as CTO and 50% running a company. But as you can imagine, that's 2 full-time jobs. So in December, I just made a decision to start a couple of companies. So that's what I'm doing now.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, this is fantastic. Nate, you take it. So what's the difference now between the older and Nate?
I think people are going to be surprised because we're probably wondering what kind of PhD I got. So the surprise part is I hated school. And, you know, my dad being a math teacher and always in school, as you can imagine, he was the favorite because he always wants to study. And on my case, I was more like technical that I could figure everything out by myself. And I had the notion that I knew everything. School is only for people that can't figure out life, you know? So I did go to college, but back home growing up, Dad get a watch, I tear it apart to see how it works. I never put it back because I don't know how to put it back. Every radio in our house, they still talk till today that every time he got a radio, we don't have TV, right? So I always trying to find who's in it. How is somebody's in it talking? So I always been that technical guy. So when I went to college, I think I went for 3 years at IUPUI, and I got to the point, this doesn't make sense. I need something to do with my hands. So I went to school to learn to become aircraft maintenance A&P mechanic. Once I did that, I left that. I got interested at FedEx to doing a lot of automation, programming conveyors, and all kind of stuff. And I never went back to college, but I learned everything just staying at the job and taking side classes. So I just kept moving from one area to the next. Once I get bored with that job, that no matter what it paid, I wasn't satisfied. And later in life, you figure out you've been chasing the money, but really not what you're passionate about. So I ended up at this job. They called me out of the blue, and a company called Diaton Distribution. Never heard of them. I'm at FedEx. I'm comfortable. So they hired me. I didn't show up to start my job. So now I'm thinking, I don't know this company. I'm not sure. I'm too comfortable at FedEx. So they called me and offered me a lot more money to come in. I said, man, these got to be some crazy people. So I went and started a job there. And running that logistics, start opening warehouses for them throughout the United States. So when they sold the company, that was in 2008, as the economy was tanking. So I said, I'm not going to go get another job. It's time for me to start my own. So the first call I made was to my parents. I said, I'm going to walk away. And first thing Dad said was, well, that's what you want to do. And Mom is yelling at him, I can hear her. Said, do not tell him to quit his job, you know. But he said, remember, what did you have coming in the U.S.? I said, nothing. He said, well, you can start over again. I said, all right. Next phone call was to him. And the only thing he said was, you're crazy. People are losing their jobs. Stay where you at. Hang up. Yeah. So a week later, he called me. He said, what are you doing? I said, working. He said, you quit, didn't you? I'm like, yep. You know. But, you know, you hear a lot of people talk about, I did it, you could do it, anybody can do it, and BS. That's not the whole story of starting your own business. There's a lot of things you need to have, or people around you, to give you that direction and to help you get to where you need to be. Not all the way, there's nothing guaranteed, but once I got going, we got the warehouse. I'm going to tell you a short story. Empty warehouse. I'm sitting there staring, there's no business, and this is my new business now. So I landed the first client, the second. So now I needed a bigger warehouse. 2008, 2009 now, nobody's loaning money to no business, especially new, because a lot of people went under, banks weren't loaning. So again, one thing you got to understand, our family is we talk every day, no matter where we at. So here you go again. I call him. He said, so what happened? I said, well, I got a bigger warehouse, but they want me to pay 2 months in advance and this much down payment, deposit. I'm like, what the heck? There's always something that stops you from moving forward, no matter how good you're doing. So that's 10 p.m. at night. I'm still there working, and guess who calls? to see how things are going. And I explained to him, here's the problem. And he said, well, just go negotiate with him and see what happened. I hang up. I said, man, he has no clue sitting at the corporate level. just go negotiate, right? So to cut the story short, the next day, I got exactly what I need from this guy. Yep. So my point to this is, it's tough, but not when you got family like that.
Okay, how do you? So I am, actually I'm the worst person, I'm always crying. My husband knows I cry all the time. But I think this is the reason why I wanted to have this discussion, because with these two, what you see is what you get. One of the things I got out of Josh was this connection, this people that I can talk to, the money that we got funding. And I start to think, philanthropy, yeah, it has a lot of meaning, but it is what Nate was talking about. When you are in need and you have no idea how to do it, but you've got this vision, this drive to make it, you would do anything to make it happen. But we can never do it without having somebody who believes in us. There's no one who's an island, and you can see this is the truth, that we're not an island. We're with somebody who's making something happen for us. So Josh, not that to say I thank you for helping him, but I'm actually saying this is the essence of Josh in a way, because when I met him, things start to open up. So is that many of you who are here who know me, who opened the door over and over and over and over again, simply because you believe in that person and you believe in that vision. But when it comes to family, it's even much more deeper and a very unique dynamics. So Nate got to be where he is because there was this angel who calls him 8 times a day. I know that. Who looks after him. Now, let's put it back into the context also of many, many diasporans who are struggling, suffering, alone, feeling lonely, but they are not. It's just that the kind of support that we're talking about is not in existence. What kind of suggestion do you have? How do we mitigate this challenge that we know exists? What do we do about it, and what do you think we could do?
No, I think it's absolutely important for every single person in this room that has been fortunate to go to the right school, the right mentors, to almost do exact same thing again. It's interesting. I think for me, just leaving Sudan to start school here, which means that the parents had to give up a lot. I think our parents tend to get involved quite a bit. To give you an idea, in my whole life, I've never missed going home for Thanksgiving or Christmas. So we go home every single time. And I'll tell you a story what my dad does. Every time we go for Christmas, there's a letter written to the 4 of us. We have two younger brothers also. And then we have 4 cousins that are about similar age. So we get this 8 letters because he planned basically the whole year something we need to do in Africa. So the last one was actually, somehow he found out that the teachers in Eritrea were getting paid, I think it was less than $10 a month or something like that. So he said, okay, from now on, in the school system, the orphanage that they run, his point was basically, okay, from now on, you guys are going to give all of them a raise. So he goes, it's not going to cost you that much, but everybody has to give a certain amount of money every month, and that's going to go straight to each of the teachers so that at least they double their salary. Again, it's not that big of a deal. Given away, and it's funny because for me, when I get those letters, I have a 12-year-old and a 10-year-old, and I give them the letter to say, you need to read this. And my son would go, wait, I make more just carrying the garbage from the garage to the street than the teacher that's actually with a family that's actually working. So it's what each person needs to do, but by the way, it's all small things. And I'll give you an example. I think it was 4 years ago. Paul Stoffels, who's the chief scientific officer at J&J, there was a new conference being started to basically encourage more education, more research in Africa. And this meeting was in Senegal, and he couldn't make it. So he called me and said, I can't make this meeting, so you need to go. I said, fine, I'll go, because any opportunity to fly to Africa at the expense of a company is always a good thing. So I went to Senegal, and actually, I think I met Sarah there. Michael is here in the back. Actually, they were running, an organization was running this, new startups were doing a pitch. I think they were getting $1,000 or something, it's almost nothing, for winning this pitch that they were doing. As soon as we finished, there were a couple of J&J people, and I looked at them, I'm like, why are we doing this? And everybody just looked at each other and said, yeah, we don't see any issues. So I called Michael, actually, saying, we're doing an Africa Innovation Challenge. And that's the advantage. I mean, seriously, if you work for a company, most of them, it's almost like what Alma said at the opening. It's what you make of it. And that's what it ended up happening. So we launched Africa Innovation Challenge. It was just incredible, the amount of submissions of startups we received. By the way, the 3 companies we selected are just doing incredible. One of them was here last year with Mahmoud from Liberia. And this year, I think there's a couple of them because we ran a second one last year where we selected 5 healthcare companies across Africa. No strings attached. They get the funding. They get 100 J&J people to support them with whatever they need. And seriously, when we started this program, we didn't tell anybody in terms of at J&J. We just said, we're doing this. And you'd be surprised whether it's one-on-one mentoring, one-on-one relationship that you have, but also if you work for a big company to say, you know what, I'm committed to do this, why not? I can tell you, Paul Stoffels, the chief scientific officer, he actually quit J&J at one point because they wouldn't fund him because he figured that he knew how to solve the whole issue of HIV/AIDS. And he had a program at J&J. After the first experiments failed, he's like, if you don't fund me, I'm leaving. And he ended up leaving. He moved to Africa and him and his friend actually started doing research on HIV/AIDS. He started a company called Tibotech. It's one of the biggest companies today that's actually solving HIV/AIDS around the world. And if you think about it, today, people don't die from HIV/AIDS if it's caught early enough, and there's quite a bit of work. So what used to be a death sentence, only because this one person actually chose to do something. So my only advice to all of you is, it's just your own contribution. Seriously, it can be the smallest thing, which is just talking to one of our entrepreneurs that are here from Africa to say, would love to just be a mentor, bounce ideas through me. I'll connect you to the next person that I know. It's just this network that's needed, and I think no other continent needs this more than Africa, and I think that's what we should be doing, all of us.
Wonderful. So I will give 2 questions maybe later on, but I have a question for Nate. So Nate, usually the diaspora comes with no generational wealth. When we come with nothing. And which is really an amazing way of really measuring how fast we succeed or sometimes fail. And then of course we can rise up, but really we don't have generational wealth. Whatever we had at home in our own country, we don't have it here, we have to create it. So Nate, there's so many young immigrants, in fact, recent immigrants. We have a lot of them here today. And I know a lot of them from Ethiopia, Eritrea, and some are coming from other parts of Africa. They're here today, and they all have a vision and a mission and something that they want to do, and they really probably don't want to go to college. I mean, who said that you have to finish college to be successful? Let's look at many of the people who became very successful. So what is your advice or suggestion to those who are dreaming, and then they're thinking, But people say that I got to go get my PhD. I have to get this and I have to get that. It's almost like stuck in that in-between way. What is your suggestion?
I think most of them, the disadvantage they have is they have to take care of their family and at the same time think about going to college and how expensive it is. And then they still have to work and provide. So it doesn't leave them a lot of room to trying to start and become what they actually, their passion and what they want to do is be entrepreneur. It's never too late. Most of my employees, to go back a few steps, started at 14,000 with empty warehouse. I said over 1 million square foot with 140-something employees, and 90% are immigrant.
Wow, amazing.
Yeah, so they doing their things, but they just need that help. Some of them came to me, they don't speak a lick of English, and they feel bad. And I had to relate to them because when I came here, I didn't know Jack either. So it is what you make out of it, but if it's going to be any place, this is it. But for everybody that makes it, if you pull somebody up, and these immigrants are the most hardworking people you ever see. They're not educated. You got to teach them how to do certain things. Very loyal. So we build our company taking immigrants just like we were. People like me got lost being an American. A lot of people, even when they come, they don't know that I'm foreigner. They just think I'm from here. They say, well, you don't talk funny like us. And whatever that is, right? But I really took that, being in the United States, parents leaving everything they got to come here. I wanted to take advantage of it, school or no school. Most entrepreneurs not with PhDs. So the thing is, you gotta be able to help them. If you're gonna succeed by yourself, if I was gonna do it by myself, I'd still be stuck in that little warehouse I had to make sure, because Dad used to come and pick orders for me. It was fun. Our dad's almost 85, and he still comes to the warehouse and work at 9 o'clock, but he's got his own time, right? He comes in, he does whatever he picks he wants to do. Employees will tell me, hey, your dad okay? I'm like, why? He's like, we didn't see him today. I'm like, I don't know. I'm busy, right?
By the way, it's free labor, so you should, just to be clear.
5 minutes.
Yeah, but the refugees, they got a lot of issues, but the most loyal people, the hardworking, is there some bad people? In every house, there's one black sheep, right? So in every country, whatever they come from, there's always bad people. But you can't judge the few, the many because of the few. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I think the one thing I want to add is create a network, whether it's your family as a starting point, then your friends, extension of their friends. I think that's the most critical piece. There's almost nothing I wanted to do where I can't call someone and say, I need your help in this space, or calling someone and saying, can you connect with, do you know anybody in this space that's doing this? I don't know where Binya is. Binya is all the way in the back. He works for J&J. It's funny, I can tell you in the last break, we just connected with a business that's trying to get into the market, and he just called them on the phone, and he hands me the phone. He goes, talk to these people. And I talked to them, and we're meeting with them next week because they're trying to launch a product here in the US, and they're not sure what needs to happen as a next step. So for me, I think it's always be on the watch out to help the next person. I could tell you just one quick thing. Maybe a few months ago, so we launched a brand as part of the company that I did, and some magazine actually just went online and said, you got to try this brand. I have no idea who they are. All of a sudden, my email, I got 17,000 emails in a row, and I'm calling my IT guy saying, did we just get hacked? And he goes, no, those are real orders. People want samples of everything you're doing. Wow. So I call Nate, I go, don't panic, you just received, because his warehouse is actually where we ship all of our e-commerce. So I called him and I said, don't panic and tell your employees that they just received 17,000 orders and we need to get it out in the next week. And it's like, what do you do? Because we're not set up to do any of that. But you know what was interesting? He sends me a picture where my dad actually went to the warehouse, took boxes of this order, took it home. Him and my mom were actually working all night to try to pack all the stuff. I'm like, what happened? He goes, yeah, what are we doing? We're just sitting at home, so might as well contribute.
This is amazing.
Hey, but so
Yeah. Amazing
I just
story.
use that as an example in terms of just the network, the relationship. Don't be afraid to ask for help when you need to.
That's amazing. So it's in the family, in that spirit. What I want to say is the need to ask for help is critical to the diaspora. There are diasporans who are really struggling, even though they might be going to one of the best universities or this and that. There's so much challenge. What I like you to really think about is they have, Nate and Josh have this incredible family that they depend on, and they depend on each other, and they have a circle of friends that can actually collaborate and be a part of. I think what Josh said about creating that network of support, each one of us need that. And that doesn't have to be from your own community. How about this community? The most diverse people, if you ask me, what do you love about Addis? The diversity. This is a global community. My friends I haven't seen for a long time, they're not Africans, but they want to be here, a part of this. And I can reach out to them anytime, and I know they will help me, and I will be also here as much as I can. And I ask you to do the same thing, because this space that we have family and friends who can support us to be successful is not always available to everyone. But what's available is we are available to each other. Am I right? We really
absolutely.
are
I
available
think,
to each other.
seriously, yesterday we had a board meeting for ADN, and that's absolutely the discussion.
Yeah.
This is a community that should be, not just the people in this room, but this is a good starting point, is a network that needs to continue to expand and continue to address some of the biggest issues, not just talk about them, but do something small, because by the time next year comes, you'll see a lot of progress, and I think that's going to be key. And ADN is just one round of family that needs to be continued to grow, and it is growing based on the last 3 years that I've seen in terms of what's happening.
Thank you, thank you. And Nate, what would you like to add?
So what I want to add is, as me and Josh talk about how it helped to have a family that understand and willing to help. But family doesn't have to be a biological family. This is my second year coming here, and it's great. You get to network, you get to bounce ideas. I got, other than Josh, like, even though he's the main guy, when I got opportunity, he's the first one I call, and I spell out everything. So I'm gonna buy this, and this is what it is. He's gonna give me his idea or his, what he think everything about it, but at the end of the day, a lot of time I do agree with him, and sometimes I just go rogue, right? I just do it. But it's one of those things when you have the way to do it. You don't just do it to make money immediately of helping somebody else. You can realize the profit later, but you got to work on it. You got to have people. So this is a new family for me that we could start talking and bouncing ideas. It doesn't have to be within the same industry. But lastly, I'm going to tell you, I met a guy here, Mario. He's an IT guy. So we merged about 5-6 years ago when we built our building. I needed an IT guy. We met through our sons. They were friends. And my son was like, he's from Africa. That's all he knows, right? He's from Africa. I was like, we're in Africa, right? So we met. We've been good friends since 6-7 years now. We do IT stuff together. But where we at, there's a challenge of minority-owned companies trying to connect to corporations to do business with. So we came up with a platform with help of Mario to corporations sign up. All the MBs are free. Corporation pays for it to where all the RFP goes in there. You start creating that relationship to start building your company. And now thinking that, I don't see, and the reason it was built is we go to a national convention and all this stuff every year, and then 12 months goes by without contacting anybody. So we wanted to build something that after the show and after the meeting, you create that relationship, how to get it to stay in contact with the buyers and the corporation. So I think this is something that we could do for ADN, to have a platform where we can still connect. It don't matter where you are globally, through whoever you met, and discuss something to keep that conversation going until you come again to meet face to face.
Wonderful. Thank you. Well, you've heard it. We'll make it happen. Thank you, Nate. Thank you, Josh. Thank you.
It's been a long day. It's been a fascinating day. What we've heard over and over again over the course of the day is the incredible opportunities in Africa. I really like the book by Achaleke, Africa's Business Revolution, and he has this graphic where he talks about 5.6 trillion consumer and business spending by 2025. We heard from the minister from Kenya, the Honorable Minister Mucheru, that there's 100 million active users on mobile payments. There's going to be 89 cities with more than 1 million souls by 2030, in a market of 2.5 billion people by 2050. So all these incredible opportunities, but also a lot of hurdles. And so we talked about some of those hurdles today: the power grid, the uneven digitization of public services, the lack of actual personal identification, intra-Africa payments coming along but still problematic. And so as I think about this day, the question I ask myself is, who is going to actually capture the opportunities of Africa? And I've heard this tension and this theme in the room, because I think there is a fundamental question here. Is it going to be the Fortune 500 behemoths that are right now today sitting in Davos? Are they going to the ones who are sitting around talking about poverty, are they the ones who are going to capture the opportunities in Africa? Or will Africa actually have an ecosystem that promotes individual initiative, that promotes innovation, that rewards risk-taking, that develops small and medium enterprises as an engine of growth? If you look at the US, and I know people have challenged the question of whether US reality should be compared to Africa, but I want to point out one interesting thing about the US, which is that if you were to distribute GDP growth according to enterprises in the US, what you would see is there's this vast array of companies with 50 to 200 employees that actually generate a huge chunk of economic activity in the United States. These are medium-sized enterprises. Annual revenue, $10, $15, $20 million. It's very rich. If you look at a lot of countries in the continent of Africa, what you'll see is a huge number of enterprises with 10 or less employees. They never scale, and they usually fail. And they usually fail intergenerationally. And then you'll see a smaller number of very, very large companies at the other end of the spectrum. And what you won't see in the middle is all of those vibrant middle-sized enterprises that actually drive job creation and economic prosperity. At least that's my thesis, and I think some people share it. And I'm the executive director of Stanford Seed, and our mission statement is that we partner with entrepreneurs in emerging markets to build those kinds of thriving enterprises that transform lives. So at Stanford Seed, which is hosted by the Graduate School of Business at Stanford, we try to find those companies where an entrepreneur has had some initial success, has built a company, maybe 50 employees, $1 million or $2 of annual revenue, and is trying to figure out, how do I transform and scale that business into something really big? And I think for the entrepreneurs in the room, there's a challenge between founding a business and growing a business. And sometimes the entrepreneurial mindset that enabled you to overcome so many challenges to found a business are not necessarily the exact same skill sets you need to build a team, to retain talent, to delegate authority, and to grow that business. And so I think the answer to the question, who will capture the amazing opportunities in Africa, depends in part on the kinds of businesses that are built in Africa and what we call the entrepreneurial ecosystem that enables those businesses to be built. I'm very honored to have a group of guests here that include actually 3 alumni from the Stanford Seed program, and Joanna, who I hope will someday join us. But my shameless plug is over. I want this actually to be about their experience. And so I'm going to ask each of you, starting on my left with Yomi, to introduce yourself. And what I'd like you to do is just say just a minute or two about what your business is and what drove you to start it.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Yomi Adideji. I'm the founder of Softcom. Our company is primarily an innovation company focused on driving inclusion and growth for people at the bottom of the pyramid, specifically focused on 4 specific areas. One is in identity. So in Nigeria today, there are just about 40 million people that are identified. And what that means is it's only these people who have access to financial services, to health services, to loans, and there are over 180 million Nigerians. So we're primarily focused on how do you identify more people and bring them into inclusion as the cases. Then we also have a bank. We own a bank, primarily also focused on, after identifying them, how do you bring them into an ecosystem where they can now start banking or having access to some of the services all of us have as a bank. Then also in education, then data. So those are like our 4 key areas. In the journey of our work, we've found a couple of common things. One thing that is common across all social classes is the mobile phone. So we're premised on how do we use the mobile phone as a distribution infrastructure to reach everyone in our society with these services. I think that's what our work is focused on. I think as we go on into the conversation, I'll share more of some of the challenges we've faced and the successes we've had in the past few years. Thank you. Cheers.
Hello, everyone. My name is Elikem Tamaklo. I'm the managing director for Nyaho Healthcare Limited, but that's the new name. It was Nyaho Medical Center before. And that's because it was the hospital started off by my father in 1970 as the first private group medical practice. So in a country where there were not many specialists, this organization brought all the specialists together in one place to do their private work. In different countries, you see a different dynamic. And in Ghana, what you see is that the public sector arguably caters for about 40 to 60% of all healthcare provision, but the remainder is private players like our hospital. And so this was started in 1970 and will be 50 years this year. My father died in 2001, and my mother then took over in terms of her leadership. And I'm proud to be a second-generation family business leader in that I trained as an emergency physician in the UK, but 5 years ago I moved back to Ghana to take over from my mom as she was retiring. And the decision was that she was looking at selling at that point in time because there were lots of different hospital groups who were interested in entering into Ghana. But the decision-making at that point in time would have been focused on more profitable areas, whilst I believed in the transformation that was required would require a bit more time to put in the right things in place. So in coming back, what I did with Stanford Seed was to look at more transformation, how to scale. And so I'm privileged to say that we now have, we've grown into having not just the main hospital, but a primary care clinic in the business district and on-site clinics. And we're beginning to, we're just finishing capital raise to do a more geographical expansion across Ghana. So that's my story. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Joan Nadubega. I'm from Uganda, and I'm a survivor of malaria, which is why I founded Uganix. It's a social enterprise that is fighting malaria in Uganda, later to Greater East Africa. What we do is we manufacture anti-malarial repellents that are natural and are affordable to even the lowest income earner, in the way that we take advantage of the market that is already there for mosquito repellents. That's the tourism industry and the high income earners that care so much about their health and they can afford the different initiatives for health. So we sell our product to them at a higher price to cross-finance for the low income earners that cannot afford health care products like mosquito repellents. Usually mosquito repellents are targeted for high-level earners and also tourists who just come to our countries and they just face malaria for maybe 15 days or 30 days. But then the people that stay in the countries that have malaria are actually ignored so much. So that is what Uganix is doing. We are trying to fight malaria from its grassroots. And also we do carry out malaria awareness campaigns in the communities to bring back hope to the mostly affected people, because most of them, you find them that they are lost hope. They have mosquito nets in their homes, but then they don't use them anymore because they're like, even if I sleep in a mosquito net every day, I'll still get malaria. They don't even know what they're dealing with. So we try to bridge all these gaps to be able to fight it. I'm a survivor of malaria, so that's why I do solve that problem. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Keza Bunyenyezi. I am a co-founder of a company called Comms Africa that is now based in Kigali, and we are a mobile innovations company that focuses mostly on value-added services, but we focus our delivery through mobile phones, and specifically, we try to develop technologies that can be delivered through feature phones, because the penetration of smartphones is not as high as it is in the developed world. Our claim to fame, as I may call it, is the airtime credit service, where we developed a solution that allows prepaid mobile users to borrow airtime and then pay back on their next top-up. As most of you are from the motherland, you will know that mobile consumption is predominantly a prepaid model. So we identified a gap where people had no access to airtime for a number of reasons. They could be in a room like this, so it's not an economic thing, or it could be that you are in an environment where they don't accept the form of payment that you have. You have a card in your pocket, but the vendor only accepts cash, or whatever the dynamic may be. So that was the opportunity that we identified. And we have grown this service into 25 countries across Africa, the Middle East, and parts of Asia. And I am happy to be here. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So in keeping with the theme of the entrepreneurial ecosystem and the barriers to innovation and entrepreneurship, we've heard a lot about the role of government and the role of regulation. So the question I want to ask, and I'm going to start with Dr. Elikem, is to talk a little bit about what the regulatory environment for your medical practice looks like in Ghana, and to what extent do you have a way for policymakers to hear your concerns and for you to actually convey or influence government policies that would support innovation?
I trained in the UK, and I was very familiar with collaborative working, a multidisciplinary approach to healthcare. And so in coming back to Ghana, I think the first thing that struck me was how fragmented this healthcare system was. Basically, a lot of the private entities saw each other as competitors, and because there were so many, there was no body that represented private sector. The other thing was that the public sector saw the private sector as just basically a drain of their resources. All their nurses would go to private sector, and so there was a fragmentation there as well. And then the regulatory bodies were not necessarily strong in that they didn't have enough staff to enforce regulation. So we as an entity were always focused on quality, so we were registered with a regulator. But even up to last year, only 8% of all healthcare facilities were registered, not even regulated. And so you had a problem with enforcement. So even if you had certain things that every hospital had to do, it wasn't being enforced. So 5 years ago, I started to try and just, I understood that our success was dependent on how well the ecosystem was working. And I think that the very first step was to just start to engage. And I started to talk to some of my colleagues, started to bring people together into a forum. And then we had, as part of our 45th anniversary, we had an event, which was an evening event, and we decided to bring all the key decision makers in the regulatory, public sector, private sector together in one place. We just thought it was a celebration and we had the access. But what was interesting was that a dialogue started, and that dialogue was unintentional. But then the next year, we then had it again as a day conference, and then it started to grow as a forum. And what was interesting was as the conversation started, certain themes and topics started to come up. And that's the beauty of when you bring people together in one room and they're all interlinked. And that's when the position of those who are making policies, the people who are in those positions also have the ability to hear. So I think what was interesting was that the influence was always there. It just required stakeholders to start to bring it. And for me as a private player or as an entrepreneur, I couldn't leave it to the hands of someone else to say, it's got to be done. I had to start making an intentional decision towards doing that. So the current thing is right now on taxation, is right now on electricity. There are no concessions for healthcare. And so when you think about healthcare, and we talked earlier on about sustainable green energy like solar, it's fascinating that there are no policies that can give a lot of healthcare facilities these breaks or these opportunities to better use your resources. So I think that's really my experience, that we as an entity have to go beyond our confines and start to engage on the national conversation. But the bigger problem is not just about the regulation, it's also about how that is going to be enforced. And I think that the enforcement is definitely a government priority, but it's got to be a private-public partnership to do that.
Keza, I wanted to turn it over to you. When you and I were chatting, you mentioned, I think, that your business now crosses 27 countries in Africa, 25, plus now in the Middle East and Asia. And you were conveying to me some of the challenges of running a business across so many borders with various currency regimes and the like. Maybe you could share a little bit. I think it speaks directly to this question of, does the ecosystem exist for allowing medium and small enterprises to really expand into transcontinental enterprises? What are some of the challenges that you guys have faced?
Yes, there are challenges to having to growing a business across many borders. I think one is a currency issue. So being a local African company that wants to trade in other African nations, we find ourselves in a situation where we face losses based on foreign exchange differences. So I open shop in Benin or in Ghana or in Nigeria. I generate revenue in the local currency, but because in order to sort of standardize my business, we bill in US dollars. So that's one area in which we find that we lose value. I really wouldn't know what the solution is, but hopefully somebody in here has a solution for me. Another thing that is, for me, that's very close to my heart is just how easy it is to travel from one African country to another. Today, it's easier for me to come to America than it is to go to South Africa. This issue of having to apply for visas 2 weeks in advance and provide proof that I will leave the country after my business is done, I think is another thing that, I feel like, if we came together as entrepreneurs and policymakers and people who are doing business on the continent, that is something that I think we should talk about. Countries like, and I'm very proud to say, countries like Rwanda, you can apply for a visa online, and I believe today all nationalities of Africa can get a visa on arrival at the airport. I say it's close to my heart. I said lightly, but it's not light. I have traveled to countries in Africa, arrived thinking I didn't need a visa and been deported because I didn't have one. I think another challenge that we face, I don't know how many how many do you want, Darius? Because one, okay, I'll give you one more. It's been a bit of a challenge so in our model, without giving away my, secret recipe, in our business model, we cover the risk of loss of airtime value. So in order for me to do this, it has been a little bit more difficult when I've left the continent, only because some of the telecom companies don't recognize the financial institutions in Africa. Not because there's anything wrong with them, but it's just, they think, I don't know what image or opinion they have of banks in Africa, but you present a bank guarantee from an African bank and it's turned away, and they say to you, please bring us a guarantee from Citibank or HSBC or no, not a HSBC. Yes, and so that for me has also been another challenge where I can't, I haven't. There are markets I haven't been able to close the deal because of that challenge. Yeah.
Thank you. So, Joanna, you were incredibly humble when you introduced your business. So, in case you don't know, Joanna is one of the awardees of the 2020 Builders of Africa's Future. She's also was awarded the Champions of Science Africa Innovation Challenge. She's the runner-up for the Anzisha Prize in 2018, and a guest at the Africa Innovation Summit in 2018. So quite an amazing resume, Joanna. So now I've warmed you up. So the question I had for you when you and I were speaking, we sometimes assume that social enterprises evolve on a completely different trajectory from purely commercial enterprises. You said something very interesting to me, which is that you wanted to build a social enterprise that was founded on commercial principles. Can you share with us some of the challenges of that journey that you shared with me earlier over the past 2 years of building that business and being able to export your products?
So what he's trying to talk about is Uganix is a social enterprise, but also an enterprise that is based on making profits, but also creating a social impact. We're not an NGO, we don't do charity. So what we've tried to build is having our customers value our product. We don't care, so in some communities that we work in, we have their families that don't earn anything, like even $1 in a week or even in a month. But then there are families that use soap, but the cheapest soap they could find on the market, and maybe they pay around 5 cents. So we want even that family to at least pay those 5 cents instead of taking the product for free, because I've happened to receive things for free and also work for things, and I know how we all value something you've really worked for than something you've just received. So, of course, we've faced a lot of challenges, and we've tried to build a high commercial market, the market that pays higher for our product, to be able to fill the high, very, very, very high market that need our product. And this has required us to have to ship products globally, or let's say to the States, because we get a lot of orders here, a lot of orders in Europe, even a lot of orders within Africa. But then the logistics and we have a few courier companies in Uganda, and then you find shipping 1 kilogram of soap to the United States will cost you around $35. We've had a lot of customers turning down orders because the cost of shipping the products to them are really, really, really high, but also the way of getting payment from them. There are platforms like PayPal, there are platforms like using credit cards, but then these platforms don't reach. For example, PayPal, you can pay with PayPal from Uganda, but you cannot receive money on PayPal from Uganda. So you find that there's a lot of limiting factors for an African enterprise to be able to really use its potential outside their own country, because even shipping within Africa is really, really expensive. So that's one of the challenges that I've faced, that Uganix has lost a lot of customers within those two challenges. And last year, it's not because we don't have a market that is willing to pay for the products outside Uganda. We have customers inside Uganda, but if we could be able to use the market that we have outside, it would make much more impact in the company. We've, of course, tried to overcome these challenges by creating, for example, right now, this month, we've just gotten certified in Austria to be able, so we can be able to have a one-time shipment, but still you end up that the partnership we've created in Austria that is going to help us ship within the European Union, you have to, the product is charged a lot of tax, it's charged a lot of money to cover the costs of shipping the products to Austria, but then it's better than having to ship 1 kilogram to each customer. So we've tried to figure out ways of solving these challenges. So for example, last year in around June, July, so what we do is every month we get 20% of our revenue to cross-finance for the next month. So we know how much we need, how many products we need to cross-finance for the low-income earners before we enter the month. And last year, for 3 months, we're using 30 to 40% of our profits, our revenue, because when you have a customer, you can't deny to give a customer a product just because you don't have enough to cross-finance for it. So we had to stop marketing the product. So this, having a business, being an entrepreneur, of course, these are the challenges that make us who we are. You know that I'll face a challenge, but then you know that I'll have to find a way of getting out of this challenge, because you have a vision and you have people you want to impact as a social entrepreneur.
Thank you very much. I want to just touch on that. You're describing cross-financing. I mean, you're trying to grow organically with your own revenues. So I just want to quickly go down the line and ask the question of each of you. How important has it been to access external finance for your growth, or to what extent have you grown organically? Why don't we start with you, Yomi?
Okay, I think for us, we've primarily grown organically because of the type of problems we wanted to solve. And what I mean by that is innovating for the bottom of the pyramid. And for example, we wanted to try and drive financial inclusion. But in driving financial inclusion, we realized that many of the people don't have a known national identity. So we find ourselves solving a different problem or solving a new problem because we want to solve a financial inclusion problem. What that has primarily led us to, I mean, bringing it back to your question around finances, there are a lot of development partners, there are a lot of development enablers who are interested in addressing this problem. And we would find ourselves partnering with them in a bid to address the problem. And that has generated a lot of revenue for us as a company. And I think that maybe the cost of our infrastructure isn't high up in the sky, primarily also because we're very technology reliant. So we've had to grow organically as a company. I think this year is the first time we're looking out of our company to say we want to try and raise finance. But we've reached as much as $50 million in annual revenue without having to take any capital from outside as a company. I don't think, I wouldn't say that we've gone through the challenge of raising money yet, because we're just starting the process. So I think I'll learn as we go into it what the challenges will be. But we've grown organically and built up ourselves as a company.
Well, 50 million in revenue. I'm going to come and work for you. We'll talk later. Elikem, your business has much more capital expenditure. How have you grown?
Actually, it's great because in the last 50, so we're 50 years this year, but what makes the organization great is because of the stories of sacrifice. So my father, great story for me growing up because I saw the sacrifice he put in. But he sold his house to pay for an X-ray machine in the 80s. It was the first X-ray machine in the private sector because Ghana didn't have many of these machines. It was too expensive. They're made outside of the country. He bought a Siemens, and you're paying the same, rates as everyone else, and the cost of transporting it, the tax, everything. No one was going to lend him money, and so the only way he was going to do that was to sell his house. And so this was the first example of how we grew because a lot of it was internally generated. And when I came, one of the things, the organization had no overdraft, no loans, and everything had been done with internally generated funds. That meant that we could only grow to a certain extent because I think of the risk appetite of family businesses. When you don't have a strong board, when you don't have a strong governance system, you do kind of become more risk averse. And talking about healthcare, you'll see that in most African countries, it's limited to outpatient facilities. The profit margins come from outpatient and primary care and pharmacies. But if you try and go into more inpatient, that's when the capex is really high. So you have to buy the big fancy equipment. And so for us, we had to get our first loan, which was a local bank, about $2 million in 2017 for our first expansion wave. And the interest rates were crazy. I mean, we are paying 27%. It was initially 30%, and we negotiated and got to 27%. But currently, we're just completing an external raise, which is more with patient capital, which will be giving us better rates. And I think that's to help us to then start to invest more in the long term. So I think that the need for most high capex organizations is time and low interest rates, especially to give you the ability to figure out how to scale.
For me, Organic started in 2016, and we started getting funding, getting seed capital wasn't easy, but I wouldn't say that it's not possible because there are different organizations and companies that are willing to support young entrepreneurs like me. For as long as you look for them, so that's what I did. I looked for seed capital because I needed it for developing the product. So we started selling the product in 2018. And since then, our revenue has been growing on a faster rate. But so last year we were looking for an investment of $200,000. And we got over $70,000 from funding, $50,000 from Johnson & Johnson and from another organization. But we also got a lot of investors that are willing to invest, but with high rates of interest rates. And we didn't want to get the wrong investors because we are a social company. We are willing to pay interest, but not very high. But then when investors look into your revenues and they're seeing that they are growing high, they either want to get, we face challenges where someone wants to invest like 20,000 and they want to get like 10% of your equity, or where someone is willing to invest in the company and they want like 30% or 27%. So at the end of the day, as Darius said, yes, we want to be a for-profit company, but then we also have a responsibility of every month contributing to a social benefit, like the vision of the company. And somehow it became challenging, and then it left us in the gap of asking ourselves, do we really want to continue looking for investment that has interest, or should we just look for funding to invest in the company for the growth? Because the company itself is able to sustain itself, sustain its operation, but then it's like the capabilities of the company are higher than how much the company is able to invest in right now. That's why we are sourcing out for help. But then when you go out to source for help and investors look into your revenues and they are growing at a faster rate, they really want to get out what they can get out. So somehow the investment, which kind of investment that we really can be able to go into has become confusing. Yeah, so.
Yeah, I mean, Comms Africa has been lucky in the sense that we too have grown organically. We do look to a lot of financial institutions to support us with the bank guarantees and guaranteeing the risk. I remember when we started in 2009, we went and met one of these financial institutions, and they were happy to provide bank guarantees for us. But I mean, I was told not to give specifics, but we're going to keep this one secret. I mean, we were paying 40% for a paper. There was no cash. There was no. It was just a paper. So I think for me, the biggest challenge when it comes to financing that we have faced as a technology company is getting the financier to understand the business that you're in, one, and two, getting them to, I guess, make a decision and by making a decision, I mean, going through the due diligence and then investing in your company fast, because technology moves very quickly. So I don't have time. The industry is moving very fast. So if your due diligence takes 4 months and then you want to visit all of the 20 countries I'm in, and then by the time you're like, oh, okay, we're ready to invest, we've been in a situation like that before, and we didn't need the money by the time we'd gotten to the end of the process. So I think, to me, those are the two areas where we faced a challenge.
Thank you. I mean, of the 700 companies that have been through the SEED program, I think we may have had a mistaken assumption that helping companies become investor ready meant helping them become ready for equity investment. And I think what you heard from Joanne is that that's a double-edged sword, because investors want a big piece of your business and they want it really cheap. And particularly if a lot of enterprises that we work with in India and East Africa and West Africa are family enterprises. And those are some of the enterprises that are maybe the least attracted to diluting the ownership of their company. And I want to do one more quick question, and then I'm going to ask the audience to jump in. And this is about corporate governance. So I'm going to pose this one to you, Elikem, since this is a business started by your father. And anyone else who wants to jump in, just raise your hand. The question is, how has the corporate governance of your enterprise evolved as you have grown? What was necessary? What were the necessary steps you needed to take to professionalize the governance of your business?
So the organization had, I guess we were lucky because most businesses fail when the founder dies. And that's a common story around the world. And actually, the statistics are quite staggering, especially when you look at the next generation. So when my father died, I mean, there was a board in place, but I'd say the board was an advisory board because he was the founder, he was the one who was making the decisions. So they kind of went with him, and they didn't do the full role of the board to think about succession planning, to think about how sustainable will the business be, because it's all centered around one person. And so when he died, I think my mother then took on, mainly because he had created a platform for her to come in. As a woman in she was non-medical, but in the medical field, I saw what he did to really set the scene for her success by saying she is going to be taking over after I die. And so a lot of it was his personal ethics that enabled the organization to sustain that. And so in me coming in, the board was still an advisory board, I would say. It was a board in name. And corporate governance was a huge deal because for the hospital, we were not only just growing, but we're dealing with life. And so it's not just a matter of financial governance, it's also on quality governance. And so we had to start thinking around the corporate governance reviews, and 2016, we looked at getting more directors onto the board. And then 2017 was when we actually engaged in family governance. Now, that's a testament to the SEED program in that it's quite holistic, and the concept of family governance was quite new. I remember thinking that the family is the biggest problem for the company, in that any investor coming in can actually take advantage of any split in the family, can take advantage in terms of where there's disunity, but also it can impair someone to give money because it's not actually clear who's making decisions. And so the 2017, we had to go to PwC South Africa because we looked around. I mean, I remember speaking to someone from Germany, and they were like, how much revenue do you make? He doesn't do anything less than 100 million. I was like thinking. But then, this is whereby the need is actually in Africa, whereby most of the businesses are founder-led. And how do you have the conversations around who is going to take over? So we had to go to PwC South Africa, and we paid money for that. But then what was important was that it was a year of 3 workshops. I'll tell you that it was one of the hardest, the most stressful year, because I have 2 siblings, and we had to have conversations about death, about who qualified as a family member, how much equity did we want to sell at any point in time. And those were very emotive because everyone had a different perspective, and we'd never had that conversation. Do you give dividends, or do you invest money in the business so it can grow and accept no dividends for a few years? And my mother was quite old. My older sister is a lot older than I am. So they are post-60, and so they're thinking of retirement, whilst I'm very happy to invest. So I think that these are the challenges that we had to go through, but then it cleared the way for some big decisions. So my mother then decided to step down as chairman of the board, and then we got an independent chairman coming in. We got majority independence on the board. And then also it then helped us to start looking at the committees. So we had the Finance, Audit and Risk Committee, the Clinical Governance Committee, and then the Governance, Remunerations and Nominations. So I think this has evolved, and currently where we are is that we just had the audit, a quality audit, and governance was not an issue. But that was an anomaly. And I think that's where I'm very passionate about. If you're thinking Africa and all the founders here, you start having the conversations before anything, God forbid, happens. And that's where it's about how are you going to sustain a business beyond you.
Thank you very much. Sound advice. So I'm going to turn it over now for audience questions. And I've been told to, under no circumstances, give up this microphone. So if you have a question, please go over by the white pole there. And thank you.
Hi, my name's Emma. I'm from Baobab Consulting, and thank you all for speaking. I have so much admiration for all entrepreneurs, but particularly the ones working on the continent. So I think you all are amazing for how far you've come. And my question is, where you are now after all the challenges that you've been through, what would you change? Would you, after knowing what you know right now, is there anything you would have done differently or kept the same?
Any volunteers?
What would I have done differently? Maybe married an American so I don't need visas. I think when you're starting out, you're there's an element of desperation for your thing to work. And so you accept a lot of things that you really shouldn't. Like I was saying, going back to, 10 years ago, paying 40% for bank guarantees, had I known that I can say no in that meeting and walk out the door, I don't know if I'd be here also. But just that, I don't know, I think I have a stronger sense of pride now. And so there's a few things I won't accept. I don't know. Maybe I'd have done it differently, but would I be sitting here? I don't know.
For me, maybe done the SEED program earlier than I did. I think that's probably a starting point. I think finding out that what is required to create a company is different from what is required to build it, I think happened a lot longer than it should have happened to me. We were very innovation and engineering focused, so we were so deep in the product and didn't think much about the structures of the business and how we delegated authority between ourselves. So just having, in hindsight, after seed, we've gone from 33 employees to 274 employees in like 3 years. So maybe doing the seed program in itself will have been one of the things I'll have done differently, because it really kind of like deepened our understanding around putting the structures in place required to build a company, to delegate authority, to rely on other people to succeed, as the case is. I want to say something about the comment I made earlier. It's not 50, in case there's a tax regulator in the room. It's actually 15. All right. So I think just learning around building and the structures required would be something I would have done a lot earlier. Buttressing Kaiser's point around desperation, also, like, you find yourself really focused on a particular problem, and someone else wants you to solve a different problem, which you have capabilities to do. And it's also going to pay you, and you also need to pay the next salary anyway. So you find yourself now applying these capabilities you have to solve, maybe, for example, a payment problem when you're focused on identity. I think taking ourselves off the track of what we wanted to do because of some of the funding challenges we had in our early stages is also something that I'll probably have changed in hindsight as the case. I think those are the two things for me.
Joanna, Ellie?
To me, I don't know. I don't think, unless if the challenges I faced, unless if I knew what I got to know after facing that challenge. But then I think you can't avoid to make mistakes. You can't avoid to fail. But I think what happens after you fail is what matters the most. So I don't know if I would have done anything differently unless if I knew what I faced after. But unlike all the challenges that we faced in Euganics, we managed to make our business model work. We've managed to save or to subsidize up to 50,000 bars of soap to the local communities. We've managed to generate a revenue of up to $80,000. So we've managed to also contribute as a company to our growth, not depending on the donations or the grants that we can be able to get or the grants that we can look for. So we've managed to grow the base of the company with the challenges that we face, because we think the ups and downs that we face are the ones that make us stronger and be able to face the challenges we are going to face in the future.
I think it was actually a great question because whilst my colleagues have been speaking, I've been thinking about it. And I think in a moment of transparency, actually, one of the biggest challenge was actually stress. And I think that being an entrepreneur in itself is actually challenging because you're taking care of your employees. It's not just about you, it's your family. But then when you're working in Africa or in Ghana, for me, the challenges are even more so. So I think that what I would have done differently would have been to have had a coach. So what the Stanford Seed program does is actually brings a coach alongside as part of the program. And I think coaches around, mentors, I looked at some of the stories from the panel before, and you cannot take away from the support network of family, but also of having someone who's been there and done that. And so I would have had a coach earlier. So I wouldn't have had to go through that stress and the impact of stress being obviously your mental well-being.
Hi, I'm Sarah Sterling from conveners.org. We're going to be launching an in-person convening for accelerator and incubator programs in the African region. But my question to you is, since this is part of my research and my reason for being here, is what are the gaps for support for founders? I know you mentioned coaching and mentoring, but I would love to hear from each one of you as being founders of your own companies. Where would you have liked to have gotten more support, whether it's emotional, leadership, skills, beyond just investment?
Thanks, that's a great question. I'm going to challenge you each to answer this in one sentence each, just in the interest of time. The one key gap that you wish could be addressed.
I'm going to go first again, because then I can say the answer and then they have to think. But again, both Yomi and Elikem have touched on some of the value that's come out of the SEED program. And one thing that I continue to talk about as a value that came out of there was something called Leadership Labs, where business owners come together and share the challenges that they're going through. And for me, it's not so much that, oh, I need a place to go and talk about things, but also to hear from other business owners what solutions they applied to the challenges that I'm facing that help me to then create my own solution based on something that's tried and tested and not having to think about it on my own.
I think she just talked about emotional support as an entrepreneur, because like having to hear from another entrepreneur is, so the challenges, one of the challenges that I faced as a person, as a founder, is like we don't, like everyone in the company, everyone you're doing the solution for is looking at you, so you don't have anyone to run to when you have when you need emotional support. Let it be from the business, let it be from personal life, let it be from anywhere. Sometimes you have to deal with whatever is going wrong in your life yourself, because you need to be the strong palate in the business.
I think you mentioned founder, so I think I'll pass that on.
Okay, I think in the early days of the business, there are some specific skills you need to do better in certain areas. And oftentimes in early days, you don't have all the resources you need to pay for these services. I think just that human capital support and back to again, maybe some of the things I'll change. I wouldn't learn everything by doing. I learned too much by doing. I'll learn by learning. So just human capital to probably go past some of the key challenges around managing people, around building a team. As a founder, you're more focused on the problem you're solving more than what are the methods of building the business. I think so human capital will be, and maybe network as well. I already belong to the SEED network, so I have a lot of support group around me. But for many entrepreneurs, just a network of sharing failure and getting comfortable with failure, that you're not alone in it, and you're seeing what other people are doing as well. Yeah. I guess.
Thank you. Well, I think that's our time. If there's any more questions from the audience, I think we're done. Thank you very much to all of our panelists.
Today. So transaction flows among Africa have transformed since the inception of mobile money. Removing major market barriers, cell phones and other digital technologies have been employed to streamline payment systems across the continent. How has the movement of financial flows across borders changed and expanded over time? This session will examine movement of financial flows in borders and how Africa may accelerate inter-regional trade with the continent. So that's what we're going to discuss today. We're very privileged to have a panel here of experts. I will ask each of them to introduce themselves in a minute. But to get started, I thought it would be interesting just to share with you some statistics which I thought were very interesting and maybe will illuminate the discussion we're having. So the first one is that Sub-Saharan Africa is the fastest growing region for mobile phone usage, with 450 million subscribers today, which will grow to over 600 million by 2025. Okay, so it's the fastest growing region. Sub-Saharan Africa also has 350 million unbanked adults. Sub-Saharan Africa has 100 million active mobile money accounts. These are accounts that have been used in the last 90 days. So over 100 million of those. And then economists from MIT and Georgetown found that M-Pesa lifted 194,000 Kenyan households out of extreme poverty since the inception of M-Pesa. And then the last statistic I'll share is that 17% of African exports are to other African countries. Now let's contrast that with Europe, where 69% of exports are intra-continent, and Asia is 59%. Okay, on that note, let me introduce the panel. And I'll start off with Moses. Can you introduce yourself? And please just take 1 minute to tell us your name, where you're from, and what you do.
Hi everybody, my name is Moses Choi. I guess my last name, Choi, is the more anglicized last name. It's really Che, but you can call me Moses, that's great. I work at a firm called Orange, and some of you may speak French, and otherwise it's known as Orange. And I'm based out here in San Francisco, working in its innovation and venture arm. Should I go more?
But that's great. And Brian, why don't you go next? Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Brian Pong. I'm a co-founder of a new type of market research firm called Caribou Data. It's focused on helping clients understand consumers' digital activity and behavior, focused on emerging markets. So what we do is pretty simple. We pay people to share their data with us. We aggregate and analyze it and share it with our clients. So we can, because we're on the device, we can say things like how much time people are spending on different network modalities. What are people doing on 2G versus Wi-Fi versus 3G? How much time and how much data are people consuming in YouTube versus WhatsApp? What's the average session time of WhatsApp? Does anyone want to guess? When you open WhatsApp, and everyone here has WhatsApp, when you open WhatsApp, from the time you open it to the time you close it, it's usually not very long, right? You're just doing like what do you think is an average session time for WhatsApp?
Where global?
We'll say sub-Saharan Africa, and I'm going to take. We're in 5 markets right now, so I'm just going to use those 5 markets as an average. Any guesses? 5?
8 minutes.
5 hours. It's in seconds. Like the seconds. Or yeah, 1 session. Like how many seconds are you in 1 session? 10 seconds. 10 seconds. 20. 1 minute. It might be a generation thing. It's about 12 seconds across Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, Cote d'Ivoire. So you winner right there in the back. And we also do things around financial transactions. So we can say things like what's average P2P, peer-to-peer payment value or frequency in the market.
Hi everyone, my name is David. I'm the head of innovation and product engineering for Flutterwave. Flutterwave is a Pan-African country that...
Can you speak up?
Okay. Okay. So Flutterwave is a Pan-African country, and our product basically is an API that connects all payment processing platforms in Africa to a single rail. So Africa has a unique issue in terms of payment, which makes inter-African countries transactions a bit difficult. Some countries are bank-led, which means when you're trying to transact online, you use card because banks use card. Some countries are mobile money-led, like Kenya and Pesa. So the majority of the population uses mobile money for transactions. So it becomes a bit difficult for a merchant to collect payments in Kenya and Nigeria or other rest of countries in Africa without having to go through a lot of stress, because now you have to integrate a different technology in Kenya, then come to Nigeria, but you just want to sell goods. So what we come up with is a single platform that does all these integrations with all the different payment options. Right now we have 54 payment options on our platform, and all you need to do is just connect to Flutterwave and you have access to the rest of Africa and the world.
Alright, my name is Yomi Adidiji. I'm the founder of Symposium. We're primarily a 12-year-old company focused on inclusion and growth for people at the bottom of the pyramid. Currently, we work on 4 key areas. So identity. So how do you kind of identify people? Financial inclusion. So how do you give them access to financial services? Education. And how do you kind of like collect data from what they do and use that to drive growth for them in different areas? So that's primarily what I think.
Okay, thank you very much. So, today we'll try and make this an informal and lively discussion. I do have a few questions to start the panel with, but hopefully most of the wisdom is going to come from these guys and not from me. So hopefully they can go back and forth with each other. First question I wanted to start off is for you, Brian. So we just heard, Aziz mentioned this, not all African countries are the same when it comes to money movement. So as you know, we have mobile money-led countries like Kenya and bank-led countries like South Africa. So can you tell us more about the differences, what that means?
Yeah, sure. And I'll say maybe some of the technical implications for Aziz, who can speak to them better than I can. But when you talk about the consumer perspective, we tend to categorize three large groups, right? You have bank transactions or bank accounts. You have mobile money transactions, mobile money accounts, and then you have a new crop of fintech over-the-top players, right? Which may have consumer-facing wallets that allow you to do many of the same things. So in some place like Kenya, it's just all on cases, right? Whereas in some place like South Africa, right, they tried to bring in cases to South Africa. I think they gave it a go for about 2 years. I think they finally shuttered it in maybe 2016 or so. The penetration of bank accounts, which is about 70% in South Africa, part of the reason made it a much harder go for them to establish that mobile money, network and culture of using mobile payments. So you have what end up being very kind of diverse ecosystems that lead to not only complications where if you're trying to send money from here to there, and part of the reasons why companies like Flutterwave exist is to solve those challenges, right? But they also lead to very different kind of end user behavior, right? Whereas, so think about cash, right? Because cash still matters a lot. If you're in a mobile money market, led market, right, you're going to go to an agent. If you're in Kenya, there's M-Pesa on air receipt. Right? If you're in South Africa, you're going to the ATM, which is maybe not in every corner, but right, you still have access to it. And so you can look at that cash in, cash out behavior, right? The frequency with which you do that, the value, the amount when it's done, has a big implications for how easy or hard it is to move money around. And so what I think we're seeing is where we've had traditional markets like South Africa with its banks, and then you see the explosion of mobile money in East Africa, Kenya, Tanzania, Cote d'Ivoire is now up and coming, right, with a huge penetration of mobile money. And then where it starts to get really complicated is all these fintechs coming in, and where do they fit in, right? They're trying to offer their own kind of consumer wallets so that people can manage their money on their device. It may be through a smartphone app, it may be through USSD codes. But they, beyond all the regulatory issues of having to have banking licenses or partnering with the bank and so on, they have to think about cash, right? And how do they facilitate cash in and off of their network? And so and Aziz can talk about what they're doing in Nigeria, but a really interesting play that in South Africa right now, one of the new challenger banks, Time Bank, right, is a digital-only bank. So no branches, they don't have their ATM network, they don't have those kind of inbuilt infrastructure advantages that the incumbents do. So what they do, they partner with some of the largest retailers. I think it's Pick and Pay or Pack and Pay, Pick and Pay, right? To now allow people to use essentially those stores as the branches, right? So where you can go in, you can even sign up your account from the store, you can send and receive payments from the store. So you have this kind of landscape where you have 3 different categories of payment providers that are all competing. They have different advantages and disadvantages, but some of these kind of core functions that they all have to provide to their consumers, and which really have big implications for how people use and manage money, are the same. Cash in, cash out is one of the big ones.
Maybe just as a follow-up, I'd love to get to Flutterwave and how it's addressing this problem. But I want to actually just have a little discussion on why the problem exists. As you said, when M-Pesa came out of Kenya, we all thought, hey, this is great, it's going to take over the world. Maybe here in the US, we're going to start using it. But that clearly hasn't happened, and as you mentioned, in South Africa, it didn't happen. In South Africa, I can go to an ATM and I can pay somebody directly from an ATM, bill on half or money transfer. So I'm just curious, why is it the case that something like an M-Pesa or mobile money cannot take over certain markets? Brian, anyone?
I think the major issue really is government regulation. So at least basically for Nigeria, the reason why mobile money hasn't taken off is because CBN did not allow it. Until recently, mobile money operators are not allowed to have mobile wallets. If you must do that, you have to partner with a bank. So CBN has a restriction in place that makes it difficult for any mobile operator to innovate because you are not allowed to. So which is why there is, the banks found a way around that by introducing the USSD code. So USSD code sort of replaced what M-Pesa was in Kenya. So you can still transact with your phone, but you need to have a bank account attached to it. So that was the only way the banks would actually try to reach the young bank, because CBN is very particular about who has access to funds. And I think it's the same in all the bank-led countries. The banks are already very established, and they have a governing body that protects the interest of the bank in court. So it makes it difficult for mobile money operators to come and start operation.
Let me just piggyback on that. So I think in addition to that, I would say another problem is literacy. And I think before I'll think about it as an inclusion problem. So people don't have access to this service. You can build interfaces for them to have access whether on a feature phone or on a smartphone. But as you go deeper into the problem, you realize that for most of them, the common denominator is just that they can call with their mobile phone. They can't read, they can't text. And if you can't read and you can't text, it means that even if I provide an interface for you on a feature phone, you're limited in how you can use it. And also, I mean, regulation hasn't caught up with that reality. So if I'll give you an example. In Nigeria, as an example, if you don't have a bank account, that means you typically won't have an identity. And if you don't have an identity, it means you probably can't have access to a financial service. And we put out a service that allowed people, for example, dial a code on their phone, and we realized that most of them weren't dialing it. Then we put out another service to allow people to call a voice system and speak to some type of interactive voice response system. And they also struggle to listen to that on their phone. Then we replaced that with a call center. So call a human being. And then we saw over 300,000 people interact with somebody on a call as the case is. And so talking to the regulator, how do you build a financial service system around voice? Regulation is not ready for that, or is not at least at the stage where you can regulate something like voice as the case is. So I would say education literacy in itself is another challenge why we haven't seen as much widespread as has happened, especially in Kenya and maybe East Africa. Nigeria also has I would say a unique problem because of the population size. I think in Kenya, as an example, I don't think there was bank interoperability before mobile money. So mobile money in itself brought about interoperability between people. Unlike in Nigeria, there was already bank interoperability, so you can send money to someone who has a bank account, even if they were not. So the type of problem we had was a bit different from what they had in Kenya.
Can I just add to that? Yes. I think, so I work at a telco called Orange that also operates a very robust mobile money offering. And one of the key trends that we're seeing, and this is not surprising, presumably most folks in this room, is that the over-the-top players are going to be competitive threats to mobile money businesses going forward. And so,
over-the-top players,
WhatsApp's of the world, offering payment solutions, peer-to-peer, etc. So what Orange is trying to do, and we're our office, and I can talk a little bit more about that later on how we're partnering with our affiliates, but what Orange is trying to do is say for the past 10 years, we've built out a mobile money business with roughly 45 million accounts, about a third of which are active, is to identify other value-added services to offer to our clients. And so in addition to not just the traditional payment solutions, it's around identifying ways to offer like insurance. And so in Cote d'Ivoire, one of the partners that we have is, for example, Inclusivity Solution, who's kind of a technical service provider, but essentially we're distributing their insurance policies through our brand and creating some affinity for our customers. Another example is we developed Orange Energy. So we've partnered with the D-Lights, the D-Boxes of the world to distribute their solar kits powered by and enabling payment through our mobile money service. But what we see as our sort of competitive moat is providing value-added services on top of mobile money. And then the other thing is that we, as some folks in this room will know, perhaps a lot more than I will, is around actually getting a banking license. And so over the past couple of years, the firm has endeavored to apply for and get a banking license, which would cover the CFA markets. And so the Western Monetary Union that covers the Western African countries, their currency. And so to be able to offer not just mobile money, but then it becomes savings, it becomes a lending play. And so what we're seeing now as a company is how do we actually grow inclusion, grow our business, but provide these value-added services on top of that. That's kind of our strategy going forward as kind of a multi-services operator.
Okay, that's wonderful. So I think, my very simple summary is that the question of horizon and pace has taken over the world. Well, vested interests, right? And so I think what that means is, if you've got established players, they're not going to willingly cede their territory to a new incumbent, and you have to innovate. So I think Aziz, what Flutterwave is doing sounds very innovative. So can you tell us a little bit more about how you've managed to create access to, what did you say, 54 payment methods? Tell us all about that.
So on Flutterwave platform, the core idea really is to allow you to pay and get paid in Africa. So it allows for remittance into Africa and for payout into the rest of Africa. The common issue has always been, I cannot sell my goods to someone else in Kenya or Malawi because there's no way for me to receive the money. And then there's still a major issue around logistics. That we have other players trying to solve that because it's easy now to get paid. I can sell my goods online and someone in South Africa can buy from me. If it's services, it's easier because I will provide the service. And because if it's the physical good I need to transfer to South Africa, that's still an issue. But the thing is, if commerce is to grow, we have to take care of payment and the infrastructure around logistics. We know we've got the payment sorted out. There's now a big opportunity for infrastructure. So the payment part, what we do is we went with the approach of partnership rather than competing. So we don't come to Kenya and try to build another investment. We go to Kenya and we meet with M-Pesa that we would like Kenya to have access to the Nigerian market. We want a partnership. So with that, we integrate into M-Pesa's API. So the M-Pesa's API becomes available on Flutterwave's rail without you having to integrate with M-Pesa. The same API call that you were using when you just have Nigeria, or you still call just part of the country, and you'll be able to pay into an M-Pesa wallet or debit an M-Pesa wallet based on the established security. So we are not trying to disrupt what the incumbents have. We are just building a global partnership within Africa to make sure that every payment infrastructure in Africa can be aggregated into one. And every merchant, every consumer that would like to interact with the rest of Africa find it very easy to do. So we have a merchant business which allows you to receive money from the merchant online, from the customers online. We have a consumer app, like a mobile wallet. So from there you can move money from any payment instrument, your maybe mobile money in Ghana, into your Bata wallet and then send the money out to Africa. And you can receive money into your mobile wallet and then use it for, it's a lifestyle app. So you basically aggregate all the functions like probably need to pay bills, receive money, create a virtual app. But of course, even though Netflix is not really in Africa, it's very difficult for you to pay for Netflix from Africa. We have a product that a virtual card in partnership with Visa. So you can have an M-Pesa wallet, then fund $1 card and pay for your Netflix on that card. So basically we are trying to make sure that anything that you need to do to connect to the world, for Africa to be part of what the revolution that is happening in the world, we make, as for the payment part, we make it easily accessible to everyone in Africa.
please just say a little bit more about Flutterware's business. I'm curious, first of all, where are most of your customers? And then what is the experience for a merchant? And what is the experience for a consumer? Do they have to install an app?
Oh, okay, so for consumers, for merchants, let's start with merchants. It's a two-way play. We have enterprise merchants and then we have SMBs. So for SMBs,
what's an example of an enterprise merchant?
Arik Air. Then we have international merchants. Flywire and TransferWise uses our rails to pay into Africa. So if you have the Monzo app for the people that are using Monzo, Monzo is another startup that is into remittance, and you're trying to pay into Africa. Of course, you see TransferWise for Monzo, but TransferWise uses Flutterware's API to actually send the money to Africa. We have the Uber platform in Nigeria, and the rest of Africa right now is powered by Flutterware rails. So when you book an Uber ride, the payment is processed through Flutterware. So we have global. Then we have banks white labeling our solution. Of course, banks are restricted in what they can do, but they have a lot of customers they don't KYC on that would like to receive payments online. They really don't want to invest in the technology to do that. So we white label our platform for banks, which they now give to their merchants to use. So you will see Bank A, but really you are on Flutterware rails. So that actually makes it easier for us to onboard customers on a large scale without having to do much. Just go to an aggregator, get the aggregator, and you have access to all the merchants. But if you're a retail customer that you don't have an account of yourself, if you go to flutterware.com, once you sign up, you can receive and start sending money instantly as long as the compliance requirement for your country has been satisfied. That's one of the things also abstract for merchants. If you want to go to country A, there are a lot of restrictions, a lot of laws you need to know. We've already done the work. We know what is required. We just streamline for you. And also, if you're on the platform and you do the basic things, you have access to all these countries without having to stress.
So if I understand you correctly, the consumer either is interacting with a Flutterware website or a Flutterware app.
Yeah.
I see. And so what is your distribution in Africa in terms of consumers?
So for the consumer app, right now we have like 70,000 downloads. Most of like 70% are Nigerians, but we have distribution in 10 countries right now. Physical presence in 5, but distribution in 10, and we plan to increase that this year to go really deep into Africa and to achieve that global connectivity for the rest of Africa.
No, thank you. And Moses, what is a similar question for Orange? And I'm also curious if there is Orange and Flutterware, are they competitors in this regard, or is there opportunity to work with each other?
I'll let Aziz come back to that. I think what's been really interesting as a firm that's been doing mobile money is trying to address the interoperability question. And I don't have necessarily a silver bullet of how that's going to be solved, but one of the things that Orange announced along with MTN last year was a joint venture where we set up an entity where we both own half of the entity. And the thought is to engage with support from the Gates Foundation to figure out how to provide more interoperability for payments across our respective markets, Anglophone and sort of Francophone markets. And again, I don't have a silver bullet like this has been solved. There's a lot of work that's going into it at the moment. But I think our sort of view is how do we take our current technology and then find other ways to partner with it for scale.
But again, is the consumer experience one where I have to be an Orange customer to be able to access what the services that you provide?
Yeah, that's just generally the case. I mean, we do look at our customers from an ARPU and churn perspective, and I think this is one of the things that telcos do benefit from is to the extent that they can win its customers not only for access to their traditional phone, data, voice, etc., but also engage through mobile money. We look at that as being part of a value-add service for us as a telecom.
Thanks. So let me come to you, Yomi. You mentioned earlier this issue of literacy what it brought to mind for me, and I worked at Intuit for 22 years, and for some time we had a product in India called Fasal, which provided crop prices to farmers. These are subsistence farmers, many of them were illiterate. What I was surprised to learn is that even though they're illiterate, they were able to at least be able to see, okay, this is the Sanskrit for a crop like tomatoes, and they could read a price. So I'm just curious if you could say more about some of these education challenges that you've seen.
So our work in financial inclusion is through a service called AOO in my country. And I think when we started, the ideology we had was anyone who had a mobile phone should have access to financial services. And we focused on how do we build different interfaces to allow whatever your condition, whether you are literate or illiterate, have access to it as the case. And all our thought was that we would, you could send money from your phone to anyone who had a mobile phone, even if the person didn't have a wallet or the person didn't have a bank account. As long as you had a wallet or a bank account, once you say send, we will do the heavy lifting and drop the money on the person's phone as the case. I think that's primarily what our work began from. And I think increasingly what we realized was because it's quite a low trust society, or it's kind of quite a low trust environment. But the trust didn't matter anymore because the person that was sending you money was someone you knew. So irrespective of whether you didn't even know about the service, as long as the person sending you money was on the service, you became comfortable with how you access the money. I think piggybacking on that was the second step was now like how do we now use the money dropped on your phone as an incentive to identify you, because most people don't have an identity. But if money drops on your phone, you want to have access to the money, and it's easy to say, oh, who are you, and how do we give you a national identity in that process? And I think successfully we will see about every one user create about 21 users. So they pay people on their mobile phones that had a bank account. And just I think further to that was more like, so what incentives do we create for stickability to ensure that you're coming back as the case is? I think the next incentive was more like, so we offer no interest loans, loans that have no, so you primarily can from the cellular by dialing a code or downloading an app, as the case is, you can get access to a loan that has no interest, and that became another reason for you to keep banking. And I think what we've seen ourselves do is just continuously keep thinking about what are the incentives we can keep giving people at the bottom of the pyramid to bank more on their phone. I think now we have about 6 different interfaces. We have a human interface, so you can call a human being. The goal in the future is to replace that with some system after recording your voice. You can call an IVR, you can dial a code, you can download an app. And all of these interfaces primarily just encourage you to bank as the case. I don't think we don't think it's one solution yet for the problem, because everybody differs on their literacy level and on how they see financial services. You see environment as well where religion prevents people from banking. Their religion kind of like says to them that they don't benefit from interest rate, or banking is even not something good to do. Dealing with that cluster of users is a different mechanism as the case. So I think we've been more human focused, more than technology focused in trying to tackle the problem. Primarily just focusing on understanding the clusters in different forms, and hopefully looking for at some point a common denominator as the case. I think so far we've reached about 3 million people using this method without much marketing, because the user creates the next user just by sending the person money. So I think that's primarily how we address this.
And going back to you, Brian, you mentioned an interesting statistic about the WhatsApp usage. One thing I heard was in certain countries, recording voice messages is actually more prevalent than actually typing. And so I was wondering if maybe that's another aspect towards this notion of different literacy levels or practice. Do you have any other information to share there?
Yeah, not on that specifically in terms of voice recordings, but I think clearly the interface matters, and we've been talking about this distinction between the smartphone revolution, right? And everyone's got a smartphone, and it's changing everything, and a lot of the fintechs are depending on it.
in many ways, or built at least their initial models around the smartphone. Clearly, we're not there yet, right? In most markets that I know in sub-Saharan Africa, we're maybe about 25 to 30% of device owners have a smartphone, and so you still see the app enables a lot of different things that you can't always do just with the USSD code. And I'm talking to the king of USSD in Nigeria, 737. But that that interface, and you mentioned IVR, that those options all matter a lot in terms of what becomes available to the end user. But if I can just come back to another thing that Yomi said on education, and as we talk about interoperability and payment systems, clearly as we try to reach to the more marginalized segments of the population who don't have access now, reducing the overall cost of the system is a huge part of that. And one of the ways that you do that is you make payments irrevocable, right? Here in the U.S., a credit card payment can be revoked, right? If there's fraud or whatever, it gets pulled back, and that's really handy for everyone who has a credit card. You're protected, it's risk-free, but that makes for a really expensive system. And so you have, as we're going towards more real-time settlement of payment systems globally, irrevocability of payments becomes, one of the hard and fast features of that. But when you talk about trust and people feeling comfortable using a system, that lack of revocability actually plays a big part of people's user experience and their trust. If you have a system, if I send Moses a payment and it's not real time, right? Because he's on a different system than I am, a different network or whatever. I send it to him and we're sitting here waiting. He's bought something, we're waiting. That lowers trust in the system and you have lower adoption. So in that case, you want that absolute real-time payment to occur without revocation possibility. But if the first time I make a mistake and send money to the wrong person, M-Pesa I think is what, you have like a 20-second or 30-second window now to try to get it back. That hurts the system. So how these design choices have a big impact on the user experience, which goes to adoption, but also on the overall cost of the system, which is what allows us to better extend interoperability and reach.
I would say something on that. Just to piggyback on what you said, I think that first instance is non-negotiable at the bottom of the pyramid. There isn't anything like I'm waiting to receive the payment you sent to me. It has to be there. It has to be there as instantly as you send it. I think we've also ensured that our system is premised on that. The second bit of it is also that the receiver doesn't need to have registered for a service. What I've found, talking to different clusters of users, the idea of registering for a service is very strange to them. They understand having a phone, but going to register for a service, which is like opening an account or going to get a wallet, is not something that they're familiar with. But when money lands on the phone, they're very curious as to, well, how do I access this money that's just landed on the phone? And that becomes an incentive to try to now open an account. And in the process of opening an account, to try to now get an identity. And hopefully, stickability now happens when, maybe they find other users. They can get a free loan on this service as the case is. I also think that for the bottom of the pyramid, it's more peer-to-peer trust than brand trust. They trust themselves, they don't trust institutions. And it's kind of like the culture that they use to. So they've gone to this stage of learned helplessness. So they trust each other, but they hardly will trust the brand as the case is. So I think from a design point of view, we've also kind of like implemented from an angle of how do we make sure they're sharing trust. And it doesn't really matter what the service is. Trust is shared between two parties. And I think these things will determine how much penetration we'll see for mobile money, mobile wallet payment, especially as regards to the bottom of the pyramid. I think as interesting as some of the new mechanics are, USSD, oftentimes what we've seen is it's mostly also used by bank users, not necessarily bottom of pyramid users. So someone who has a smartphone sees the USSD as a faster channel to do a transaction, and not necessarily someone who is at the bottom of the pyramid. I think voice as well will go a long way. I'm kind of like looking forward to innovation around voice payment. voice payment doesn't require for them to speak English, so they can maybe talk in their own language, and something happens in a very safe manner. I think as we move into the future, that will be some of the new ways.
Now, you were just saying that, which I think is very smart, you focus on the trust between people that already exists. But I still think there is a trust you need in the system because, as Brian was saying, the first time you ever transpose a digit and you send money and it went to some random place and you don't really know how you're going to get it back, you may lose trust in the system. So I'm curious how you're dealing with that product.
Okay, I think the most success we've had so far from an interface point of view is in a call center. So we set up a call center of about 75 people, and you can literally call the call center. So the phone number of the call center became another trusted party. When you call the call center, you can talk to the person on the phone to carry out any transaction for you or to help you with any reversal that you may want as the case is. Because as well, there's a security layer expected. I mean, you still need to have your own PIN. The person receiving your call can initiate the transaction, or you are the other end of the call. Is the only person who can press the PIN on your phone. So even though you're on a phone call, when it's time to authorize the transaction, you still have to enter the PIN on that phone call yourself. I think that's mostly what we've done so far. We've seen some issues of people sending money to a wrong number, and for now, because it's almost like a study for us, for now, we're just taking in the complaints and verifying from the other party, and in some cases reversing. However, money follows engagement. You don't send money to someone if you don't have any relationship with the person. So there's always expectancy when it comes to money, especially at the bottom of the pyramid. So there's less sending money to wrong people because oftentimes there's always expectancy. Even the person is literally right in front of you, or is literally disturbing you all the time as the case is. So we haven't had as much cases of wrong transfers. That's the case.
Now, I'm also curious because you both from Nigeria. Are you aware of each other's offerings and how do you coexist?
I think I should go first. I don't think that. So first is we're not building any rail across Africa. Our focus is more at the bottom of the pyramid people, including the unbanked.
So part of the pyramid in Nigeria?
Yeah, in Nigeria first, and maybe gradually outside of Nigeria. We're also focused on it from a social point of view more than a technology point of view, and the product is evolving from that. So in that regard, we're not competing. However, we're also using some Flutterwave services actually. So for the bottom of the pyramid user, to get a Visa card today, it's one of the Flutterwave API to call. It will give us a virtual card to issue to this person. So I'll say we're more war-beating, some type of competition, more than competition as the case is. I don't think we're also focused on the same type of customer target. It's a payment space, however, it will evolve, and all of us will find ourselves in some, in some circle in the future. But for now, I don't think we're.
Okay, like I said earlier, our initial offering has always been about cooperation, not competition. So, which is why our APIs are even open source. You can connect to it and build your own payment infrastructure on our API.
You don't have to.
No, you don't have to. Just sign up and get your key. So it's about encouraging Africans to build stuff without having to worry about payments. Just build your company and then use our APIs for any type of thing. You can build what we can think of. Of course, that API is available for anyone to use. We might be so narrowed on what the customer base we have worked out that we might not be able to innovate as fast. But if we can enable other Africans to pick the APIs, think about what they can do. We have like 3 or 4 fintechs that are running on Flutterwave's rails, which is fine. So the idea is to find cooperation everywhere we go, not competition. I'll proudly say I don't think we have competitions. We just enable business to excel.
Everybody's swing.
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's been very interesting to me just listening to these experts, and I'm sure you have questions. So why don't we have people raise their hands? We'll get in the back here. Just say your name and tell us the question.
I'm very interested for eBay. So question I have, it's really good to hear about bottom of the pyramid, cooperation, social impact. I didn't hear much about government support or government collaboration. Is there any effort happening? Just an example, in India, 5 years back, less than a third of the population was banked. Now, like more than 70% is banked, and there was a lot of government effort behind that. Is there any kind of work going on with? And I know in Africa we usually don't talk about emerging countries. Countries are coming together to create these platforms. Just curious to hear if there's anything happening on that.
I think that governments in Nigeria, I'm sure for most of countries in Africa, there's a consciousness to attempt to solve this problem. What that consciousness is leading to is a different. Just like as you were saying earlier, regulators tend more towards protecting what exists, which is mostly the banks, and that primarily prevents or slows down innovation as should be. I wouldn't say regulation is at the same pace or speed as innovation is, or even in terms of attempting to solve the problem. But there are columns of whether it's Bill and Melinda Gates attempting to talk to the regulator around opening up, or like it's the World Bank. So there are columns of effort. There could be more. I don't want to say that it's not enough. I'm not sure if is there any regulator here. We actually have a banking license, so I'm not allowed to speak. But yeah, there are columns of effort. It could be more. It could be more, and it could be more targeted towards solving the problem than protecting people's assets and investments. So I think that's my views around.
You just ask your Brian, because not all African countries are the same. So you've seen some governments making more cooperative than others.
I just think it's so diverse. Every government's got its own programs, it's got its own incentives based on those vested interests. So I think it's really hard to characterize and generalize across the continent as to those efforts. But I think certainly they all see the imperative and the potential benefits. It's just maybe different speeds at which they're trying to get there.
Questions for Fatoi. So one of the speakers talked about kind of 200,000 people sending remittances, and there's like 800,000 people receiving them. I don't know if you're seeing similar numbers. You have an idea? And also, is the Nollywood industry using
Okay, so the first question about remittances. Yes, remittances volume is really high and growing steadily. We have TransferWise, and we are signing up like 4 other remittance companies trying to send money to Africa using our rails. So the volume is growing, and because companies, startups are coming up trying to democratize remittances. You don't want to do Western Union because you need to go to your bank to withdraw the money. But you can do TransferWise, and I can get TransferWise and send to an investor mobile wallet without having an issue. So there are a lot of such companies that are now trying to come into Africa. So the volume is really, really growing. And I believe it will grow more as more companies come up to find solutions around remittances. Of course, anyone is welcome to use our rails, but Nollywood in Nigeria is really more about going to theaters. So we have few houses that have our physical POSs for collection. So yes, I'll say the industry is
Can I ask 2 questions?
Sure, go ahead.
So I have a question for Yomi first. I'm interested to understand, given your business model, you talked about clusters or different types of people. How do you think about scale?
Okay, I think, as I said earlier, I think the objective for us is to find the common denominator among these different clusters of people. I think we've just recently found some. And how we think about how our customers use our service is primarily interfaces. So it's still predominantly technology reliant. There's no scenario of person to person. We also don't intend to build any branch network across. We just want to figure out in every cluster, how do you establish trust? One thing that is predominant is, 2 things that are predominant that we've seen is 1, people like to make phone calls, or everybody knows how to make a phone call. 2, everybody trusts the next person to them. And we're primarily focusing on how do we now build interfaces that reinforce these two things? And that's kind of like how we're thinking about scale. Like I said to you, we're already at 3 million people because one day we just went into a market and told everybody to dial a code, and they got free money on their phone. And the next thing they wanted to do was try and pay the next person. And when they pay the next person, the person open an account. And when they pay the next person, the person also open an account. And I think increasingly that's how we're thinking about scale. We also see that, I mean, it's still remittance as big as it is. I think it's now at $46 billion. A lot of what comes to Nigeria, a lot of money comes from diaspora to Nigeria. So it's also an area we're looking at. It's difficult to open a bank account if you're a Nigerian in the US as an example. So we're thinking about the future where you can download an app, and that means you can send money to any phone number in Nigeria, and anywhere we are. Not just even any bank account. Even if the person didn't have our service, as long as they have a mobile phone, you can get money instantly to them. So I think that's the way we're thinking about school.
Thank you. My other question is for Brian. So with the work that your company does, I'm curious to understand how you guys are thinking about data and privacy, especially in the African context.
Yeah, certainly. So we actually only work with anonymous data. We don't know who our panelists are. We don't want to know, so we don't collect any PII explicitly. We anonymize on the device, and then we have additional privacy layers on our side, on the server. And so what that means in practice, we use some techniques that are under the umbrella of differential privacy. What that means is, for example, if you came to me and you said, Brian, what's the average data consumption of women in Kenya per month? I can tell you that, right? But if you said, Brian, what's the average data consumption of women aged 24 to 35 who live in and around Nairobi and who have Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram installed on their phone? The answer to that might only be like 4 people. And so the system would disallow any response, because once you start getting down to an N of that, that small, you start to risk re-identification. So the whole premise of our company is we can do data analytics in a transparent, fair, and privacy-preserving way.
2 questions. The first is very basic. What is the difference fundamentally in mobile payments versus fintech? People mention fintech, but how is that different? And then how will fintech play out in Africa?
Okay. Let me try to answer the rest of my question. So for mobile money payment is a form of the earliest form of fintech. So M-Pesa, for instance, is not a fintech company. It's just a mobile operator that has the opportunity of leveraging on the people making the law, not restricting them to create a very big infrastructure that can be around. Fintechs are usually regulated because when it comes to money, the countries they don't want anyone to have direct access to move money around without regulation, especially with financial terrorism and all that. So fintechs are an entity that you get to establish to innovate around the financial institution and financial what banks, traditional banks will be able to do and do very fast. You create a fintech company to execute those options, like creating platform for merchants to pay. The bank is really supposed to take money from people that have and give to people that don't have that, and that's all. But there's a lot of other financial services that will be rendered. That's where fintechs are meant to play. And because Africa is large, and Africa is really a very huge population, and most of the active young population that are going to be active in the next 20, 30 years will be from Africa. So there is a wide range of opportunities that and services that you can render. I just mentioned that we have a logistic problem in Africa. That's something someone can tap into. But money needs to move around. Most of the things that happen is cultural. People send money home, even though people are sending money from diaspora to Africa. Even within Africa, within countries, you send money from the city to your folks in the village. So sending money is something that is cultural. And when you build solutions around culture, it tends to stick because you are just enhancing what they are already used to. So that's what fintechs tend to do. Those are the kind of solutions that fintechs are meant to build. And I believe that's the future of banking in Africa because it will be small, nimble, and very fast to change.
Do you
think any country in Africa would welcome Libra?
Sometime in the future, I believe. Sometime in the future, I think at the moment everybody's kind of like in some way. So there's this local content drive, which is forcing, I guess, governments and countries to think about how do I make the best of my own environment first. As time evolves, I guess there'll be more openness to things like April.
So, to follow up on his question, I think that new city that Akon is making in Senegal, which is having their own cryptocurrency, I think the digital infrastructure isn't there in many countries in Africa to actually have cryptocurrencies. But I've been working with a team that's trying to make QR codes, send money through QR codes, and it's been now on the implementation side, and I'm trying to convince them that this is not worth it. Can you help me? Can you help them?
That QR codes aren't worth it, or that
just sending money through it's not. I need to back away from this, and they're not. These are injured people. These are idiots that don't want to give up.
So
I'm not trying to.
I just wanted to clarify the question. Is it that QR payments wouldn't work in Africa, or just wanted to clarify the question a bit more?
Well, to clarify, it's not really a question. I'm asking if you can help them convince me that this is something valuable and able to be implemented.
So maybe what I'll suggest for this one is a conversation afterwards, but I would challenge the premise of your question about the digital infrastructure because clearly you have some gentlemen here who are working on technologies that are leveraging what infrastructure you have there. So there is a lot happening in Africa. And in fact, I want us just to move into the wrap-up section. So I started off with sharing some statistics. I think the one that was most impactful for me was how many people in Kenya have been lifted out of extreme poverty just because money is able to move more freely. And also we've heard in the course of today just about this opportunity that exists for Africa, for trade not just to be out of Africa, but trade to be within countries. And so that's why it's exciting for me that a platform like Fiverr exists where maybe that can start to happen more often. So what I want to ask each of you, maybe just take a few short sentences to talk about, well, what do you see for the future, peer into your crystal ball, given all these developments, what do you see for the future of Africa and mobile payments? I'll start with you, Moses.
Yeah, I'll just, I didn't really talk a whole lot about what our office does out here. And so maybe just briefly, I'll say that and then segue to answer your question, or at least try to, is our office out here has been in the Valley for approximately 18 years. We started out as a pure R&D hub. At one point in time, a group of still roughly 40 to 50 people generated about 80% of Oranage's patent portfolio. And for a company of roughly 150,000 people, that was no small feat. We, over the past few years, we've evolved in adopting more of this open innovation approach to what we do. And principally, we're involved in three things. The first is doing research on emerging technologies and business models. Secondly is doing product innovation. In practice, this is like proof of concepts, pilots, partnerships, etc. And then lastly is we source and make investments in early stage companies. Within that context, we have this framework, the now, the new, the next. It's pretty basic. We think about technologies that we can adopt today, but where our office in particular gets excited about like what's the new and what's the next. And so for us, what we've been focused on in our office really is identifying and understanding what it is that our mobile money business is looking for, and then sourcing opportunities, frankly, on their behalf. And so we've made investments in companies like Chain, looking at permission blockchain opportunities, more of the next, in a way to really understand the new technologies. We've also invested in a company that's headquartered here called PayJoy, which allows us to work with, and we're hopefully going to pilot a partnership in the next coming months. But the idea is that consumers can actually acquire a smartphone through a technique that enables the collateralization of the smartphone. And so for the markets that we're in, where smartphone penetration is sub 20%, we do see this as a growing opportunity. And so what we've been very focused on, as I mentioned before, is the companies becoming a bank. We're leveraging our banking platform to provide other value-add services. And our office here is really looking for what are the startups, how do we send and share information to our colleagues in market and find ways to partner, invest, and work together.
So real quickly, I think the fight and where the interesting developments are going to be is in physical infrastructure. It started with banks. They couldn't serve everyone because bank branches are expensive. Mobile money grew because in those environments where the regulations allowed it, the existing footprint of the agent network allowed them to take advantage of that geographic infrastructure to enroll new people. The new fintech players don't have either of those infrastructure advantages, so they have to find other ways. Is it through retail, the Time Bank example in South Africa? Is it through something else new, like ride sharing, OPay and OCAR, right? Or something else entirely, a logistics company. So but figuring out what that physical footprint is to be able to provide services, because it can't all be digital, I think is where the war is really going to be fought in the next 5 years.
So, one more minute.
Okay. For me, what I see happening in the next 5 to 10 years is the explosion of people having access to financial systems, because the regulators that we know are very strict and rigid are creating categorization on rules. So making it easier for people in the remote area, the unbanked, to have access to banking services. Once these frameworks are set in motion and are active, I think everyone will have access to the financial sector, and there will be more participation, and people will have access to move money around and usher in a new wave of prosperity in Africa.
All right, I know I think the future is very bright. I think similar to what WhatsApp did to messaging is what I think will happen to payment. I don't completely agree that we will need a physical infrastructure. I think the fact that everyone will have a mobile phone will at some point really matter. I think the mobile phone will be the most reliant infrastructure that we will all need to build upon. It's increasingly very difficult to build or rely on physical infrastructure, but I think it will be a very optimistic future. As we get more connected to each other as people, things will open up, and I think it will really be an explosion. I completely agree with Aziz. It will be an explosion in the next few years.
Yeah, I'll just quickly build on that. I agree the future is very bright. Sub-Saharan Africa is a fast-growing region. I think technology is going to unlock a lot of the potential that has been locked for a long time. So I encourage everybody to pay attention to this space, and if you're working on it, keep working on it. I think it's going to pay off. Thank you, everybody, for attending this session.
Before we close for the evening, we are grateful for support from the Siegel Family Foundation. They are the sponsors of the reception this evening. And I believe that Ms. Sherwin DeWitt is here. She's the Director of Partnerships for the Siegel Family Foundation. I invite you to come and give some very brief remarks and let us thank you for your foundation support.
Hi, everyone. Don't worry, I will be very brief. My name's Sherwin DeWitt, and I'm Director of Partnerships at Siegel Family Foundation. Many very important and very impressive people have spoken here in the last few days, and I should definitely let you know that among our team and our partners that are here, I am the least impressive and the least important. among them, which is maybe why I've been tasked with giving the remarks. But in all seriousness, at Siegel Family Foundation, it's our privilege to work with over 200 organizations in sub-Saharan Africa, primarily in East and Central Africa and coming from diverse sectors. I'm here today with my colleague Beatrice Onyango. Beatrice is probably hiding. There she is. And I would like to draw attention to our African Visionary Fellows who we're very proud to be with today. Can you guys stand up, please? Please find them later. But at Siegel Family Foundation, we believe, actually we don't believe, we know that African organizations and businesses are not receiving the resources and the attention that they deserve, the resources and attention that they need to really reach their maximum potential. And I say that we know because this is not a belief or an opinion, it's a fact, and a fact that I'm sure many people here are familiar with or have experienced. And it's simply unacceptable. In 2017, 0.4% of all international funding that went to sub-Saharan Africa ended up at local or nationally run organizations. And when we speak to funders and investors about this problem, many of them say, well, I would like to do more of that, but I simply can't find these leaders that you speak of. And I think we believe that that's an inadequate excuse. And that's why we are so grateful to Almaz for bringing together this community each year. It's an environment in which those excuses cannot thrive. We're grateful to Almaz, we're grateful to Sinafik, who's been running around and who has organized all of this. We're grateful to these women for really gathering this community and allowing this exchange of ideas and opportunity to happen. So that's the end of my brief remarks, and I hope everyone enjoys their cocktail.
I thought that what Sherwin said was so appropriate. Today is a day of giving thanks. It's a day of being thankful for your attention. Thank you for your cooperation. The B- that I gave you has been raised to an A-, so thank you for your your indulgence. Today has been a day packed with a lot of really rich discussion and a lot of information. We ask that you digest some of it over some cocktails, not too many cocktails, because we want you here again at 8:30 tomorrow morning for the beginning of another fun-filled and packed day. So thank you so much for your attention. Please join us for the reception. Almaz, any final words, any final thoughts? Have a good evening, everyone.